Yeah, I gotta get this adjusted. All right. They gave me a topic. I got a couple of topics actually, though, but they gave me a topic today for sure. I see the confusion, boy. There's some confusion out here, boy. Get this going.
What's good, business with kids? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Oh shoot, I got it done.
Let's get it. And it's the beginning of the week. Thought I was talking about the day. No, the beginning of that week better you have. We tired of y'all getting tricked out here. Listen up.
Why you saying something like
keep it bustin', you can't believe his discussion. He don't do fussin' and cussin', drop you, that's no repercussion. Listen, they sleep, they not woke so they can't see the hypocrisy and the philosophy that they speak. Do you have an agenda? Are you really real or just a pretender? Are you trying to deliver the message or return it back to sender? Check yourself, wreck yourself, don't check me, clear, collect, correct yourself. Your reflection of perception, do you analyze suggestions? Are you objective to criticism or pushback with objections on this platform? And a former shoot that drama, he disarm you, trigger warn you, fake it trigger, think they abnormal is normal. Is it choices? Is it karma? Does the lie feel good and charm you? It's stinging like them killer bees, the truth engulf and swarm you. Either my love in the love, this that Jeffrey Dahmer. You can laugh or learn or get mad or care, he stay calmer. You laugh or learn, 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 you laugh or learn.
What's the deal, Jabri? Jabri, what's up?
You laugh or learn, you laugh or learn, you laugh or learn, you laugh or learn.
I want y'all to really pay attention to the ones that want to act like they want to have a conversation. They spend most of their time expressing themselves. That's not how conversation works. They're not trying to understand. They're not trying to have a conversation. Remember that.
What the heck? Sure. Did I just downloaded that fast? Ain't no boy, ain't no way. Alright. Shoot. So the topic we see here, why, which I'm learning in the last one I just got out of. I want to know why it seems like it's so hard for women to understand that they are different from men. I don't get why they want to be like men or want men to be the same as them so bad. The interest is different. What we value is different. What we want from each other is different. I think I thought it would have been kind of obvious. I don't get how we have to explain the difference between them two. And I don't get, like, the thing is, even with this, this topic not even a woman versus man thing. It's just like kind of trying to get each other to understand that we are different. I think us thinking that we are the same, I think that's the issue. Because that's why the confusion come in. We like two different things. You like what's between them legs and vice versa. So it's never meant to been the same from the beginning. We can say all day, well, I'm emotional. You know how women are, we are emotional. And then when men say that, okay, we're a little bit more, well, it's an emotional man, but they say what they are, stagnant and whatever. So many different things. It's like, I don't get the issue, but it's like when we say the difference or what we're interested in, then that's when the issue comes. Well, we don't do that. Why do y'all do that? Because we different. That's the answer right there. I don't get it. What more we need to explain? I don't understand it. What up, Tiff?
What up, Kev? What you manipulating today?
You.
Look.
Manipulating you. I was waiting for you to come up here so I can manipulate you.
You ain't manipulating shit. Manipulator, instigator. You do be instigating shit too. What
I
up,
guess
though?
so.
So let me see. Why do women have a hard time understanding they are not the same as men? Hmm. Um, I think it's like a society thing. Like certain things that's bestowed upon women or certain burdens that we gotta carry, men are free from them, and certain and vice versa. But I
Mm,
guess it's just like the gender role type of things that we are accustomed to, that certain people try to move away from. We're still gonna be there.
yeah,
Yeah. What you think?
I can feel it. I can feel it. I
Yeah.
guess it's the things that they went through and experienced, though. And I feel like I understand. I feel like it's literally American. It's the American women that really believe we are the same. I think anybody else outside, they don't look at the same. They know that we kind of operate differently. You know, some of them trying to be muscle heads like men, and I
Muscle
mean,
heads. They be competing in them what's it called?
they
The
even want to fight them. Clarissa, what's her name? Clarissa Shields trying to fight.
Oh, she
Boy,
trying to
they,
fight a guy?
yeah, she always trying to fight men.
I
Yeah,
never heard that. That's crazy.
and she want to box him. She want Jake Paul. She want what's the names? She want Ryan Garcia. She really thinks she a man.
Yeah, I don't want to fight no man. I'll be the rich up though. But yeah, why? Well, does she just see Jake Paul as not being skilled or literally a
She
professional?
just really thinks she can. I guess she believes she can beat him. Just like Ronda Rousey was doing. She wanted to fight uh Floyd Mayweather. I guess
What?
that's that ego and pride and stuff. That's how you know that's more of a masculine trait. That competitiveness and ego and pride.
I mean, I'm competitive. I don't consider that as a masculine trait, but I'm.
Yeah, just because you don't consider it because you are.
I mean,
Okay,
but as a
not much change the
woman,
definition. That's like me saying I don't think I'm angry.
but
I don't
wait,
think I'm angry because
but
I'm
wait,
angry.
as a woman, women typically would compete for a man's attention. Is that a masculine trait because they're competing
Yes,
for? No,
competition
how?
always been a masculine trait. Yes,
What?
there's nothing wrong because everybody got both. Like men and women got both. We got masculine and we got feminine traits. It's all right.
What's
It's
your
all right
feminine
to we.
traits? Okay.
Huh?
What's your
You said what?
feminine? What's your feminine trait?
Feminine traits. Surrendering. Surrender. So I surrender
Surrender.
sometimes. That's more of a feminine trait. Um, what is a
Talkative.
huh?
Talkative.
Talkative is action. It's not a trait.
Loquacious.
Yeah, Mickey, you know what time it was. I said, they didn't get me an idea. I said, I gotta talk to some people that's willing to listen, because it's so hard. And I think it irritates me, because especially when it's so much different when I'm on a panel versus, on hosting, because it's like people they get so, they, they get so dang on, it's like I can't mute people, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, they're not letting me finish. All I ask is like, if you ask for something, right, and just because you don't like what I'm saying, that don't mean just like jump in the midst of it, and then they try to do the reverse roles and stuff. You're emotional and stuff. Well, who wouldn't get pissed off if they keep getting talked over? I'm trying to explain it, and y'all keep asking questions while I'm talking. It's
Were
obvious
you
that
yelling?
you don't like what's being said.
Were you yelling in there?
I don't know. I don't know. What do that matter? I don't get it.
Because that's exhibiting emotion,
Yeah,
whereas
of course. Everybody, yes, every man and woman is emotional. Of course, when you passionate, that's an emotion behind that.
passion is
When
an
men lust at
emotion.
the woman, that's an emotion. So every human being has emotion. So yes,
I'm not saying exhibiting emotion is not a human trait. I'm saying in the sake for the sake of communication. Like, were you exhibiting like the inability to control your emotion? That's what I meant.
I don't get what you mean though.
Were you
Control your
not
emotions in
controlling
what
your
type of way?
emotional discipline? Were you not being
Yes,
emotionally
that's what I teach. Well, it's times where if somebody talking over you, I guess if you want to say no, it wasn't no control at that end.
all right then.
Because if you want to speak, right, if somebody's talking over you and you're trying to speak, you're not. You gotta sometimes be a little louder sometimes. It's obvious that they can't hear you. But some people will try to bully you or try to, just, you know, um,
I know what you mean.
I don't know. Right. I'm about to say, yeah. So sometimes, yes. I don't know if you want to call that losing of emotion. I guess it is what it is. I think everybody that speaks, they're gonna have some type of emotion attached to it. So that's just what it is. Especially if people are passionate in what they talk about. I think if you want to say losing emotion, I ain't cuss nobody out, right? Like I could have. I ain't call nobody, out their name like they was. I think what was making them mad was because I was I was saying y'all was crying. That's not calling nobody out their name. That's what was being displayed. And if I do say things like that, there's always a reason behind it. When I said that they were triggered, yes, signs of triggered is like when I'm in the middle of talking, and then you trying to cut me off in the middle of it. That means you don't like what's. The thing is, I done dealt with people on and off this app to know what these different things is, because everybody operate the same exact way. I literally just had a topic about that yesterday of listening to get triggered, listen to respond, and listening to respond, listen to respond, listen to understand, and listen to get triggered. So we just literally talked about that, and the stuff just got displayed yesterday. So just because you don't like what's being said, that don't mean you don't give you the right to jump in the midst of it, because sometimes you might miss what a person is actually, explaining, because you hear the couple words and then you miss the whole conversation, because you heard two things. 'Cause that's why I always tell people, like, let a person finish the whole thing, because you might miss you might actually miss what they get into, because they might not mean what you think they mean, instead of telling somebody what you think they mean.
Yeah,
You
it
know what I'm saying?
deserves the conversation.
Yeah.
Is that a birthmark, the patch of gray in your hair?
Probably so. Probably so. I just never invested in it for real. Might be. Um, but I could tell, like, they just start saying anything up in there. I'm like, bro, I can't do it. And then one thing I don't like doing is explaining myself, and then they come with the same exact question that tell me that they not listening. But these are the same people that be saying, well, communication is key, and I just want the person that listen to me. You got to listen first. It works two ways. I think we got to learn this one thing, and that's with men and women. We got to learn this one thing, that sometimes we got to put our feelings to the side so we can actually hear what the other person is saying. A lot of us can tend. That's why I say focus on, like, emotional regulation, because a lot of times, like, because it can be things we talk about, and I can even admit myself, sometimes I can be talking about something and I miss out on something because I be so in my emotions that I miss the whole thing, and it take me the next day to be like, okay, never mind, that makes sense. I get them now. After I took time. But not many people do that. Some people don't even want to admit that they're wrong, because they so prideful and ego driven. They don't like that feeling. Some people don't like getting humbled. They don't like, because they don't humble themselves. So they just don't like that feeling. When you used to being right and always having it your way. That's what that is. So can't ask a question and then be in the midst of it like, hey, I don't like the way you're saying it, or something like that. Everybody got their way of their delivering things. Nobody's calling nobody out their name or nothing. But whatever. Like I said, I know the parts that probably got them, because I said you're crying. I said y'all crying. That's the problem. Y'all crying about what's not fair, but that's not that
Pat,
wouldn't
you
be the
crying
topic,
right now.
huh? I guess
Yeah,
so.
you crying right
I
now.
guess so. And you sound like you got a tick or something, because you got in the midst of what I was saying. But yeah, if that's what you perceive as trying, I guess I cry every day on this app then. But at least I cry for a good reason, because I'm actually care about people instead of crying for my own doings. That's the difference. Some people come on here crying about their traumas and stuff, like other people really care about that. I'm crying about because they because of them. They the problem. So at least I'm crying for selfless reasons instead of selfish reasons. I rather cry in that way, if that's the case. What's the deal, Antoinette? What's the deal? I ain't say hi to all my peoples though. What's up, Huntress and Mika? Uh, everybody that's in here. What's up, y'all? What's up, Gio? I see you just got up here, man. What's up, and Big Libra? I guess
Who
we can get
that?
this topic going. You said what, Tiff?
Now I'm saying what up to Big Libra.
Well, you know her?
She cool.
Okay. So you got a little extra happy with the hello, hi. I figured that you know her. Yeah. Said you starting early, yes,
I
and
appreciate.
then you
Hey,
got
I
to start
appreciate you
on.
letting me.
For sure.
I
For
appreciate
sure,
you
man.
letting me on.
For sure, my
So, what's
brother.
the
What you
topic of
got on the
discussion
topic? Let's
today,
get this started. Huh?
man? Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Shoot, I see you got a couple things on here. Looks like why do women have a hard time understanding they are not the same as men, and a couple other things. What's going on? My boy's out here trying to start some fires today, huh?
Mm, it look like that way, but it's actually building understanding. But if we perceive it that way, it might be. It could be a fire, I would say, depending on what the
Nah, I
mindset they
mean,
come in here. So, yeah.
yeah, nah. I think that's a real. I think that's a real. I think it's a real assessment. I think some women do have a hard time with not understanding that they're the same as men. But I think that has to do with like a lot of our culture today is kind of making women feel and shaming them
Yeah.
for being housewives and good wives and submissive wives and kind of being a better half to the man, which is kind of a cultural thing. I think in America for sure, but I think it's starting to spread into other countries.
Hmm. That's true, though. I think I start hearing people across this, couple people across seas doing the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. But there is a lot of women too. I mean, like that do understand their role and stuff like that. But I also see a lot of women shaming them for it. And I'm just like, why y'all, why can't y'all just be happy for that person being okay with, what I mean, their position in their life, whether it's in their marriage or financially and stuff like that. So sometimes it could be, like a hard thing for some people. But what do you think?
I would say the same thing, but yeah, I just want to see everybody's perception before I even put mine in for real.
Can I say
Point of
something?
views. Go ahead, big Libra.
So I don't think that women have a hard time understanding that they aren't the same as men. I just feel like in this day and age, women kind of have to be the men as well. So it's not like
Hmm.
that we don't understand that we're not the men, it's that we have to be the men.
Interesting. Okay.
I agree. I agree with
That
that
could play a
too.
part though. Why some of them be like, why do you think that way?
No, I think that's
But
true
they already
too
think that way.
because yeah, I think that's true too because I feel like especially today the most common family unit is no longer a nuclear family at home, whether it's in African American communities or Hispanic communities or white communities. You start to see a lot more downfall in the actual family nuclear unit, and I think it's very important for a mother and a father to be at home. But I
Hmm.
think there's a lot of things that target trying to keep the family unit together. And I think I'm Hispanic, so I know it applies to us as well. But I think that a lot of that comes from that. And I think it's leaving a lot of women like Big Libra that pretty much mentioned that a lot of women are having to step up to the plate and be the mother and the father, or be the woman and the man as well, because of the fact that there's a fatherless nation right now that we're dealing with in every household where there is no fathers in the household, creating discipline and
You know, 9 times out of 10 though,
opportunities.
9 times out of 10, that they the reason why this father is home though. Because every woman that going through the same thing, they keep coming with that same excuse or the same story, and it's like, no, it's not starting to not be believable. There's no way.
That's not always true
Everybody,
either because a lot of times the men will still be in the household and still make women feel like single parents, even though they're in the household.
yeah,
But y'all
but
picked the
still,
men though.
they still chose a man that was like that though. That's why they always take the accountability
Yeah,
on their end. So they must have missed out on
yeah,
some type
yeah.
of sign. So
So
they
it's
always,
so it's a woman's fault if a man's not doing what he needs to do.
yeah.
Yeah, you
Why you
picked them.
sleeping
Yeah,
with a
you
man
picked
that's
Wow.
them.
like that? That's crazy.
Yeah, why?
You
Wow.
open your
Yeah,
legs to a man that ain't doing nothing, and then complain about that man. That make no sense.
yeah. You,
That's on
yeah,
both
you're putting
ends.
yourself.
If the man was complaining about a girl because she only taking the money, that's his fault. You know what I'm saying? So you
Yep.
can't pick somebody and then be like, well, why they get
You,
you picked them? You know what I'm saying?
That's
You
not
gave him
always the
access to your
case. A
body.
lot of times when you meet a man, he doesn't show you his true colors until
Yeah, every
after the
woman
fact,
I
after
don't
you've
know that
already
got tricked
had the
by a man. It's crazy.
child or after you've already been married, and then he changes and expects a whole different
but
person out of
Yeah.
you. Like,
It's the
let's
But
same
y'all,
say
story with
y'all were
every
together,
woman
y'all
out
were
here. Every
dating,
woman out here they get
y'all got
tricked. Yeah.
married, then all of a sudden now he expects you to be like his mother in a relationship. It probably
but
wasn't
y'all
like that
supposed,
when
Yup, they
y'all
picked
first
them.
met.
They open their legs to that. So that's their fault.
yeah. And what happened to women being so intuitive though? How do y'all not trigger your intuitive
The
nature to
intuition
see
on.
that he ain't
Yeah.
shit? That he ain't shit. You know what I mean? Like that's my whole thing. Is like, how did you not see the signs? You know, and you're able to get tricked at,
But
whatever
have y'all
age.
ever talked to a woman at first and then preliminary meeting or stages, this woman portrayed a different personality, and then later on you were able to see her for who she truly was? Has that ever happened to y'all?
That can happen. Then maybe once,
Yeah,
right? But you don't
but
keep coming with the same thing every time.
Yeah, but I'm just asking for the sake of the conversation. So it
Yeah.
has happened to you.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so what?
it would still be my fault from my lack of vetting, right? Me not knowing the different signs, right? So yes, it still will be on me because I jumped into something. Because at the end of the day, when my relationship fails, which a lot of I see women don't do that, and some men don't do it, right? When my stuff fails, I look at myself. I think a lot of from even when I'm learning today, a lot of women just can't eat up that, okay, I played a part. I was even talking to somebody last night about that. They just can't eat up that I had a part. I was weak at vetting. I let this dude do that or whatever. And I think it's better off me saying I got tricked. All of a sudden
I
this
think
person
taking
put
your
a mask on
own
for 4 years. That don't make sense. Nobody put a. That means you got the weakest of the visuals ever. If somebody, oh dang, he done put on his mask for these many years and then came out of nowhere and then somehow like this they famous, right? After they done been with this person for 10 years, oh I was dating a narcissist. If you knew if it was a narcissist at the beginning, why did you let him even get that far? You find out he a
Well,
narcissist when y'all break up. That make no
yeah,
sense,
yeah, but you find out they're a narcissist, then you break up. You
right?
can't say that you will know because people wear masks for a very long time. They have certain patterns and things that they do where you'll never know, men or women, that that's who that person is until a situation arises. Like we could think
I think
about, there's several cases like that where it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. For example, the protest in France stemmed from a lady who was married to a man for many, many years. I think it was maybe over 30 years they were married, and it came to light that he was not who he said he was, after he was caught by the police for upskirting somebody. And it came to light that over the last decade he had been committing violence against his wife unbeknownst to her. Like he would actually do things to her so she'd fall asleep or this or that, and she was losing memory and all of this other things. But they were married for several years and she never knew. There were no
well, Annie,
signs.
let me interject here, Annie. And one of the things I want to kind of bring it back to the fatherless home part is that back then, whenever a woman would be approached by a man trying to date him and whatever, it was kind of almost like a household tradition, especially whenever there was a father there, where you would bring that guy home, and dad was gonna let you know who he really was. But dad was gonna vet him. Dad was gonna put him through the hoops. You know what I mean? Make sure he's a real dude and he's not just some fake floozy dude out here trying to just finesse you and lie to you just to get in your pants, just so he can bounce on to the next girl. And I think that that's where it also, having a father in the home and having, let's say if
That's
you had a
where
daughter,
it also,
I
having a
would
father
want
in the
my daughter
home
to also
and having,
become.
that's
It's
where it
somebody's
also,
echo.
Oh my gosh, this sounds all crazy. It ain't even let me mute him. That's crazy. Let me drop him. I don't
You
know what
dropped him.
happened.
Okay. Yeah. My bad. I don't know what happened. But yeah, and I think that's where like the father being in the household is really, really important because he can vet the daughter's boyfriends, which that'll also be beneficial to the future of just people in general. You know what I mean? And being able to prevent a lot of situations like what Annie is bringing up, where you might not know what he's doing, but I think because women are more emotionally inclined, I think it's very easy to just have conversations with women. And I'm a man, so I know, I was young too, saying this, saying that, just to try to, spit game, talk to a girl, lie to her, tell her I'm this, tell her I'm that, just to go ahead and make her,
pre-approved me to be somebody that she could potentially either, could have sex with or future with. And I think that, it's just to a point now where society has gotten to a point where we don't have anything vetting the females, potential partners, where she takes the biggest risk in having the kid. I don't know if that makes sense.
Hey, let me say this though, and then I'm also while I say this though, then I'm gonna let Tequila, what the? I don't know if I say your name right, but I'm gonna let you go next. I want to say this too, but why y'all do that? Why I'm saying this, I need y'all to go ahead and share it out, share this live out too. Y'all don't have to nobody typing in the box because that's a no rule, I guess, because TikTok be acting weird sometimes. So y'all, if y'all outside the box, go ahead and tap, share it out. If y'all in the box, y'all can put a couple of hashtag FYP just to keep the chat active. I guess when the chat is active, TikTok look at it as, it's a room that you should join in or whatever and make people curious. I don't know. To join the team, if y'all, whatever, you like me or not, I don't care for real. Just throw me on the page, the popular lives page. To join the team is near my name. It's an orange heart up there. You just click that. I wanted to say this too. That because this masking thing, like I know this is only be like for the most part, I hear this mostly from women. They always get tricked in some way. So let me give y'all a vetting tip because, like I said, I'm always a person that if I was the guy tricked one time, and that's why I guess because that's their number one thing is to play victim. If I was to get tricked one time, I'm gonna always, and this is a tip. I'm gonna look at myself of where I went wrong at or what I could have missed out on. Because the fact that you could say that somebody tricked you, that means they can trick you again. They can keep tricking you again, and you might as well just stay single for the rest of your life then. Because a lot of times I think we just can't suck it up and say that, you know what, dang, I just didn't know. I really didn't know, and I need to pay attention to more signs in life. I have to. So one thing I'm gonna give y'all one big tip then here because this one thing. To understand a man if they really want you, then how about how about closing your legs for a good minute till you feel a little bit comfortable, right? Maybe give them a year or something like that, right? Give them some time and to see what their real side is, because a lot of the time they just trying to rush to get between your legs for the most part. So if you can control yourself, because I know some of y'all can't control yourself, so y'all come with this I'm sexually frustrated and all this other stuff. Y'all can get past that stuff. Y'all can, because that's a whole nother thing that blinds your eyes sometimes. And then just because somebody say some sweet stuff to you, that don't mean that they always mean it. You got to pay attention to the actions, because I know a lot of y'all like words of affirmation and all this other stuff. I got some people with that one, didn't I? Know. It ain't always about that all the time, because you got to pay attention to the actions. That's also why the other prompt up there, men that tell women what they want to hear all the time, they the biggest manipulators. That's how y'all get manipulated for the most part anyways, because y'all keep hearing. That's why they give them claps. You start seeing them get gifts on this app and all this stuff or whatever. Like, oh man, you saying so much sweet stuff. It ain't about the sweet stuff all the time. It's just not. You got to pay attention to like the actions and all the other stuff. But like I said, these are vetting tips that seem like that, everybody just always want to rock with the I am being tricked. Like I said, let me get tricked one time. I'm gonna see where I went wrong at. I'm gonna see what I don't pay attention to. Or if I just feel like I'm gonna get tricked all the time, I'm gonna just stay freaking single, because I'm not about to keep getting tricked. But I know a lot of y'all don't want to be single. So let's stop rocking with I got tricked and try to figure out why we got tricked. That's all it is. So let me I can't say. I'm just call you Flower. I'm gonna let you go.
Thank you, Kevin. It's Tawila, and yeah, it's
Tawila, okay.
Flower.
Tawila.
So you're right, either way. But I wanted to say, speaking on my own experience, I can say I wasn't tricked. I was willfully ignorant. Okay, I did not know any better at that point in time, and sometimes as humans, right, we are habitual by nature. So we tend to get ourselves in cycles of the same shit. So when we do that, right, and what I've learned on my journey, because I have 8 children from the same man. So I learned that I had to take accountability for myself and my own choices and the role that I played in my own suffering. Because I can't blame the man if I willfully chose him knowing the things that I knew about him. And at the end of the day, what we allow, we are
also choosing. So when we take account of like everything that you go through in life is for you to go within. The only way out of this shit is to go within yourself, not look outside of you for answers that are within you. And on this journey, it's beautiful because people that we meet, right, are a reflection of how we feel about ourselves. And that also with the people that we choose. And mentally, people may not agree with me, but you meet people who are on the same mental plane as you. So if you are unhealed, you will attract unhealed motherfuckers. Like, this is just what it is. So when you start working on yourself, because this is a journey, a self journey on figuring out who the fuck you are underneath all the conditioning, underneath all the things that we were taught and conditioned to believe. So a lot of these things is a journey of unlearning and relearning and rewiring our brains in a new way. So in order for us to actually heal and start breaking these cycles is to identify and acknowledge. Identification, self-awareness is key. It's one when you don't know, but when you do know and you continue the same shit, that's insanity. Expecting different results, but doing the same shit. And this is the cycle of life that people fall into when they don't want to take accountability for the decisions that they chose to make on their own. I'm not going to blame the devil. The devil gets too much credit for the shit that we choose to do on a daily basis. I'm not going to blame God because I have free will. Amen. I was given a will to choose. So at the end of the day, I have myself to blame for allowing motherfuckers to play on my top like that. And ain't never gonna happen. After that first time, that's it for me. You know what I mean? You always have a choice. It's either when people show you who the fuck they are, do not repaint that picture. Because people are showing you, just be grateful that they're showing you who they truly are so you can move accordingly. And this is what pain teaches us. Pain doesn't leave us until it's done teaching us the lesson that we're supposed to be learning. A lot of people are not learning those lessons. So when I hear people say men ain't shit, women ain't shit, no, the choices in women and men that you choose ain't shit at the end of the day. And that's just to be real. Like, this is from my own experience. Self-accountability, the lack of accountability is one of the biggest things we deal with, not only within ourselves, but in the relationship dynamics that we put ourselves in. So when you elevate your consciousness and you raise your elevation, the elevation of your consciousness, and you heal yourself, you start to attract the people who are on the same wavelength as you. And the thing is, the people that we come across are always reflecting to us, triggering us, because these are opportunities of growth. They're not to punish you. It's just showing you the shit that you need to fix within yourself. So the way you treat people, the things that you choose is a reflection of you, not a reflection of other people. How other people treat you is none of your business. They're just reflecting to you the parts of you that you may or may not see or don't want to acknowledge. And you're going to keep recycling that shit until you change it. In order to change a cycle, right, or break a pattern, you have to identify the root of why you keep making these ancient choices in people that you meet. But it starts with you. And when you start with you, right, self-love is the greatest love there is. Because you cannot, people say, oh, you can love people without loving yourself. No, the self-love, true self-love is loving yourself and seeing everyone you come across as you are. Not who you want to be, as you are. And I land my plane. I feel like I'm just talking too much, but I appreciate I land my plane. And thank you for the opportunity.
I'll let you go for a long time too.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I know you done burnt a couple people up already. They like, no, don't say that A word, man. That's too much. I think that I'm gonna say this me personally. I think because I realize women have a hard time taking accountability, right? Because I was even yesterday. I was really, I think that's the strongest version of a woman though. Because I know they're not used to even doing it because you got the whole world coddling you. Like, hey, nah, you're not big. You're just chunky. Love your curves and all this other stuff. And they not. The world gonna always help assist. They don't want them to feel bad. You're not a single mother. You're strong, black, and independent. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna come with some stuff to make sure you don't feel bad. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's a strong thing. That's very strong for anybody that say that. I know you was making some people sweat just for off of what you was saying. Like, nah, you're supposed to say it ain't my fault and say you got tricked. Everybody love that. That's their favorite word. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, hey, we getting somewhere now. I'm about to do another clap, boy. Let me chill out for a little bit. All right. Oh boy. So hold up. I got to do a break after a break again because it's about almost 20 people here. If y'all have not shared, go ahead and do that thing first. Go ahead and do that first. Go ahead and share that. Hold y'all finger where my side of the box is at. You can touch one of them action figures I got in the background. You know what I'm saying? I really don't care that much about the taps for real because I realize it ain't been enough for me the past couple of days. And I noticed with the taps, when the taps be actually low, it actually joined. I had like almost 1,000 views yesterday. Views, not big thing. So I don't understand TikTok for real. So, but join the team, keep the chat active, maybe throw some fruits or something in there. Who is over there in the midst of me talking? That's crazy. I hear somebody messing up my mind break. And also, if you have not joined the team, it's a little orange heart up there. Go ahead and click that orange heart where my name is at. He'll put me on a popular live, and we're gonna get this going. All right. So let's start off with Let me start off with Star because she got her mic unmuted already, making a lot of noise. Why do women have a hard time understanding they are not the same as men? Star.
Is that towards me? I don't
Start with
have a
that.
problem with it. Hello? Yes, it is. Are you not listening to me? I'm talking. Do you not hear?
All right. Main thing, what you got
Spicy.
for me?
Her
Boy,
mic was lagging.
yeah, I can tell. I can care less about it either way. That's her. It's cool. But what you got for me, main thing? Why do you women have a hard time understanding men and women are the same?
Hey, was that on me, Laugh?
So, she just
Um, I think because women are just really stuck in their own selfish ways. You know what I'm saying? Like we so blinded by what benefits us for the better of life and for what's going to actually be more healthier for us as just a person, to where we don't care for what a man's to understand why we aren't the same. Because in a woman's eyes, it's like some women look at it like they can't understand why we're not the same, because some of them feel like we are because we go through the same experiences. So you're not more of a human than I am. And so that's why I think it's more of a, plus at the same time we competition. They are competitive. Like, so when you have a competitive mindset, of course you're gonna be like, oh, I could do anything that you can. I could sit up here. You say that I can't run fast like you. Trust me, I could get a promotion. So everything is like a competition, to where a person don't care to understand. And then all they care about is understanding is either they gonna win or they not. And they don't care. I don't know. I just think that they don't care to understand that we are not the same. They don't want that understanding because it's all about them. It's like, shit, why do I care to understand why we're not the same when it doesn't benefit me? Like, maybe it's hopefully, because it's like it's in my mind how I'm trying to put this, but it's just like, I don't know. It's hard to understand when you're so stuck on self. That's basically what I'm saying. April, you is new up here, so it's Floyd, and I think Giovanni and Apollo. I think all y'all know. April, you got something you would like to add as well?
Yeah, I ain't been up here in a while, but I ain't know Kev know me. Hey everybody, Kev, you know you on teacup, right? You gonna shut this thing down. But I think that society has, gave women this thought in their mind that they're the same as men. It could be the community, the alphabet community with a lot of this. I was born a man, but now I'm a woman thing. It could have a lot to do with feeling like you the same as a man. It could also be from being withheld our rights in the work field. And now we feel like we can do the same thing men can do in the work field. So that could also make women feel like they the same as men. It's a lot of stuff that women go through that can transition to her to thinking that she is the same as a man. But in all actuality, we really not. We love differently. A man has a pickle, he has an Audi, and a woman has a Hemi. You know what I'm saying? Women carry babies, men put babies in women. So we have similarities, but we not the same. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why we would think that we are the same as men. You know what I'm saying?
I think what happened is that the change of parenting when it used to be a two-family home, and when women started to become majority of black women in the community raising black men, right? The language of how she used to communicate with the black man changed. Because now she's raising a black man. So you have to consider the fact that you have a white man that's running the country. You have a white man that's, of course, the picture of a god. You have a white man that's running the corporations. This same white man has provided subsidies for women to now be single parents at home as long as they put out the black man. You have this image of this person who is considered a provider and a protector. It's all an illusion, but this is the perception. Now the black man that she's raising, even from during the Willie Lynch time, he was demasculized, right? Because they would take out that mandingo and they would basically tar and feather him in front of the black woman to show her that this man here has no longer the power. So you have to think about the mental state that black women are in when the men that they're raising are not the conquerors of the world, even though these same men are great, talented, brilliant, without a doubt, just physically performing in all kind of aspects, scientists, engineers, and all of that. However, they're not rulers. They're not controlling the outcomes of financial means. They're not determining how economies are running. From a black woman's standpoint, when she start raising this black man, now she's going to college. Now she's getting the degrees. Now she's getting in these corporations. Now she's performing. Now she's, in her mind, taking the seat of what's supposed to belong to the black man, because she's now able to achieve all these things because she's not a threat to this white man and his establishment, because she's doing the same thing she did when she was in the slave master's home. She's taking care of his house. She's feeding his children. She's making sure the food is prepared. She's organizing everything. The black woman been doing that in the slave master's house since slavery began. And she's still doing it for his corporations to this day while the black man is still in the field. That's just my
Could I add to
interpretation of
that,
it.
Apollo? I know you had kind of slid in on me. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You were getting a little long-winded on me. I thought
Yeah,
you
I
was
said
gonna
that's why I
pass the
said
rock.
I land my plane.
I
No
thought you
doubt.
was gonna pass the rock back.
That's all
But
good. Go
I
ahead,
agree
girl.
with you to a certain extent
Yeah.
because I feel like the black woman has always been in a money making position. You know what I'm saying? She has
Yes.
always had to like get out there and get it. You know what I mean? So I don't really feel like that's like 100% of the problem. You know what I'm saying? I think it do has something to do with it when you look at the black man kind of like abandoning his post and leaving you to just fend for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Where you in that money making position, but then on the flip side, like you said, you a single parent. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
that kind
So
of weighs on a black woman. But I think it's also like the music. You know what I'm saying? Like the music nowadays, the women is just as raunchy as the men. It's like we not ladylike no more. You know what I'm saying? Like the women talking about toting pum pums. You know what I'm saying? They
right.
pum pum you quicker than a dude will. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
everything going inside our brains is like it's
Yeah.
like a computer chip plugged inside us. We're equal to men. We're just like the dudes. We're
But who is
thugs.
she
We're this.
mimicking though? Who is she mimicking, right? Because to black men used to want it to be like the Italians, right? That's why we used to name each other Luciano, and we carried all those names. We wanted to be like the Southern Italian, the Sicilians and stuff, especially in like New York, right? Every brother wanted to have some Italian name, Italian swag. We basically mimicked their culture from Frank Lucas and all the rest of them that basically was dealing with this, right? And so we created a facade. We created a brand new identity because black men was never perceived as threatening. And what we did was cloned ourselves to the most threatening race in America that was basically scaring everybody because everybody was so busy terrorizing us. And what happens when you are being terrorized by somebody, you become the monster that basically was terrorizing you. And it's the same thing like all the stories of the bully. The bully now, he wants to basically mimic because somebody's bullying him. And so he takes that same characteristics and demonstrates. It's the same thing what the black woman has done. She has basically mimicked an identity where she thought it's a symbol of strength. Yes, carrying a pew pew, walking around like she hard, talking to dudes like dudes would be talking to them, ready to slap, ready to chant, to check a dude, act like she ready to fight, and acting like she can do everything that he can do. You know what I'm saying? Daring men to do something about it, knowing that if we do anything, one of us gonna wind up in the jail cell, which is normally going to be a man. So it's a lot of things that we're doing is mimicking. You know what I'm saying? I hate to use the phrase, but it's true. We mimic things because we think it has power, but instead of mimicking the way of God, which would have been Proverbs 31:10, the noble woman, she's always been running a house. She's always had owned property since the days of Kemet. Black women have owned properties, had run the house, owned land, was great traders. Being new to business is not new at all to the black woman. We've been doing that since ancient days. You see what I'm saying? So that's not her having the commerce and understanding is not new. It's the fact that she's in a Western world and her being able to participate in that paradigm is new. But her having those abilities is old. It's in the Bible. It's in the ancient Qurans. It's in the ancient books where you see her doing all these masterful things. She's always been the the oracle. So those things that you just said was actually correct. It's just the mimicking part that I'm saying that's different. And that's why she's taking on male characteristics because she feel like it's a symbol of strength. I'll land my plane there.
All right. Let me because I don't know what I missed out on. My internet shut off. That's crazy. Let me get. I think Gio and they both already answered earlier. Let me get Annie and Michael and Floyd.
So, I don't think it has anything necessarily to do with women working in fields that men work in.
Wait,
And
first, before you do that, tell me what you think it is instead of what you don't think they did. So tell me what you think it is, though. Like open panel, we're gonna do all that, see who disagree with what or whatever. I just want everybody to get their point of view on what they believe, why women understand, or if they think they don't understand. So I just want to get that out.
so I'm going to say there's not one correct answer to the question. But from my point
True.
perspective, one of the angles is a trauma response to things that men has done or are are technically sometimes society says it's okay for them to do, or expected of them. For example, cheating, right? If a man cheats, they're like, well, men aren't monogamous, right? They're supposed to go out there and hunt, and they need multiple women, and that's just part of who they are. So in response, women are like, well, we can do the same thing too. I can cheat better than you can, because if that's going to be a detriment to me, I'm going to do the same thing back. So it starts the cycle of trauma as a trauma response,
Are they
right?
followers?
Sorry?
You say they followers, basically?
I wouldn't necessarily say followers. It's to learn behaviors because it can happen over generations.
Mm.
I wouldn't say they're following to be like a man, but responding as you do this, I do it too. I could do it better than you can. Right. So in the aspect of those negative attributes, it tends to be a cycle or a response to something that might have happened. Not saying all
Okay.
men cheat or anything like that,
Gotcha.
but it's like, all right, if a guy can run, I'm gonna run too, right? There's nothing physically stopping a woman from being a fast runner or doing things, but there are a lot of negative things in which they try to do, quote unquote, what's the same, even though it's not a good attribute.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna get Floyd in.
Hey, what's going on? Last and learn, Kev. Again,
What's up?
you always have thought-provoking topics, dropping nuggets. A lot of good information here. Apollo, he took us way back. He took us through history times, and I know I'm gonna say, as I always do when you're live, I'm gonna say a couple things that's gonna trigger people, but you appreciate everyone's opinion. There's fantasy and there's reality. Okay, so they're two different mindsets. Reality is what's happening now, what's happened in the past that we can research, and what's going to happen in the future. That's real. Fantasy is what we believe. You know, they say perception is your reality. Okay, people perceive things that have nothing to do with reality.
Mm.
So in politics, in our time, throughout history, there has never been a woman president. In the history of North America, going all the way back to Africa, to Spain, to Egypt, you have a king, you have a queen. The king picks a queen. Queen doesn't pick a king. The
Mm.
king always leads a country. When you talk about ships discovering, way back Columbus, you have captains. There's you got a first mate. There's no woman at the helm. When it comes to Fortune 500 companies, 98% of every one of the companies have a CEO that's a man. When we talk about rights and what has been attributed to men and women have fought for equal rights from the laws that men have laid down through the history of time. Um, when you talk about athletics, just we got Neon Simone, we got we got a few sisters that are very, very talented, but through the history of time, the highest paid athletes in the world have been men. So, in anyone's mind, we can sit down and play a scenario out any way we want about men and women being the same. Okay, that's in your mind. It's not real. We don't live in that world. It's not real. And in my time, in your time, Kev, and in the ladies and the brothers on this panel, I don't know if it'll ever change. We can talk about it, but we just having conversations. At the end of the day, what's it going to change? I mean, you've got some very, very powerful women in very, very high positions. At the end of the day, how much is it changing for the sisters of tomorrow? I mean, this might trigger somebody, but it is what it is. You got the presidential race that just happened. Trump, he pulls in people like Elon Musk. The guy's worth like $700 billion. He's got billionaires and millionaires on his side. 2 days before the end of the campaign, Harrison, she pulls in Beyonce, Leon the Stallion. They do a great show. Okay, she ends up 20 million in debt. And what are we talking about here? We talking about having a good time, influencing Our ethnicity, or are we talking about getting people that have got millions and billions? Look at the mindset. And I'm not saying her mindset is the mindset of all women, but I'm just trying to tell you right now, in this day and age, within the last month, look at the decision that a woman in a really big position who may have or could have won the election, but she lost the election on that night based on that decision. Beyonce talked for 2 minutes and got paid $10 million. Brilliant decision. And it was a woman who made that decision. Trump, he had Elon Musk on his side the whole time. Elon Musk put in $200 million on his campaign, landslide. But that's what I got on that. And then you got men seem to understand when their dating value decreases and women.
Oh, we ain't on there yet. Not yet. We ain't there yet.
Not on that. Okay. Well, that's what I got on that. That's what I got on that left, Kevin.
For sure.
Okay, boss.
Let me get fake the bean, and then we're gonna do open panel though. And please keep on. If y'all outside the box, keep tapping. Don't tap in the box. If y'all in the box, go ahead and share it. And outside the box, go ahead and share this live out. Some more people I see that's in here. Share the live out. If you haven't shared, I'm gonna start calling y'all names too, because I can, TikTok let y'all see if people was active in here. If y'all just in here just trying to run y'all mouth only, I want y'all at least try to support. Get some. You ain't gotta like me or not, but throw it in here. But also join the team. I see that little orange thing. If you ain't got no orange heart near your name, I know y'all ain't join the team. Y'all just ain't got that 1 penny, but y'all be all rich and stuff and talking about how much money y'all got. I can get 1 penny in this thing. You know what I'm saying? And then I heard put some fruits in the chat and all that other stuff that y'all make it, to help the activity and stuff or whatever. I don't know why fruits. I don't know. But go ahead, Fake, and then we're gonna do open panel after you, and then whoever disagree with who and whatever, we see we get somewhere.
On everybody, why do women have a hard time understanding they are not the same as men? I don't think that we have a hard time understanding that, because every time the double standard presents itself, we take advantage of it. I think we just, honestly, I think a lot of us just be saying shit. I don't think that because we understand that men and women are different when we're trying to talk about the fact that we don't want y'all to talk about abortion.
Right.
We tell you that you're different then. So I think we just do it selectively. It just depends on whether or not we feel, whether or not we really feel like hearing what you have to say. When we want to do something and you not when I noticed this for real, when we trying to be in our villain era and men say, oh, y'all shouldn't be, blah, blah, blah. That's when we be like, oh, see, that's when we want to do it. But for the most part, we understand. It's just selective.
Okay, I like that answer. I see. So, all right, open panel. Anybody had agreed or disagreed or wanted to add something before we get to this next prompt?
I agree with Flick. I think that women use it when they want to use it, and it be like, well, I can do that, or you just use it when you want to use it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know that I can't kick your butt. I know that. You know what I'm saying? I know that 9 times out of 10 you're stronger than me. 9 times out of 10 you're probably faster than me. But I'ma say it when I want to say it. Just like a woman try to cripple a man. She say something derogatory to him. Well, you ain't a man, or hit him with the G word or something like that. It's just me trying to come at your ego. That's it.
True.
Some people be sitting up here.
We be understanding.
I'm gonna lie, some women in the inside, they be feeling like they Debo. I'm not even gonna lie. Y'all seen how Debbie said to Debo, and she was like, if I was a man, I would kick your ass myself. Debo had smacked her ass because he like, oh, you got nuts. Where your dick?
I think a lot of women that really go when we say male tendencies. Now, I bet if we ask each woman, what do you consider to be male tendencies or acting like a man, I bet you each woman would have a different definition, because each one of them is going to pull from a different characteristic like they just did. But from what I see from most women that do that, I say, when you see them with a stud woman, and it's kind of funny to me because I look at it like, when you with a stud woman, it's okay that, whatever choice of, sexuality you want to be. I'm not barking on that at all. but I just look at how the stud woman dresses herself and how she is mimicking, right, how the man carries himself, right? And it's always astonishing to me because what I don't see is that they have a six pack. I don't see that they 6 foot tall, and what I don't see is that they making six figures. You know what I'm saying? Yet and still, I see something totally different. I at least see something just like a little male pouch. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, you know, the way they carry themselves is very kind of like shy in the background, not really outspoken, but really kind of like a timid person. And the woman who's playing the fish, well, you know, the female part, she's the most loud one in the two. So it's kind of crazy to me because when I see that and I say, is that what they want their man to be? Is this, you know, kind of like a person that's in their shadow, not a person that's out in front? And that the woman who's playing the fish, she wants to be that voice. She wants to be the center. And I always have that question in my mind whenever I see that to say, maybe that's the woman's opinion of how a man should carry herself. That's just I'll land my plane there, but it's always been a curiosity.
Well, I mean, so I used to be like a STEM for a little bit. I don't really know what I was doing in the larger scope of things, but I was doing that for a little bit. And if I'm being honest, I think that I used to get a lot of pushback because my mannerisms and the way that I carry myself, my voice and stuff like that is very feminine. But I will say that I noticed that the more masculine a woman is when it comes to that situation, I find that a lot of those women are uncomfortable with femininity. And that is why they are clinging to that. I don't think that the feminine women are like that is what they want men to be, because honestly, a lot of femmes are getting dated behind beat and stuff like that. So I don't think that that's how they want men to be. I think that is more. I think that situation is just more superficial. But I think that those women that are masculine are just uncomfortable with femininity, so they're like that. But I wouldn't put that on the whole stud community or the whole femme community to say that this is how they want men to be, because honestly, a lot of masculine presenting women, even myself, sometimes we exude a lot of toxic masculinity. We are homophobic, transphobic, and we pretty much exude some of the same characteristics as men. And my personal opinion on why is I think that the longer you date women, the more misogynistic you will automatically become, because women are women. And you will eventually wake up and be like, damn, these bitches ain't shit. So,
and that's so crazy because, you know, lesbian has the highest divorce rate out of all marriages here. And when I look at the brat, like, you know, when you watch the show The Shy and you saw how they switched the two women that were together, you know what I'm saying, to now the brat took over and she was like that. That's the look that I'm talking about, that I see typical. But I get where you're coming from. But at the same time, it's just what I don't see is the first woman that they had as being her partner, as the common. When I saw the brat and she came on there, I was like, that's the one. That's the one who I always see. So I always thought that, man, maybe that's just how they like, you know, dudes to be.
No,
but thank you for that clarity, though. I appreciate it.
I want to say something to Apollo. I wonder why heterosexual men that like heterosexual women would care what non-heterosexual people like in each other. You know what I'm saying? Because whatever they like in each other, me and you not gonna like in each other. You get what I'm saying? So I would never.
No, it's kind of like a stud though, because she's
what I'm
playing
saying
that part though.
You can't compare yourself as a man that is a man that's not in cosplay to a woman that's in cosplay. You feel me? Because that means that feminine woman likes something generic about a man. And me as a woman that like men, I want a real man that act like a real man.
What you're saying is,
I don't want you to act like a stud.
I kind of get you, but I'm still kind of, you know, because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? As I say, I'm learning on this because I've still been trying to figure it out my whole life.
After you go,
I see it. You see what I'm saying?
That's why I'm trying to bring you some clarity as to not look over there, because they cannot explain nothing about what I want as a heterosexual woman. They cannot complain. They cannot explain that to you because they like something fiction. They like fiction. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So it ain't like if they turn straight, because you have some films that do go back to dudes. But
But
what you saying that's just
why are we thinking about what a person that's not straight wants from you as a man?
well, I think because like some dudes are curious about
Important to know
bisexual
that.
women because bisexual women kind of do bring an extra thing to it because let's look at it. You have if your woman is bisexual, all these men fantasy of having two women sometimes do come into a head to some dudes that do think like that. And they're like, my woman like women, so I'm pretty sure they want a woman that wants another fish, not another stud. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of a double standard because I ain't gonna lie. If my shorty liked it another woman and they both fish, I ain't finna complain. I'm gonna be like on board with it 100. Am I wrong to think that way? Maybe so. Am I misogynistic? Maybe. I'll admit it as a man. But I know I wouldn't turn it down. I'm just gonna be 100.
What I'm saying to you as a heterosexual woman, right? Okay. I
Yeah.
don't understand why you as a heterosexual man that like fish, right? You like fish women, okay?
Feminine.
You should not care. You should not care because that's what he's saying. He blowing me with these with these terms. Okay,
I know shorties that are like that. That's what the terms that they
it's
use is
cool.
as
It's
fish and
cool.
studs, right? So that's
It's
like,
cool. But
okay,
I
well,
want you
they
to
the
understand
feminine.
this. Hear me out, Apollo.
Bet. Go
I
ahead.
don't get why you're concerning yourself. Okay, maybe have you had a woman that has left you for a stud?
No. It's not about them leaving me at all. What I was looking at is the typification of how those studs always look. And
Why
I
are you
see them
trying to
with some
understand
fine.
that?
Well, let me give it to you. Because I'll see them with some nice looking shorties, and it just curiosity to me. I'm like, damn, shorty is nice. It would seem like she would, be with a regular dude because who she with is with somebody that I would be like, well, damn, why are you with a shorty that's looking like a dude? She got the beard, she got the whole thing. The way she's trying to dress, she's trying to look like a dude, but she's not a dude. You know what I'm saying? She's a woman, but she's putting on all of this, like you said, this cause, and yet and still. My thing is how they look. It's not like I see a six pack where I hear a lot of women say, I want a man with a six pack that's 6 foot tall, that's making six figures, versus what I'm seeing them with when they're in that kind of relationship is something totally different than what I normally hear from women saying that they want. So I was just trying to figure out if they're feminine, they're feminine. I didn't
Okay,
know there was
Apollo,
a
let me help
difference
you
in
out.
it.
Let me help you
Bet.
out, Apollo. First of
Yeah,
all,
after
when
this,
women,
because y'all gonna be going back and forth. But go ahead,
Yeah.
and then
Let
I'm
me
gonna
end
let
that.
Faith.
But go ahead, man. I'm
after
just
this,
curious. Go ahead.
okay, most women say, I want a 6 foot man that's making 6 figures and all that. That's like a fantasy. Okay, because 9 times out of 10, they baby daddy or ex-husband, he's not 6 feet and he ain't make 6 figures. You know what I'm saying? That's just a desire that you have. You feel me? It's
Right.
something you might
True.
want. But see, on the flip side, I'm gonna give you some understanding. If this woman is dating a stud that look like a dude and he's not a real dude, it's because she don't want a real dude.
Bet.
Yeah.
Period.
Bet.
Do
I
they hold?
appreciate
I
you,
thought
man.
about that. So, do they get the right to say who the real man is when they date fake men? I don't know. That's something funny though.
I mean, the real dude
You know what I'm saying? For real. I'm out,
They
dog.
be
I'm
the
gonna
main
stop
ones
talking
talk
about
about.
it.
You ain't no real man. That's why. But you dating the son. Whatever. But
Hey, that's some
let me
clown
get
stuff. Go
basic in though. What's up, my brother, man? Then after basic, y'all go back to open panel. Basic, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I just, it's a very simple thing, I believe, that is the answer to like all of the questions we're really asking here. So, like, in my opinion, and no offense to all the ladies, and how I think it's good to see you all tonight. Hope everybody's doing well. And this is something I'm just saying to the fellas to kind of inform you, okay? I believe that most women don't really care very much about facts, data, statistics, logic, reason, rationale, any of that stuff. I don't think they really care much about it. I think that most ladies will say and argue for whatever benefits them the most. And that's why, and so that's why you'll have women who say, I want a man who pays 100% of the bills, but I don't want to give up any authority. Obviously, that doesn't make any sense, and it's not fair to ask somebody to take that level of responsibility for you while simultaneously not giving them the authority to guide the situation, right? But they argue for that.
You rubbing your finger on the mic or something? You moving around?
My bad. That's because that's what benefits them the most. It's the same reason why all women call themselves tens. It doesn't benefit them to say that they aren't. They want to get as much as they possibly can, independent of whether or not it's fair or right or good or just or even based in reality. So the reason that a woman cares the most about a guy being tall and strong is because she can reproduce with him. If she's dating a woman, she doesn't care about that stuff because she isn't looking at the genetics of it. She's not going to have a baby with a 5'5" woman. So it doesn't matter. As long as they're making each other happy and meeting each other's emotional needs, then that's fine. But if she's dealing with a man, he can produce a child, and women want strong, big boys and tall, beautiful women for daughters. So once you understand, and no matter what a woman is saying to you, that she just isn't concerned with whether or not it's fair or logical or reasonable or rational, that she's almost always only arguing to whatever benefits her the most, then you can just figure out what compromise you're willing to submit to as a man and do that. But if you think you're going to win an argument with a woman because you made a better point than her, or because it's what's logical, or because it's fair, then I submit to you, you don't understand women very well.
Facts.
I disagree. Lord, I think that's a childish woman. If me and you have a conversation, I really like basically, you know what I'm saying? He said a lot of good points. I feel like he kind of leaned towards on the women. I mean, he kind of be hard on the women a little bit, but on the flip side, he'd get on the men head too. So I enjoy his conversation. And if me and him is sitting in a debate in these here boxes and he say something to shut me up, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to bow out because I'm not childish. You see what I'm saying? But a childish woman is going to be like, well, I'm about to flip this or I'm about to gaslight you, or I'm about to take another narrative. That's someone that lacks accountability, and I don't think it's a woman thing or a man thing.
Miss April, do you believe that represents the majority of women or the minority of women?
I'm going to lean towards majority because...
You think the majority of women concede when they're wrong?
Oh, no. I think that the majority of women might be combative and want to argue with you and gaslight you.
Okay, so I'm never talking about every woman or all women, because my lady will be rational with me, right? And I'm sure you're a rational gal, and I'm not going to argue that you aren't. I'm only going to say that it is the general experience of men, and it is good general advice for men to understand that your woman isn't trying to figure out what's fair with you or what's logical when you talk to her. She's trying to argue for whatever is going to benefit her the most. Because you have to understand, women are typically arguing from a point of disadvantage. If you're the guy who's got the money, she's arguing from a point of disadvantage. If you're the person who's bigger or stronger, she's arguing from a point of disadvantage. So she's not trying to be fair with you because she doesn't see the situation as fair to start. She's always going to argue to her own advantage. It's just the nature of most women. Very few will be logical, reasonable, rational with you. And if it's going to happen, your odds of getting that from a woman decrease once you enter a romantic relationship with her, It's on a panel, maybe, right? Because, me and you just interact with one another here. But then where these outcomes and decisions affect your life, it's even less the case that you're going to be worried about being fair as much as you care about, getting the most that you can.
Do you believe, let me ask you a question basically. Which one would you, is talking a lot masculine or feminine?
I think it's feminine. I'm a big talker, so that's a kind of feminine trait I have.
So if you say that talking a lot is feminine, then are you really surprised when women just be talking? No. Or would you say that this is her being in her feminine and she's just talking?
No, I think that I'm not surprised when women talk. Women want to talk. It's one of their biggest complaints about guys is men don't engage them enough intellectually. We just want to communicate by grunting and pointing and slapping you on the booty while we walk by. And girls don't like it. They prefer a deep, meaningful conversation, connection, genuine exchange. You know, I tell guys all the time, if you want to be good at relationships, be a good communicator. Women like to talk.
Let me ask on that then, basically, because you and I have had a great discussion before. But I think when we speak about having that intellectual discussion, philosophically speaking, I don't find women to be philosophical, nor do I find them to be very religious quoters, as using that as basically their counter to talk. I think it's more or less about what men are doing and what they're not doing, and so it's kind of unproductive to me in conversation with them because it is about emotional gratitude. Their emotional gratitude is about the haves and the haves not is what I see more in their conversation than I do about me and my brother sitting around talking about great things of history and great things of economy, great things of philosophy, and how we can sit around and have that conversation and we can keep it flowing all day. But how many times have you had that type of conversation with women that really stimulated them to make them say, "Oh, I'm so attracted to it," versus them saying, "Oh, I love the fact that you can talk like that," not that they enjoy talking like that. That's my question to you.
Yeah, no, I think women definitely enjoy talking like that. Like there's a lot of women in our culture that love talking about crystals, birth signs, the moon
Right.
chart, natal charts, and all of that stuff. They got a propensity for that. But the thing about it is showing somebody your intelligence for a woman is different than it is for a man. For women,
Right.
when they show their intelligence, it can be a source. It can be something that they feel makes them a target. And so, believe it or not, for women to share their philosophical thoughts with you, they have to feel safe to ruminate with you, that you're not going to lose respect for them if they say something that's stupid, right? And that you're going to consider what it is that they say, that you're open to their insights, etc. But they sit up and talk to each other about this stuff all day long. What do you think all the palm readings and all of that stuff is? That's their form of
Well, see, I don't
philosophy.
consider that to be. I consider that to be metaphysics. As far
No,
as
no.
that,
It
If
is,
I
not
but
if
it's
I
it's
may
this.
for a quick little second, because it
okay.
sounds as if you guys are saying that women are basically airheads and
I
that
did not say that. I did not. I'm backing off right now. I'm muting my button.
Airheads, they're out of
Not say
control.
that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say airheads. We are
says, "Where
sapiosexual.
did you
That's
do
what
that?"
it's called. Sapiosexual. We like to be mentally stimulated. We like men
Yes.
that we can learn from,
Yes.
men
I
oh,
that can
agree.
teach us something.
I agree.
I agree
It's
with
not
that, but
always about the
basically,
physical or the providing part physically. It's more of, can I learn from you? Can you lead me? Can you, in that manner? Not all women are the same though.
Right. But see what you just
basically just
said?
hit the head on
Okay,
the
go ahead.
basically just gave you the answer, okay? The woman has to feel safe. Just like a man talking about his feelings. You feel me? He want to be safe in a safe position to talk about his feelings. The woman is the same way because it has been for many moons where a woman's intellect was like shunned, where women kind of hid that they were smart. We was more supposed to like laugh at the man and be an ear to the man. We was not supposed to show you that, oh, we're smart too. But see, now times have changed and women are a lot more vocal. We love having first of all, like Tequila to Yulia, like she just said, we are sapiosexual. I am turned on by a smart man. A man that I can sit up and we can go for hours and hours and hours in my Mooney long voice and have deep conversations about the past, the future, what's going on in Israel, what's going on in Palestine, the president from 1919. That stuff arouses me. You get what I'm saying? And I feel like a man
Right.
is going to be aroused by a woman that he can be himself and talk about his feelings and things like that. He's going to feel safe. So I feel safe with a man that I can talk to intellectually, and a man feels safe with a woman that he can talk to about his feelings. Period.
Okay. So
Well,
I don't.
okay, go ahead,
nowadays
brother.
they feel safe by thugs and how much he can snap on a dude and punch him and feel safe that how much he jail time he do and all that stuff. They safety all backers nowadays, boy. So I wish everybody thought like April.
Give me a
I
pair
think
of
smart
Uggs
women
too. I
are
mean, I like the Uggs
And
too, but I also want to hold stimulating
see, see,
conversation.
see, say
But
less. I don't even want to hear no more
you're
after you said that.
no,
I
because
like the thug too.
you're putting that Kev as if that's all we want to feel safe, and that's not
You
true.
shouldn't want a thug
No,
at all. That's the problem. And then wonder why they turn out the way they do.
I'm gonna get me a pair. Are you saying Uggs or a thug?
I said a thug.
He said a
Oh,
thug. He said a
oh.
What
thug.
the hell you
I,
thought I was talking about some
if I
Uggs
could
on that?
have,
What the?
if I could have an intellectual thug,
See?
that if I could have an
See?
intellectual thug, somebody that will smack you across your forehead, but also, have not smack the woman, by the way. But I mean,
You
yeah,
can't
who
Who is he
want
select
to
what he
walk the
gonna
smacking then?
streets
slap.
with a
No, you
Who
can't
is he
make them
smacking?
select it.
who want to walk
I
the
think
streets
that
with a
I think
good
um
dude?
Wait, she
Nobody.
I
said
think that men are emasculated by smart women. Like being smart as a woman is not that beneficial to you
absolutely it
outside of like
is.
your career and what you.
Abs-
I
ab-
mean, you say that for real.
Absolutely is.
Like,
Let me tell you
I'll
something.
No,
tell
that's
y'all. I'll tell
because
y'all. I'll
that
Let
tell
me tell
y'all
you
a
look,
real
something.
as
story that happened
women,
hold
to
up,
me.
y'all.
For
Let
silence
her
real.
is
let her
our
let her
power
finish
as
up real
women,
quick.
though.
Hold up, y'all.
Hold on.
Hold
Can
up.
I finish what I'm saying?
Yes, yes,
Just let
yes,
her
yes,
finish
yes.
up before
My
y'all jump
apologies.
in.
Yeah. So like this is the thing. This is a real thing that happened to me. So I was talking to this dude that I was dating, and he was telling me that I needed to quit. At the time, I was working for a nonprofit because I was trying to get I was trying to get my foot in the door in politics. I was trying to get published and I was trying to work out this deal that I was trying to get from PBS. And my only way to do that was to work for them. But I was not making a lot of money, right? That was the issue. So this man told me to quit my job and stop trying to prove a point to the white man, quit my job and just like be. But I was like, but are you telling me to quit my job because you don't know or what I'm trying to work towards, or like what is this like? Like I can't. I pretty much told him, I was like, I can't tell if you are ill informed or you are being misogynistic and you're trying to disrespect me by telling me that I'm trying to prove a point to the white man. And he was like, what do you mean? Like I'm ill informed? I said, well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I've known you since middle school, and I've never seen you read a book. And he was like, I read all the time. I said, well, where the books at? Where you reading all the time? Where are the books?
Right.
This man looked for one, y'all. We in his house. This man looked for one book for 10 minutes. And so he couldn't find the book. So I was like, baby, just sit down. Like, just sit down. Don't worry about it. Reading is not even, you know what I'm saying? And then when he was talking to me, he was telling me how that hurt his feelings and I emasculated him. But the problem is that I should have told a joke to separate it and lighten the mood, because he went straight into that and I busted out laughing, and that was the crux of our issue. But I just didn't have enough time to sit with what happened. But the reason that I'm telling y'all that is because men say that, oh, they like women that are smart. They like women that are smart until you are smarter than them.
No, no. You
And
know what?
that is where I
Can I
think some of the
respond
issue
now?
comes in.
Kev, can I?
I got one thing to say to that, then I'll let you have it, motivation, just real quick. My favorite woman out of all the time, as far as the personnel, was always Claire Huxtable. I always said I wanted a Claire Huxtable. She was a lawyer, she was a mother, she was a wife, she was power.
She was feminine.
She was feminine. She had every damn characteristic that to me embodied a queen, a woman, and all of that. And she didn't take no mess from Cliff. She wasn't somebody you could walk over. Man, she without a doubt, she'll check you in a heartbeat. But that woman allured sexuality. I mean, just sex appeal, just a feminine energy that was just so beautiful to me. And that had her, there was nothing masculine about her to me. So I love the fact that she was smart, and she was smarter than Cliff. She was the smartest one in the whole damn house to me, but she didn't threaten him with her intelligence.
And
That's
that's
what
what
I love the most. But go
and
ahead,
I
Go
want
ahead,
Fred.
to and I
motivation.
want to
So
And
piggyback
what
on
so
that
I'm
as
so
saying
well.
is
so
Go
that
ahead,
I
so
want to
motivation. I know y'all heard that
know.
motivation was next, and y'all still just gonna go anyway. Y'all
so
gotta pay
so so
attention.
this is the thing. So you really gotta be specific, because you just said a blanket statement that all men are intimidated by intelligent women or a woman that might have a higher level of intellect than them. That's not accurate. If you're speaking about a man with mental maturity and emotional maturity, he has no problem with his woman being educated, smart. He has no problem with that whatsoever. In fact, he appreciates her level of intelligence, because if she's helping me build an empire,
Right.
she's going to apply her intelligence. I'm gonna apply my intelligence, and together we're gonna build a magnificent empire that will last generations beyond when we're no longer breathing air. So
Amen.
that's the purpose of that. So
All right,
we gotta
so
understand. But hold on. But when you're speaking of, again, this chooses to men and women. You got to choose the people we want to be with and the people we create families with very carefully, because this is now the issues we got to deal with afterwards. There's always cause and effect. We always want to jump into something because, ooh, she's attractive. The outer appearance, physically, she's a dime, but internally, she's a sour apple. On the outside, he looks good. The drip is right. But on the inside, there's nothing good about him. But you gotta, now when you unpack that later on, you gotta deal with that. Now you have a child with this person, or children with this person. So a lot of times we're coming from a place of, because of bad experiences we have had, and then we project that on the general group as a whole. And that's not the case. So that's what's really happening here.
I
Okay,
want
well,
to
I
piggyback on
never
this. I
said
want to
all, but let
piggyback
me
on
ask
this
you a question
subject.
real quick, motivational. If you had to give me a guesstimate, what percentage of men would you say are emotionally intelligent? After now that we have a 70% single mother
None.
rate, what percentage of men would you
Not
say
enough.
is emotionally intelligent?
You gotta say people.
Okay,
It's not that
so
many people.
if it,
That's
all right,
what I'm
so
saying, Kim. But
Hold on.
to his point.
Hold on. Before you move on, from
Well,
that,
hold on. Can I get the answer to my question first?
yeah, I
I
think
haven't.
let's say 50 to 60%.
You would say 50 to 60% are
Yeah,
emotionally. I didn't ask you to answer the question. I actually asked
no
motivational.
problem. Yep,
But
that's no problem.
what is your
I
answer,
disagree.
motivational?
I don't think 50 to 60%. I think because me, and I'm saying this because I am a motivational speaker, teacher, and a personal development coach. I don't think a lot of people, men or women, really work on personal development. I'll be honest with you.
Right, I agree with that. But can I
I'll
just
be
get the
being,
answer
if I'm
to my
talking women
question?
and men, it's a very low percentage. Why? Because the majority of people do not work on personal development. Bean, this is the problem. More, you will dedicate more time to your job, than you will develop working on yourself and working on personal development and becoming a better person and working on better effective communication and learning how to communicate more effectively. So when you speak to someone, you're talking with them and you're not talking at them. When you talk to someone, you're talking to them and you're listening and you're not listening to respond. A lot of people don't even realize they're doing it. When they're talking to people, they have no idea that they're listening to respond instead of just listening to listen to what someone is saying. So and we're not even doing the self-analyzation. We're not looking in the mirror and saying, where can I improve? Like y'all said before, too many men and women are showing up. Oh, I'm all that. I'm good. Oh, shoot, man. I'm 110%. Oh, that's fantastic. No. There's always work you can do on yourself. No matter how well you're doing, there's always work you can do on yourself to become better. And when we have that attitude and we stop being driven by ego and we stop being driven by this need to feel perfect, because first of all, it's unrealistic. There's only improvement. There's never perfection. So when we understand that, that's when we're dealing with person to person, like me, like I'm dealing with you right now, Bean. That's where we can get somewhere. When we take ego out of it, and it's just me respecting you and you respecting me, and us having a respectful conversation. And hold on, at the end of that conversation, if we agree to disagree, we can still be respectful and loving to one another, and not be hateful and disrespectful and childish and immature. I land my plane.
Now,
I like
motivational,
what that
I
brother
do
just said.
understand that and I respect that. And honestly, I don't really have pushback for what you're saying. But if
Yeah.
we all just sat here and said that most people don't have emotional intelligence, and
I
then I
agree.
said that women, like women, if you are smarter than them, it is going to be a challenge. You are going to constantly emasculate them, and that's hard. If we all know that people lack emotional intelligence, and you just said that a man is going to be challenged by a woman's intellect if he does not have emotional intelligence, the thing that a lot of people lack, then it is just kind of what it is. Now, I'm not
So
saying that
being
people shouldn't
strategy,
work on themselves. I agree with you.
strategy.
People should
So
work on
I got
themselves,
two questions
but
for you,
some
Vinny.
things are
Well,
just
well,
I,
some, well,
as
well,
they
I
let me
are.
let
got
me
two
let me let
questions
me
for
get
you,
let me
Miss
get in
Vinny.
here.
May
I've got two questions for you, Miss Bean. The first question is, do you think women in general typically look for men that are lesser than them, that are stupider than them, that are less hardworking than them? Do you think women in general look for men who are lesser than them?
No.
Okay. All
I
right.
think that there's a sect of women who are manipulative and do,
Okay.
but I think for the majority of women, no, I don't think that.
All right. Do you think that women who do date men that they're smarter than, do you think those women struggle with respecting those men?
I would say
I
yes.
think that on a surface level, the answer is just yes. But I think a lot of women don't respect that people like I hear a lot of women who work in corporate America put down the blue collar man. But I thought you wanted a man with money. Blue collar men make the most money. So I think that a lot of women, yes, don't
Okay.
respect that because they don't respect that people can be successful and not operate the way that we operate.
All right. So
I
the,
want to
the
I want to
Can I
point,
ask.
say something?
well, I
Can I
asked
say
those two
something?
questions to make a point.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me make the point and then I'll hand it right to you, brother. So I don't think it's that men are intimidated by women who are smarter than them. I think that women don't like men who aren't smarter than them. And if they are in a relationship with one, they don't treat them with respect. And then any response a man gives to that lack of respect is he's intimidated by my intelligence. But really, a lot of times it's just that women who are smart have a difficult time dealing with men who are smarter because of their ego. They don't want to sit down, they don't want to listen, they don't want to follow his leads because they've got their own good ideas. And so, even though they desire a stronger man, a smarter man, because that's the natural inclination of a woman, it's harder for them to push that ego down. And so, they end up dealing with men who aren't as smart. They're pissed off at those guys because they don't respect them. And then, when they manifest that disrespect, they act like the reason men don't want to deal with them is because they're so smart, when really it's just they have a problem getting along with men because they can't sit in their place.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do real quick because I don't want to do no more questions though, because y'all gonna make it longer because a few people just trying to talk. So I'm gonna get Gio in then because I know they've been asking. He been trying to squeeze in, and I can't say your name. I gotta get used to your name.
It's
But
Tawila. Just
Tawila.
Tawila.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute though.
It's okay.
So I'm gonna get you in after that. Please try not to do a question because that's gonna make it longer than it is. And then I wanted to say something. Actually, I want to say something real quick before Gio go. I would say that my point of view and the reason why I believe that majority of humans are not emotionally intelligent because we can't, just because we may be or a lot of us may be working, a lot of us just working on it and understanding what it is. I think I'm 100% sure that most humans are more expressive than anything. I don't think no everybody have to like really work on themselves to even be emotionally some type of form of emotional intelligence. And just because you stoic or something, that don't mean that you emotionally intelligent either. So we talk, and that's why I say it's billions of people on this earth. We can't just use a couple people in this world and be like, well, it's a lot of people are emotionally. No, if that was the case, it wouldn't be that many wars out here. It wouldn't be that many. It wouldn't be that many men wouldn't be arguing with women. I mean, so many different things that's going on. If that many people were that so-called emotional intelligent. But overall, yeah, okay. But
Oh
overall,
man, I
yeah,
wanted to
that's
respond
just
to
my
that,
point
though.
of
Can
view
I
on
put
that
on?
though, because yeah.
I mean, because I had a response on that one, but
No,
I know you gonna
Apollo,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, I was about to say, yeah, we're gonna wait to the open because there's a couple people that's trying to get in though, because everybody got a
I know,
response.
man.
So
I'll
I say
come
that's
back to
something
you
that got
anyway. It's
somewhere.
all good.
Yeah, for
It's
sure. We
all
go we
good.
gonna get there in a minute though. So I'm
No
gonna just
doubt.
get Geo in, then I'm gonna get you last, Apollo, and then we can start the open panel after that because I know that all three of y'all been trying to talk. I think was you
No
trying to say
doubt.
Yeah.
something, Antoinette?
I
No,
was, but
April it. April it.
I can what's it called, Mr. Basically I can concede.
Oh, okay. So go ahead, Geo.
Yeah. So I was just going to piggyback on what basically was saying. I totally agree. I think that there's several situations where, if a woman naturally is going to be inclined to date somebody that's a little bit more above them on every aspect in life. I mean, which is logical because women are the biggest risk carriers of what happens between two people, which is they carry the baby. So they got to make sure that the guy that they're actually conceiving a baby for is strong enough to protect them, as financially capable of being able to provide for them during the maternity time frame of the 9 months, and sometimes even a little after. But even going back to what you guys were initially talking about, where a lot of people feel like they're intimidated by a woman's intelligence, and I would say that in some cases, I've also seen that some women will become smart just to undermine certain men of power, because our culture today tells women you are independent, you're stronger than a man, you can be a man. And I think that in some ways it tells women that they need to be at the very top of everything. And whenever they're competing in this natural world of business and just economy and money, I think that they find themselves having to compete with these guys. And in some cases, you can't outshine the master, especially whenever you're in a position of working within the same organization. And I think that some situations like that, they pretty much create this animosity within the workplace because of these the latter, pretty much. And I've also seen certain circumstances within even my own friends where they can't be emotionally open up to their wives or their girlfriends, because as soon as they do, they might be calling him and trying to support him at the time, but as soon as she gets mad at him, what's the first thing that she does? She'll throw that back in his face and belittle him and emasculate him with it. And it becomes one of those things where it just creates so much animosity. And I don't think it's necessarily because he's intimidated, but more of just constantly trying to knock the man off of the king seat. I always say, so I'm gonna land the plane right there.
All right, then, Flower, what?
It's okay. You're good. You're good. In my own experience, when it comes to relationships, right? The relationships that we build, the bonds that we create with other people, is a direct reflection of the relationship that we have with ourselves. So at the end of the day, like I heard this quote, it says, a nation cannot rise any higher than its women. And when you look at a woman and at a woman's position throughout the whole world, we were told that we were created to be submissive to the man, to do this and that. That's understandable when it comes to religion and the shit that they pushed. But as individuals, on an individual level, right, we have to take the responsibility in our own hands to do the work that it takes for us to have better experiences. And I'm not saying to, I'm not trying to downplay the things that people go through, but with self-awareness, you stop blaming everything else outside of yourself, and you start to take accountability for the things that we are doing to ourselves, because our choices put us in these predicaments, in these situations. And a lot of times we want to say that they're obstacles, but me personally, the way I look at it, they're opportunities for growth and development, because that's what this life is, to learn from the mistakes in order for us to be able to make better choices, more informed choices. And that a lot of times, this is what, like when it comes to emotional intelligence, it's not like some automatic thing. It's something that we have to hone. It's something that we have to constantly learn about. And that comes with a lot of letting go of all the conditions that we've been taught. Because from birth, you are conditioned. From the age 1 through 7, you are conditioned. That is programming. This is why they have programs. We are like computers. So whatever it is that is poured into us, whether it's from us or projected from others, we have to choose and learn how to differentiate the difference between what's for us and what's not. And a lot of times, because of our own willful ignorance, right, and not knowing any better, we choose the latter. We don't progress because our minds, if the universe is mental, right, then the garden within your mind has to be whatever you water it with, that's what's going to grow. Where your attention goes, that's where your energy flows. So in you being a creator and creating your own reality, because you have this power, This is the God within you, the free will to choose the path that you take. There are two wolves. Whichever one you feed, that is the one that you are going to amplify. So when you want different, you have to make different decisions and you have to be informed. And that's where self-awareness comes in. And a lot of people lack accountability, self-awareness, or they're just comfortable in their own dysfunction to where it doesn't matter to them because they're comfortable. And it's outside of our comfort zones that help us, that allow us, right? And it's going to keep repeating until we learn that. And this is why people are like, man, I keep going through the same experiences. Yes, it's because we have to choose otherwise. We have to make a different choice to actually experience something different. So everything starts with self. Without knowledge of self, we are lost. How can you find you when you don't even know who the fuck you are? How can you make sound decisions when you don't even know what to think? Or what to feel, or people who want control over others are out of control because they have no self control. So they objectify people, places, things, whatever it may be that they choose becomes objectified because they have no control over the choices that they have to make to better themselves. So at the end of the day, no matter what people do, say, whatever it may be, the choice always falls in your lap. You have to take accountability for all the decisions that you make knowingly and unknowingly. And that's where change begins. That's where we start changing the dynamic of our relationships, our friendships, all of that. Because in order for you to be emotionally intelligent, you will not tolerate bullshit. You will have strong boundaries. You will not tolerate anything that is less than what you deserve. And that's what self-worth is. Emotionally intelligent, is knowing your self-worth and not allowing yourself to make the same decisions that put you in the situations that you drag your own ass out of. And being smart about the choices that you make to progress and further grow and develop yourself. And I land my plane. I apologize.
And good. You let it. That's that. Next time they gonna make sure they squeeze you in early. Then they wouldn't say no. But yeah, you was preaching for sure. So Apollo, you next, and then we gonna go back to open panel. But I want to say this though, because that's what I'll be saying. Before I be saying things. Sometimes I just be, that was a good question. So I would have just looked it up myself. I just want to see if majority of people, which just didn't sound right, is emotionally intelligent. So first thing I say, are a lot of people? They say no, right? And say no, it say according to research, not a large majority of people are considered highly emotionally intelligent. Studies suggest that only a smaller percentage of individual possesses a high level of emotional intelligence, with many people needing to actively develop these skills. So, because it's a skill, right? So the fact is, and it kind of tied to even what Flower was saying. I'm calling Flower. That it always going to start with self. Not that many people is looking in the mirror. We already know a lot of people already run away from accountability themselves. So you think they're gonna take the time to be trying to, everybody's so selfish. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people is not about to sit there and be like, let me take the time to see if I can understand why I think the way I think and feel the way I feel and all this stuff, and also try to be able to understand others at the same time or whatever. A lot of people, they may show empathy, right? That's just one part of the 5 parts of the emotional intelligence. They might show empathy, or they, what's another? A lot of people, awareness is the number one thing. A lot of people are not aware. If you're not aware of why you is feeling the way you feel and all that stuff, that's already almost a squash out of that. That's a wrap on that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people not even awareness is like almost the cure to a lot of these things anyways. That's even when you got to change things within yourself. You got to be aware of what you're doing first. Even when we have these awareness topics, right? People just they get so triggered first before anything because they not trying to be, they don't want to be aware. That's the thing. They rather just keep living in this, well, I feel this way and I don't care. It's not fair. It's not fair. That's everybody's famous word nowadays. It's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, those choices wasn't fair and you going to get your unfair things, whatever that's done to you, your consequence is going to be that. So it is what it is. You wasn't saying that when you try to try it differently. I mean, when you tried to do the same thing and thought you was gonna do it differently or something like that. Mama, daddy, people in life that taught, even TV done taught you, but you still want to do it yourself. So you unfair it yourself. Don't try to put that on everybody else. So That's that's just fun. But would you like you about to say
Yeah,
something?
yeah. I think that the key aspect
wait,
of emotional intelligence is
wait,
awareness.
hold on.
And if you don't have an awareness of yourself, if you don't have an awareness of your emotions, if you don't have an awareness of what's going on around you with other people, then you're not emotionally intelligent. So if you're easily triggered, you're not
Can I get in
emotionally
there?
intelligent. If
Right.
you're highly reactive, you're not emotionally intelligent. If you're losing your temper all the time because people say things that upset you, you're not emotionally intelligent. If you're somebody that isn't keeping up with what other people say, you're not emotionally intelligent. You're a bad communicator. If you're not self-motivated, you're not emotionally
Yep.
intelligent. So when there's a lot of stuff. It's just, in my opinion, I think that we throw that word around or that phrase around a lot. It refers to a body of information that's composed of 5 different key elements that make up emotional intelligence. And most people don't really have an understanding of what those 5 things are, but they use it because it's a buzzword. And oftentimes it's the ladies that are talking about emotional intelligence. And meanwhile, they're easily triggered. They're outside of the reality of themselves. They're all tens, right? And in addition to that, they're highly reactive, emotionally volatile. And talking about emotional intelligence, is it the general experience of the fellas here that the women that you've dealt with across the span of your life and even on this app come off as emotionally intelligent? Are they not easily triggered? Is that not the general experience that the men are having? But then you talk to any of the ladies and they'll tell you that the guys have no emotional intelligence. Maybe neither of us do, but I definitely believe the person who is over talking, constantly interrupting, can't keep up with the conversation, easily insulted, and quick to fall into their emotions would be the person with the less emotional intelligence. And to be honest, with all due respect, ladies, I see that behavior much more out of women than I do out of men. Not that I'm saying that any of you ladies are like that. This seems to be a really great conversation, so I'm not putting that on you ladies. But I'm just saying I think that this is a the general experience of most men.
All right, go ahead, Apollo, and then you next. On that.
Well, I mean, everybody is so brilliant. I mean, it's kind of like hard. Y'all done said a lot of brilliant stuff, right? And so, I would like to compliment that to Wheeler about the fact that I can hear she's studied a lot of Hermetic philosophy. She studied a lot of philosophies, even with the 2 wolves, and one of them is, of course, understanding how you react. Whatever you feed is the outcome of your life, and understanding philosophy, it teaches you a lot about these emotions. But just to get to the point, understanding emotions, understanding when you are jealous, envious, gluttonous, and when you are going through temperaments and all of these things is the intelligence of being aware that you're in that mind state is the point of why they call it emotional intelligence, because some people know how to use it, like an actor. An actor uses emotional intelligence all the time because they are basically using the intelligence of that energy to gravitate you into the script of what they're in, right? And so a lot of people, what we call manipulators, do the same thing. They use those emotional things to basically will people into certain mind frenzy. And some people call it teasing. Some people call it ego busting or ball breaking, however many ways you want. But a lot of us do use emotions very intelligently. But the part about controlling it is also another ascension, because logic is a controlled emotion, meaning that you're not going to let somebody put you into a different mind state. And that's for people that understands the breath. They understand how to control the anxieties and all the different fears that somebody's trying to put them in, and somebody's trying to belittle them, and they're not allowing that energy to come into their circle so that they're affected by it. So there's a lot of people who have achieved it that's in a very low level as well as a very high level. Now, is it being really categorized? Is somebody really paying attention to that number of people that's really doing it? I honestly can say no. I mean, because who's really going around doing a statistic on like how are you feeling right now? Are you emotionally intelligent or not right now? Like, who is really doing some real scores on that and really dialing in on how people are using their emotions? Because people do use it every day. We use it to manipulate any situation, and some people will make you feel sad. They call victimization. Some people, of course, are narcissistic. Some people are very they try to do fear mongering, and it's so many people that are use these energies and to basically to control the environment. So I would say a lot of us are very intelligent about the emotions. Just a lot of us are out of control with it as well. And so it sits on the fence of the who's who with it and who's not. And to say that a lot of people aren't aware, I would say that we are very aware. We're just not very responsible about how we're using it. And I think we use it recklessly for our own benefit so that way we can gain something out of it. But I think a lot of people are very intelligent about their emotions, especially when it comes to manipulating other people. But that's my perspective. And I respected everybody else because everything else I've heard is very brilliant. So I release it from that point.
Oh, go ahead, Antoinette.
I just wanted to respond to basically when he was talking about, his experience with women lacking emotional intelligence, basically because they are, for shorter terms, crash outs. But what about the other side of that, where the nonchalant and the condescending and the belittling and the degrading? Like, where does that fit into the realm of not having emotional intelligence? Because I've seen that quite a few times. I'm pretty new to TikTok and the lives and the conversations and especially the topics. But what do you say to those men who are nonchalant and very condescending and very degrading when they're even speaking to someone, or when they're when they're having a conversation with someone and it's not really going the way that they want it to go, and then the insults start to fly out, or oh, well, this is why you're that, and that's why you're this, and this, that, and the other. And it's like, okay, well, we can't just simply have dialogue, because like I have to be a quote unquote single bitter baby mama because I have a different opinion than what you have to offer?
That's to you, basically.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with somebody disagreeing with me. I think that oftentimes when we have these conversations, and I'm sure most of you guys have experienced it, you'll have ladies say stuff to you like, "Oh, well, you obviously don't have a woman," or "That's why you're single," or "You're gay." That's one of my favorite ones, right? And it'll be like to a honest dialogue that you're having back and forth, but if you disagree too much, or the things you say aren't complimentary, if they're critical, even if you're trying to be kind in your criticism, right, then it doesn't matter. You're bashing. I think most ladies have a very difficult time separating bashing from fair criticism and bashing from disagreement. And then oftentimes, especially if you're a guy that's well spoken, they see it as condescension. Oh, you're being condescending because you think you're right about what you're saying, and you aren't being humble enough while you're making your points. I need you to prostrate more. I need you to show more of your belly while you make your points, because if you don't, then that means you're condescending and you're narcissistic. And I just don't agree with that at all. And this is one of the things I'm going to say. A lot of the ladies, they talk about sapiosexual and want a guy that's intelligent. The truth of the matter is, a lot of the ladies, you see how they deal with men who are well spoken and intelligent on these panels. Most of them don't have the capacity to deal with a man that is intelligent, or a man who is intelligent that doesn't agree with them. So if you're a guy and you are intelligent and well spoken and you don't agree, then you are condescending and you are also a narcissist. And keep in mind, narcissism is like a form of sociopathy. It's like 1% of the population is a narcissist. Like everybody has narcissism. Yeah, 1 to 5%, baby. Yeah, like most people are not narcissists. Everybody's got narcissistic tendencies. Selfishness is a narcissistic tendency. It doesn't make you a narcissist to have narcissistic tendencies. Not to say that I'm selfish or anything like that, but you get a lot of ladies that are doing armchair psychological assessments of people they're arguing with instead of speaking back to the points. And then if you're a guy who doesn't agree and you're smart or you're at least well-spoken, then you're a narcissist and you're condescending. And I just don't think that's the case. I think a lot of ladies aren't used to dealing with the type of men they talk about that they like to deal with. And when they actually are in the presence of those types of men, they can't do anything but argue with them, because the women themselves are very intelligent, but they don't know how to be in the presence of somebody that doesn't agree with them. Right? That's what it is. I've got a daughter. My daughter is lovely, absolutely lovely. Love my daughter. Right? She knows how to be in the presence of a man that is dominant, not yielding or any of those things, even though I'm very respectful to her. I'm very considerate of her. I'm very protective of her. I'm very supportive of her. And she gets to be as big of a little girl as she wants to be. But she knows when to yield. She knows a lot of our ladies haven't been in that relationship. And it's let me know that a lot of our women haven't spent enough time as daughters. They didn't grow up watching their mothers be treated as wives. And by virtue of that, they have absolutely no clue how to get along with the type of men that they actually desire. And that's why a lot of them, they're like, oh no, the guy's a narcissist. He's condescending, blah, blah, blah. I just don't agree with that take. I think that you can be disagreed with. Somebody can disagree with you respectfully. They don't have to kiss your ass to do it. They just have to be kind and not try to disrespect you overtly. And that doesn't make them a narcissist, and it doesn't make them condescending. That's my opinion on it.
So you don't think that men who disagree with women, or men who come across women who disagree with their opinions, you don't think that they hit back with insults and degrading comments?
No, I think that women are easily offended by guys that don't agree with them and can't tell the difference between criticism and bashing.
I was just about to say that too, and they feel that way, right?
Yeah, they feel that way, and then a woman goes on attack, and then she starts doing passive aggressive stuff because she thinks she's returning fire, when really she's setting the fire herself. And the truth of the matter is on these panels, I take you at the strength of your intellect, right? Because you're a woman, I don't think that you're less smart than me. I've dealt with women that are smarter than me. I've talked to girls that are smarter than me. The woman I'm with now speaks 3 languages, right? So I'm not intimidated by intelligence at all. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. And I can disagree all day long. You guys have seen me on these panels. I love to debate. It doesn't offend me that somebody has a different opinion than me. And I'm never the first person to go towards insults either. And I typically don't return fire if you do insult me. Most of the time I respond with patience. I'll invite you to a higher level of conversation. If you're not capable of doing that, I excuse myself from the conversation, because I'm not going to lower myself to go back and forth with somebody who just isn't mentally capable of going back and forth with me. So to me, no, I don't think that that's what's happening. I think a lot of times women, this is something that's going to sound nasty, but this is something I teach the guys because I believe it's right and true, even though I know you ladies aren't going to agree. If for most women, most of the time, not all women, not every woman, if it sounds good, if it feels good to hear, then it is good, so it is right. And if it sounds bad or it feels bad to hear, then it is bad, so it is wrong. And that's why you have guys like Derek Jackson and all of these, the Yada Imperials or whatever the hell his name is, that can manipulate women, because a lot of women have the emotional response to what it is that they're hearing, and they file things in the right category because it felt good to hear. And I think that when something feels bad, even if it's right, a lot of times the ladies get offended and they push back against it without really logically testing whether or not what they're hearing is right and true. That's my opinion.
That is true. That's why that third prompt like that, I said that's.
I want to say something.
Intel with one area, because you'll see. Hold on real quick, I got you. I was about to say, you'll see that when, like, if they say something, them be the most gifted ones. That's when they can get on the, ooh, that man, that's a real man right there. He just said everything I want to hear and all that stuff. And they fall for it every time. And then be wondering why they get tricked and manipulated and all that stuff, because you go keep falling for the sweet stuff that you think that they saying. Ooh, man, they talking about men finally. Yes, don't talk about me. Talk about these men. I love it. They get the hand claps and all this other stuff or whatever, because anything that take them out the hot seat, they love it because it sounds real good. You know what I'm saying? That's why they keep falling for every little thing.
Yeah, if you come over to my channel at all when I do lives, all I do is mentorship and coaching for men. And the majority of that, ladies, is correcting men and holding them accountable and getting them to accept standards that will make them good husbands and fathers. All I do is hold them accountable. That is it. That is all I do. But when we enter these panels, I'm not gonna dance or anything like that. If you ask me a straight question, I'm gonna give you a straight answer. And a lot of ladies, for them, I don't think they're used to dealing with men that can articulate themselves because they hide from those types of guys. They call them narcissists, condescending, and they duck away from them because they aren't used to somebody who can intelligently disagree with them. They choose guys that they can out argue because it's easier for them. They're used to dealing with brothers and cousins. And so they pick boyfriends where they have a similar relationship dynamic. They're not used to dealing with fathers and men that can tell them no and to sit down and be quiet. So when they're dealing with a guy that's in his masculine, that seems like narcissism, condescension, and somebody trying to oppress and control you. And that's just not me. And I'm going to tell you something. For you, ma'am, my interaction with you so far, even though you kind of said these things, like I'm experiencing you as an intelligent lady. I don't feel like you've tried to disrespect me in any capacity. And so it is not my intention in any way to try to fire back at you and say something mean or off-putting about you in any way.
Well, no. And I forgive me if I gave that impression also. I was just asking because I just wanted to be clear on your stance of, is it all of how women perceive and receive information, or do men actually do these things and
Some
it's
guys do.
overlooked because they are men?
Oh yeah,
And
some guys do.
I think the last panel you and I were on, we
Yes,
were
ma'am.
talking about the Serena situation.
Yeah.
And in that conversation, you I asked a question, you responded, but you also brought out something that I didn't realize I had said. And so you was like, but do you see my point? And I was like, yeah, I got it. I'm with you. Because I do feel like when there is a moment that I need to draw back, or a moment where, okay, yeah, Netta, you're wrong, then I'm just kind of, I'm like, okay, cool. But I was listening to some guys one day, and they were talking about a marriage contract. And I was confused on the difference between the marriage contract versus the marriage license. But I was hit with, oh, well, that's why you're not married, because you don't even know that there's a marriage contract.
Yeah, there are tons of guys that are jerks. I'm not saying that isn't the case. I just don't think it represents a majority of men. I don't, but I do recognize, and I'm not sticking up for dudes who move that way, who want to try to score points off of you by trying to one up you and get you in a gotcha moment instead of engaging in a meaningful dialogue with you. There's always those types of people, right? And they're definitely men like that. So I'm not trying to discount that there are guys who move like that. I just don't think it's a majority. That's all.
Yeah. And I would say this though,
I think about conversations
'cause
like this, and I think that
it's crazy. Do y'all not hear me? That's crazy. Every time I talk, there's somebody that didn't hear me talking.
No, it ain't my show, but Giovanni has been waiting for a minute. I just want to make sure that you know that, Benjamin.
Okay, for sure. I was wondering if he ever
No,
got in.
go ahead, Apollo. Go ahead.
No. Hey, respect is earned, man. You've been waiting. Speak, please.
Y'all,
So
hold on.
so
It's on Kev. It's on Kev. It's on the host. It's on the host.
you're right.
Just
I don't know what's going
calm
on. I was about to
down,
say, I'm
please.
gonna let Gio go. But I was about to say this though, because I know, I don't know. I was looking at the comments and stuff, but I would say with Anchor Connect, because me and her were chilling for a good minute yesterday or whatever on the live and stuff. She's been on a few lives though. I would say this though. So y'all probably, I don't know y'all interaction with her though. It's the reason why I made her mine, but I do believe she can. She listen a lot, and she not I think she could have a conversation though, but I would say it is some I noticed yesterday. It's like depending on what we talking about, because a lot of things we do agree on them for the most part, but it's some stuff we may not. And I noticed like what topics like this, maybe this might be like a, because I can understand when it's a man and women thing, everybody got their certain way, but it's things that we just have to, it's some things we got to probably break through, but. I believe she be willing to, listen, even though it's gonna probably take time or whatever. Because I know some of these things be direct, and I can understand why some of her questions came that way. And I was thinking about why she was saying it. I like, yeah, because sometimes it can be a perception. Sometimes, depending on what happened in our life or who we encounter with, or or just our past. Sometimes we compare some of our conversations to our past and stuff, and we just like, dang, why is it like this? And it's man, so we looking for like some type of confirmation to see if it kind of validate the things, but also when I was looking before, because I even was going back and forth with this one lady. That's why I was trying to, I was telling them not to jump so fast. They felt like I was doing her bold, but I'm like, no. My thing is, my room. I call it an accountability room for a reason. I don't just sit there because I don't coddle people, right? But it's like when I hear things that sound so one-sided and you do not tell me what anything you did, you just keep telling me what this guy did and y'all done split up and all this other stuff. I'm like, something you're not telling. Like, I think, because me, myself, I grew out that believe all woman era, and that's the only reason I be so heavy on the women, is because they have power. They're very powerful. They can come up with anything and people will fall for it and believe it, because they cry, I can't believe this and all this stuff. But I done grew past that stuff, thanks to Kevin Samuels. He got us to stick our chest out a little bit. Well, at least me, right? Because I would think I grew up a little pander in my dang on self. Well, hey, make sure you treat women and this something. Even though I still stood my ground on different things, though. But some things I was afraid to speak on because I actually cared about how people thought about it. But nah, not no more, man. Because I realized, hey, we ain't better make no movement to this world if we don't say anything, and then just keep hearing things about men only and nothing about women. That's where our issues is at. But overall, dang, what was I getting to? I know I was about to mess up and forget though. But yeah, I think it's just some things. Oh, about the woman yesterday, about she was just. I knew it was something that was sounding not right because she kept. I'm not gonna say it wasn't right, but I think they was so focused. And I realized how women operate. Right? They just, it's all about the feeling. Don't invalidate her and all this other stuff. But it's like, in order to get a solution, you have to or fix things. We can't live this. And even though I just started this live like that, you can't start things off saying you can't keep living with this "I've been tricked" thing. You got to see why have you got tricked. People don't want to see that. They just want to live with "I've got tricked" and just leave with that. And that's why they're gonna stay in victim mode and keep saying, well, man is this and men can be sneaky and all that stuff. Y'all giving too much power to other people that ain't you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to keep on saying because this woman I keep using me for I'm gonna wonder why she using me for my money. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to figure that out. But I think a lot of us can't put our pride and ego to the side enough to figure out why, like, dang, why is these things getting done to me? Why do I keep running into these type of people? Why everybody I encounter with, but also we don't look at it like, well, okay, how is other people having successful relationships and how other people be able to talk to people? We don't want to do that because we know that it's gonna go back to self, and it's something that we so comfortable with doing that it's gonna make us feel bad. Nobody don't like to be feeling humbled or anything. And I know that's a horrible thing, but I think once you learn how to humble yourself and put your pride to the side and all that stuff, that's when we learn a little bit more and realize that, hey, we got full control of or how we encounter with people and how we move and it help us grow. But if as long as we stand with the man, everybody keep tricking me and everybody keep doing me bold and all that stuff, we won't get anywhere. That's why I'm always on people's head because I care about it. They think I don't care about it because I keep putting it back to them. But it's like it's only so much of crying and saying that this person did this to me and that to realize, like, no matter how much you say and do this, it's not gonna help you out. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like I said, even when I started this live at the beginning, if I get tricked once, and this one thing I learned as I mature, right? Because it's maturity thing also. Once I mature and once I realize I get tricked once, I'm gonna keep on figuring out, like, because I use competition in that way. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make sure I don't go through this again. I'm gonna figure out what the heck I went wrong at, so they don't run that same game up on me again. And once people have that mentality and figure that out, I think they'll move a little bit smoother. Like just like when you encounter with people on here. Some people have got me, like they made me mad. I ain't gonna say made me. I hate to say made me mad. They provoked me, right? And saying some crazy stuff. And then once I learn their character and how they is, they can't do it again no more. You're not about to get me like that no more because I see what you do. That's your intentions because you're trying to push your traumas and all this, whatever it is, or you just use this app for entertainment. Everybody loves saying that, no, and they be the worst people that's going after people and trying to pull up on people, but you just doing it for entertainment. Okay, we just know we know you got mad that your mother passed away or whatever. And you trying to take it out on everybody else or whatever because you haven't went to therapy or anything. So you want to use this and then take it out on everybody else. And I know I'd be doing this. That's why I don't try to go back and forth with people on here. That's why I'll be trying to, because I know that everybody's just trying to find a way to just let out these internal issues that they have. That's why I'm like, why stoop to other people's level when you know they ain't got it all in the head? You know what I'm saying? Especially if we don't so-called emotionally intelligent and all this other stuff, and then we still just like, hey, F you back. You know what I'm saying? What that look like? Acting like a kid with a kid. And then I'm trying to teach them a lesson. What you don't believe that you're really gonna teach them a lesson? Some people gonna keep going further and further back. They're gonna go lower and lower and lower like a little kid, and they not gonna about to get anywhere. We already know this like today. People don't fight for real. I don't even try to fight with people. I had to humble myself a while ago because I realized little kids, they ready just to pull the pew pew out. They don't got hands anymore. So and even with that, to fight people, you was trying to teach them a lesson, but like I had to reverse it, right? Like they want somebody was trying to teach me a lesson. Am I'm gonna humble or I'm gonna keep on going back to back, like no, I'm not losing. And that's why you gotta realize everybody is not about to just come with this, oh, I lost, and I'm gonna chill out on you. You're just too tough for me. No, people gonna keep coming back to back to back till somebody is in that grave. And that's just what it is. But I know I just shifted off a little bit, y'all, but y'all can go ahead. I just wanted to say that.
Can I apologize. Can you please drop me? I didn't want to mess up the algorithm. Thank you for allowing me to be on the panel. And I thank all of you guys for this great conversation. I'm about to go and tend to my motherly duties. So
all right,
y'all have a great night.
Appreciate you. Yeah, for sure.
I think the interesting thing about these conversations is like I hear a lot of men, say they grew up hearing men aren't anything, men are S, men are S, men are S, and even though I don't really share that sentiment because I grew up with my father in my house, so I ain't really grow up hearing that. But also, I do feel like if what women are dealing with now with all of these podcasts, all of this, if this is what it was like for men to hear that they weren't crap all the time, then I am sorry because I am so sick of hearing all of these critiques on women. It is like God, and it's interesting because I do think that some of the
lives.
I don't do that. I don't really do that.
You could always that'd be your choice, right? You just say you sick of hearing it, but you choosing to go in it, right? That's accountability, right?
Well, let me finish my full sentiment.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I do think I should finish my sentiment. But on the other side of that, I think that conversations like this are interesting. It's because, I think that the one time there was a critique for men, there was a whole, but no, that's not true. That's not true. All this other stuff. But there have been constant critiques on women about things that are in the minority. And, it's been, oh, when you agree that women are like this, wouldn't y'all agree? Wouldn't y'all? And that has been a constant thing. And I haven't heard any of the women going out of their way to say that that's not all women, or to going out of their way to make sure that they let them know that they're not a part of that demographic. Versus when it was y'all had to go out of the way and pretty much essentially kind of stop conversation to let it be known that it was a lot of men are emotionally intelligent. A lot of that was weird. So I think that a lot of times both genders, we have a lot of critiques for each other when we really kind of do a lot of the same things.
Again, you chose those lives, so you got.
Well, I'm talking about this conversation right here. There has been critiques on women. There have been, blanket statements made about women, but women haven't gone out of their way to let
heard one.
Yeah. Well, I can see
it was actually both, and everybody had a valid reason of why they said what they said. You just chose what you wanted to hear. That's what it was.
I didn't.
But that's your woman's side, so.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We gotta let Gio speak too.
Yeah, I conceded the point though that she made. The criticism that she made about men, I didn't invalidate what she said. I just don't think it's a majority, but I definitely conceded that there are dudes that move that way that are weirdos. I definitely conceded her point. I didn't invalidate it. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Gio got the two bars. Nah, he don't want to talk?
No, yeah. No, y'all go ahead. All
right.
I'm finishing up this call real quick.
For a split little second, I kind of wanted to chime in and Jess, is it Jess? She just
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I want to say, Kev. The reason why I stick around with your lives is because it's not a whole lot of one-sided rhetoric like I've heard on others. And I do agree with basically when you say, well, whatever conversations don't serve me, I'm just going to simply bow out of it because I'm not going to lower myself. And I do agree. And I think everybody should take some type of stance to not participate in the things that either bring them some type of distress or some type of, whatever. But because I on my FYP, like I see these topics and I hear these conversations, and for the majority part, I just scroll past all of that crap,
Right.
especially if it's something
Simple.
that I don't think is going to be like the conversation with the whole marriage situation. I was like, listen, I just heard you say there was a marriage contract. I thought that was pretty interesting, 227 pages. But then I start to get backlash because I'm asking, well, what's the difference? What's the difference between a marriage license and a marriage contract? And then it's, oh, that's why you ain't got a man. That's why you. Da, da, da. I'm like, wait a minute. Well, wait, that's not what I'm here for. I'm really asking a genuine question here. But I think the thing with choosing is I get what you say, Kev, about being on people's heads and having people be accountable. But I also I guess that it may just be the woman part of me. Okay, but that's their response. That could be their response. I don't have to let someone speak negative to me or about me. That and to me that's foolish. If you can't understand when somebody is asking a genuine question, right? Or if you just want to be a butthole, that's your problem. So I did. I removed myself. But again, I'm not saying that to say, oh, feel sorry for me. These people treated me that way. Da, da, da. Like, no, I'm saying that to say that it's not just that women perceive things that men are just being, or men are right and women are just crashing out all the time. Sometimes people really do be mean and ugly. And
True.
that was the point that I was making when I brought that up. Like, of course, I left the conversation. You gonna insult me? I'm never sticking around for that ever. That's not. And I think I'm a little bit on the mature side to understand when I'm being insulted and when I should just really move around.
True, true. That's why I don't mess with the divester side and stuff. I know when I go over there that it's gonna be some stuff going down. I'll be going on some crazy pages too. First thing you see, hey, he is sassy. He got a little. I'm like, bro, how do you know any of this stuff about? They just be trying to say anything because but I can't get mad at nobody but myself, and that's why I'm big on. That's why I said what I said earlier. Everybody complain about why these lives like this and all that other stuff. Well, you go to these lives. That's why accountability hurt because it's always gonna go back to yourself. So I think most of the time we just want to express ourselves for the most part and just say, hey, I just want everybody to hear me or something like that. At the end of the day, you do a lot of these things we do to ourselves, and we sit here and cry about it. That's be so funny though. But I think people gotta learn the hard way though, man. And like I said, in maturity, once you mature enough, you'll realize, dang, you know what? I don't have to be in there. If I heard somebody that's like me going past a live and there's a bunch of YT people saying the N word and going crazy or whatever, right? And I just gotta go step my face. What y'all mean by that? Like I'm gonna change what they feel. They gonna boot me and still keep saying it anyway. So why do I gotta step in there for? For what? I'm not the captain or whatever. I'm not about to be the ultimate person that come in there and stick my chest out. No, it was something inside of me that made me go in there, and then I thought I was something special, and then I got hurt even more, and now I'm about to be going every live, man. This live that be talking about these people. No, I'm not about to keep doing that. I mean, it's people that's like that out here. It's just like that. I can't change the whole world in that way, so I gotta go where some people is willing to. That's the only reason why I kind of dropped out that live earlier because I realized the group of people I was talking to. I mean, because it's like I sit there, they ask for a question, and as soon as I talk, then they get triggered off the couple things I say, but they not really listening to the message because they just listening to I think they listen to the part where I said, well, y'all up here crying about it or something like that, or whatever the shit, and they just stop right there. But y'all missing the whole thing, but they was crying. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, bro, whatever. But that's a whole other different thing, though. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm trying to have a conversation for these people that claim that communication is key. That's their favorite word and all that stuff, but they don't know how to communicate. And I'm like, You know, what the heck? If this how you communicate, I can see why y'all single. You know, that's not I wouldn't think that's a shot or something like that, but some reason, just like I can see why I'm single, because I don't want to deal with a lot of these people that's like that. You know, my boundaries have gotten high and all that stuff. So we got different reasons why we can see why we single. It's just like, and I don't know why they take offense to it, but I can see why people are single. That's all it is. Like I said, I can see why I'm single. I can see why other people are single. But it's like, let them open their mouth for a good enough time. You could see why they single. You know what I'm saying? But they take offense to it. That's an insult. And then that don't give you a right to say that you sassy or something like this, because you felt a certain way because you're not happy because you're single. Happy, and these are the same people that claim that, oh, I'm happy and single. No, you're not. Because when somebody say something about marriage or something like that, then you get in your pennies or you get in your nuts be whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I know you're not happy. You know what I'm saying? You don't like to hear, oh, marriage is not people. That's when people come with marriage is fake. It's a belief. It's all that stuff. That's because you still hurt. You wasn't thinking about that before when you got divorced. Nah, it's fake now because it don't work for you, because you can't pick right, or you can't, now don't come with that now. You had a marriage mind. You was you was young when you said, I can't wait till I find my soulmate and all this other stuff. Now that went out the door because you found a dude that you try to change and then try to take it out on the whole entire world. That means you need to do some healing if you feel like you can't get back with somebody else. That's all it is. But yeah, I'm done again. My bad, y'all.
Right. And that it's like people. I just think people, especially women, like who think that all men are the same. It's like it's a point in time where there are women out here who would stop becoming those type of women and look at themselves on the level of I'm a stop being the woman to choose the same type of men. You get what I'm saying? They'll turn that whole, oh, all you men are just the same, to I'm gonna just stop picking the same type of men, because honestly it's a certain type of group that I'm going after, and I'm looking at, and I need to change the direction that I'm looking at, because it's not them, it's me, and where I'm trying to place myself and who I'm trying to place myself around. A lot of people don't realize it's not the people you run into. It's just the path that you're choosing to go down.
I think that a lot of times that for us, we are a product of our environment. And I believe, basically said it earlier, it's like if a daughter grows up without a male role model to know characteristics, or if a son grows up with a mother that's been abused, or she's just really very bitter, right? There's a lot of things that we transform into our children, and what happens is they carry that into their world because they're not understanding that their parents are hurting, or and a lot of things that the parents translate to them is hurt language to avoid them getting hurt. But they're not understanding that what they're doing is really preventing them from being able to have a chance at doing it correctly. Like, if my mother was telling my sister, girl, don't you bring no broke man in my house, and don't be messing around with none of them the dudes in the street. They ain't got nothing to offer you. And if a man can't pay for this, and if he can't do that, then he's not a good man. But then turn around and tell me, boy, don't be bringing a little fast woman up in the house. If she trying to use you for your money, then you need to get away from it. As soon as she start asking you for anything, that's when you know she ain't the right one. Now, I want you to understand how confused that these two are. Because on one end, she told the daughter, go look for the dude with the money. And then on the other end, she done told the son to avoid the woman that's trying to use him for money. So these two go out in the world, right? And they sisters and brothers, and neither one of them can find anything right. And because they'd have been taught something from somebody who's been bitter. And there was no father there to give the example of what the real man is supposed to do, and to give balance on his opinion of how, you should go out and all the characteristic you should look for. So it's not to badger the woman. It's not to badger the father. It's just we live in a very hurt community, and we've been hurt by so many things in our environment that our children are nothing but hurt product. And I believe that they are owed a healing that hasn't come yet, and that's why we're struggling today to even be in a relationship, because our parents don't trust love. So how can we? You know, how can you trust something that your own parents don't even trust when you basically follow their role to survive in life? I'll drop there.
Let me get Jane in and make sure she gets some words. And yeah, if I call Jane, I want to make sure you talk if you needed to talk, and then we can go back to those comments. Oh, we can actually get to the second prompt.
I just said hi, Kev. Hi,
What's up?
everybody. Why do women have a hard time understanding they are not the same? Hey, Whoop. Why they are not the same as men? I don't know. I find being very feminine to be like definitely a one up. Of course, I'm one off Jane, but I honestly I don't know. And I was waiting on a young lady to explain it because I really don't know. I don't know why we're fighting to have penises and to be disregarded and just to primarily not matter. And I'm not saying that none of the men matter on the panel, but I'm saying that we're talking about the status quo or we're talking about the societal norm. I don't know.
I think women idealize what being a man is, and that's why typically when you hear women talk about the advantages of being a man, they're really talking about a small percentage of men. I don't think that women really comprehend the utter like loneliness and desolation of like manhood, you know. Like I don't think women really think about it that way. And so you'll hear women say, oh, well, it's a double standard that guys can sleep around. As if guys that sleep around with a whole bunch of different women are typically healthy men and make good husbands and make good fathers to daughters. Guys that have learned to conceptualize women in general as walking wet holes instead of sisters and daughters and wives and mothers. And so you have women who have done the same thing, because you guys, all of you can sleep around all you want, but instead of degrading men, a lot of it is when a woman does that, she degrades herself in a way that is very different than how a man lowers himself. And they pay a different social cost for it. So the things that women are trying to fight for, women in general, not you ladies, right, are not the best parts of being a man. It's like they're trying to emulate the worst dudes that we all know that everybody's sick of. Like every woman wants to be Usher or Chris Brown, you know, but majority of philosophy has been written by men. That women aren't fighting for their space in the philosophical world. You know, it's just all of these different spaces that are dominated by men, and you don't see the women fighting for it there. They're fighting for it in the most exciting ways, in a way that only 1% of the men are experiencing, and then you know, kind of laying it at the feet of all men, that because there are guys that are allowed to operate in a way that 99% of the population of the world doesn't, then somehow this is something all men need to be held account to. And it is really weird and strange, and it makes you just as insufferable as the type of guy you're trying to emulate, because nobody likes him either, you know. And what women will say is, well, you just don't like it because a woman can do it too, or a woman can do it back, or a woman can do it better, or whatever it is. And the truth of the matter is, if you're a guy that's looking for a meaningful, genuine relationship, what in the hell do you have in common with a woman who moves like that? What do you have in common with a woman like that? You know, you hear these ladies who talk about, well, you need to be able to pay 100% of the bills. I was married for a decade. I paid 100% of the bills. We lived an upper middle class lifestyle. I still live an upper middle class lifestyle, and so does my ex. Okay, I've done pretty good for myself. Okay, and I'm going to tell you that no man, no matter how much money he earns, wants an entitled, ungrateful person to provide for. The worst thing you can get, in fact, the worst person you can be generous to is somebody who is ungrateful and entitled, because your generosity means the absolute least to them.
Right.
And so you have ladies who push and teach mindsets that prize and position ingratitude and entitlement as the principal foundation of their entire personality, as he should. Oh, if he's not willing to do this, then blah, blah, blah. And they act like that's setting standards. That has nothing to do with setting standards.
Sprinkle,
It has nothing
sprinkle.
to do with setting standards.
Right.
Developing completely usury relationships with other human beings is not setting a standard.
Right.
You're just a user. That's it. That's it. You're not setting any standards. Your standards need to be around character, things like integrity, loyalty, right? Do they have anything they believe in above themselves,
Right.
right? Above their penis, above their wallet,
Right.
above their ego. If you're dealing with a man that doesn't have that, then it doesn't matter how much money he makes. What the quality of the commitment is based off the character of the man. If you get a commitment from a millionaire that thinks he's supposed to slap you around and cheat all on you, then what the hell is that worth? But you got a lot of ladies where you can't even explain this to them. And if you try to, oh, you broke. They'll tell you broke for telling them that they've got a hoes mindset when it comes to dating and marriage and relationship, and that's why they keep getting mistreated and keep getting used. They will argue that it makes sense for them to maintain a transactional hoes mindset. And instead of trying to figure out how to get a good man, they'll sit up and try to figure out how to use a bad one. You can't convince them not to do it.
They're trying to get the bag, and it's like the stripper. The stripper has stepped out of the strip club and now become the new personification of what it's all about. It's all about tricking, and they tricking on men to get money, and they call it, and they doing it because they feel like it's all about the money now. It's no longer about heart and feelings. And if you get got, you just got. And so there is no, if you got God, then you just a sucker to them. And the sad part about it is, if you are a man trying to take care of a woman and you run into one of them, then just like that, you ain't gonna find out till just like 10 years later. Not to say that your woman was a stripper or anything, but I'm just saying that they have that transactional love mentality. They have nothing else into it besides how much money I can get out of this and on to the next one. So what do we do? How can we trust anybody or anything with love when the only thing it keeps doing is having a price tag to it? And if the greatest thing is a price tag, then what else are we left with than to treat them the same way? Then a man gonna treat every woman like she'll 403. You know what I mean? And I totally support what you're saying, bro. Basically, I'll land my plane right there.
Yeah, I'm going to say this one thing because this is the answer to the question you just asked. Fellas, all relationships with women are transactional. All of them are. Okay? And that's okay. That doesn't mean it's a bad woman. The question is, what type of transaction are you doing? Are you doing a purchase transaction? A purchase transaction means that I'm paying for something and I want what I want back for it. So you have women who move like this. They are women that use sex to try to leverage. You have guys who move this way. Ladies, let me give you some advice. When you see guys, the guys who are like, oh, well, if I pay for a date, I need to be able to. Let me tell you something. A man who thinks that his money can create a debt you need to pay with your body is a man you ain't got no business dealing with. Okay? Right. So all relationships are transactional. The question is whether or not it's a purchase transaction or an investment transaction. Investment transaction is what we're looking for. We're looking for a person that you see value in. And so you pour into them and they pour into you, and then you reap the benefits of that investment. That's a completely different animal. That's a totally different animal, because now you're not paying to try to get something. You're investing so that you can see growth, and then you benefit from the growth that you have nurtured in the woman, and she benefits from the growth she's nurtured in you. And now you got reciprocity, and you can find some harmony and peace there and work through some problems when they come up. But when you got some transactional stuff,
Man,
you ain't got shit.
well, you said the magic word, reciprocity. And not many people even know what that actually means, even though Lauryn Hill tried to tell you what that was on that song. But a lot of people don't even know it. But I thank you for that, my brother. Keep it pushing.
All right, let me let's do this the juicy one because I got to run through these because I ain't got a long day today. I got only about a few more hours. I do want to this the juicy one I wanted to get to, man, because I see this is a big issue. Actually, this, like I said, this I came from this last live and it made me think about this prompt. So I feel like a lot of people need to at least be trying to think of some words, at least be aware of these situations because I don't know if women totally understand, And they be thinking that we trying to attack them. We just trying to get you to understand, you know what I'm saying? I know it's kind of harsh. It's harsh when you say anything towards a woman, but it's just we trying to get you to understand. It's not no war or nothing. We just trying to get you to understand how men think, and I mean it's a cheat code. You know what I'm saying? It's about to whatever. But this the juicy one right here, and this kind of it's like I said, this came from the last live, so. They say men seem to understand when their dating value, right? Because they always say, well, if I don't have no dating value, I don't have no value. It ain't about that. They always go to the extremes. I was just talking about this yesterday. Some people just got to go to the extremes. It's either all or nothing. No, it's not like that. So it say men tend to understand when their dating value is decreased. Women can't. Why is that? Let's start with fake the bean. I'm gonna say fake the bean. I don't know.
I think the answer is simple: delusion. If you 300 fucking freaking pounds, how much data value do you really think you have? I think like a lot of women just be saying stuff. It's kind of like when it's kind of like we be trying to manifest. I do have data value at 350 pounds and 5'2". I do. Somebody does like it's like it delusion. That's my answer.
Okay. I'm gonna use basic last. He a cheat code. I ain't about to use him yet. Gio, what you got for me? Gio ain't there once again. Man, I'm gonna drop the dude. You gotta make some space for people. Let me get Jane in.
Because we're Delulu for 500 Kev. We're Delulu. We build our ideas based on what's in our minds, including the men. So we live in fairy tale world, and that's why we don't understand as to why our dating value decreases. We still have. I've heard one of my. I'm not even going. I want to call her out so bad. She has this delusional mindset where she's supposed to be unfit, but she wants a very fit man. And I'm like, well, how does that balance each other out? When it comes down to it, how are you going to add any value to what he's doing or add any input? And then he's worried about his health, but you're not worried about your health. So the idea, if you find that man, if he loses you, or the idea of losing you would probably bother him a lot. So he's just going to avoid that, or if I don't have a particular thing, like maybe I don't have a car. Why would I look for someone that, has a Mercedes Benz or maybe a Lamborghini or even, go down lower like a little Tesla or something? Why would I expect things like that? We live in Delulu land. We do.
I think we live in Delulu land only because women put themselves there. Like they put other women there.
She just skipped her whole time. He just skipped it.
Oh, dang, my
Just
bad.
don't skip the line.
I tapped out. My bad.
I think you literally next after Apollo though.
My bad, Apollo. I'm sorry.
But I was about to say this too, just to add some extra, like more examples. Like I said, I got this from the last room, so this the hard. I know this is the hardest one that women hear, right? Cause like I was trying to let them know that men and women they are attracted to two different things. Women be more of height and how how strong you are and all that other stuff. Men don't like the same thing as that. Men is more on looks, right? It's more on like if you got a pretty face, sometimes you got a fat booty, whatever the situation is, and it's just regular, right? Because it should be way more to that. But I'm just talking about the attraction part. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not even just on fat booty no more. You know, there's plenty of those with a cuckoo. I mean, I don't even watch out what I say, but I'm just saying that it's got to be way more than just that. Some of them can talk. I mean, some of them can, man, they talk good and all this other stuff. Sometimes I be trying to fight it. I mean, these past couple of days, I heard some Germans and stuff. I was like, man, dang it, I love the way that accent is, you know, baby, and something like that. But I still, you know, when they start talking more, I start hearing the delusion and the not smartness. You know, I was like, you know, start turning me off. I was getting turned on and off at the same time. It was crazy. But overall, like this, what this kind of came from, because somebody was saying, like, you know, they just couldn't get it past their head that, okay, somebody got real old and at one point, you know, all the men wanted them, and then they get old and stuff. Now they want to decide to start being with all the men in the world and say, hey, I'm putting up a marry me application. I mean, what the heck? You don't look as good. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I mean, we know when sometimes you get older, you don't look as good as when you looked younger. I don't know why people keep playing this thing. Even we know when we get older, we're gonna have a couple wrinkles. It's not gonna make us look like when we had the smooth black hair and all this stuff. Like, why we can admit that. You know what I'm saying? We know that we look like roaches. We know all this stuff, but somehow it just seems like women have this problem. No, I look good no matter what it is. You know, I just put a little makeup on and something like that and cover up that little wrinkle. You think that I'm the best? It's like, my thing is, and that's why I'm like, dog, y'all just can't get past that you don't look as good as that 18-year-old or whoever. You don't look as good as they used to, man. That's the reason why you keep trying to look young. It's actually, I think they, like I said, somebody said that they know it, but they just don't want to admit it. You know what I'm saying? That's what all it is. So that's where it's kind of coming from. So it's like, why men, we know if we don't have enough money. We know if we're not tall enough. We know if we're not even muscle, if we look like we weak or don't take care of, we know that our value kind of decrease. We know that. I think we have never had to argue that, like, that ain't fair. But somehow, when it comes to women, when you say you don't look the part, or if you have a bunch of kids or something like that, you know, you're not going to be as high as a woman that don't have kids. That's just what it is. But what about the mind? And we're not talking about that part. We're talking about the beginning of attraction. And of course, what if y'all both had the same mind? He's going to pick a woman with no kids. I mean, that's just what it is. Just like if a dude had the same mind as me and they was a little bit taller, even though I'm like 6 even, I don't think I'm that short. Whatever. I don't know. Some women, they probably want a freaking skyrocket. I don't know. But I'm like even. I'm 6 even or whatever. Some of them, I might be a little bit less valued than a man that's 6'4" or 6'5" or something like that. I can live. I know that. I understand that. I can eat up. But I think that overall, I was about to get an answer. Let me not get an answer. But I'm just gonna leave it like that though. But I think I'll get the reasons why they act like that though. Let me get Jane. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna rewind back to Jane just because she just went. So because she probably thought about something. Then Apollo, you next, and then main thing. But I
And
just
if
want to throw that
anybody
in there where y'all know where I'm coming from.
if anybody knows the answer as to why height matters, can you please inform me? Because I don't know why 6'7" is different than 6'1".
I guess an image thing. Oh, I don't know. I think basic or Gemini. Y'all want to do that?
It's
Because women just want to be difficult.
It comes down to legacy. Like you want your kids to be taller than you, and if you 5 foot even or 5'1", 5'2", then you want a fucking giant so that when you breed, you have. I'm sorry, that sounded bad. So that when you have kids, that they're closer to the average height or closer to the husband's height than little itty bitties, little fun sizes. You know what I'm saying? Well,
I guess I get my man's down in the comment. It makes sense. It makes sense. I think women should answer that one. This is so we see why they. So I get that. I get it though.
Well,
I thought about that.
I think, Jane, I think that is more. I think for women, it's more of like an image. I don't think we think that far ahead to say, oh, I want my child to be 6 feet. I want my child to be 6'5" so he could be in the NBA. You know, I don't think we think that way. I don't think we think that far ahead. I think men do, though. I think men purposely, especially like men that's of some type of caliber, like Sha'Carri Richardson, like she's a sprinter, like she's a runner. Her boyfriend,
she's a runner. She's a track star. Oh,
yeah. Her boyfriend. Cam. Her boyfriend also is, that too. And so I've heard even like the LeVar Ball fella, the dad, the ball dad, I heard him say in an interview once that for him it wasn't really like black white, like I want a white woman, I want like it wasn't that for him. He knew the genetics of the wife that he wanted for his children. And so he picked the lady that he picked because of course he actually did like her and love her, but he actually did like the attributes that she had. She was very tall, she was athletic. So I think men go that far to say, like Gemini said, this is what I want to breed, this is what I want, because I want my legacy to move on like this. I think for women
See
it
that?
does more so go for like the image, the
Image,
attraction,
yeah.
like
That
what
makes sense.
the magazine type couple, like that type of deal.
That's why they want the wedding instead of the actual marriage. I noticed that too. Yeah, because they want it to look good.
Yes,
They want the baby shower and don't want to deal with the baby. Okay, I get it. Yeah, we getting.
no,
Like I
you
said,
be
it's
going
just
too
to sit
far,
up here.
Cam.
Didn't I just say it's because we do this shit for either other women or just because it's like we want to see? I think women just want to be difficult sometimes. This
Yeah.
literally is like a mind game for us because it's like, how much shit can I get his ass to do? Like, I just want to see him do the impossible shit that people say people can't do. And it's just like the funniest shit to me. Because it's like, oh, if she say, shit, my homegirl, she said her man be doing wild shit. So let me see if I could get this man to go outside and do it in the pool butt naked and something. See
But
if he would see where his mindset is. And it's like we want to see how spontaneous you is, how would you sit up here and if it comes to a dangerous situation, how do you react to these things? Do you have a backbone? Do you sit up here? Could we call you pussy?
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
But I think that's so true. Tell me your name. Is it Jess?
Just call me honest, love.
Oh, honest. Okay. Yeah, I have my friend, her husband is like, he's like a I guess I could say a manly man. Like, he's real, I guess manly manish or whatever. But we were laughing and we were talking, and like her husband literally is the person, the man that you can't, like, I'm not gonna go for this, I'm not gonna go for that, you're not gonna pull up on my wife, you're not gonna do this, you're not gonna do that, like that type of deal. But he also, like, he literally caters to her. And we were laughing and we were talking because we were saying, like, I was saying, like, how, I want my husband to be that way too. But then she was like, but yeah, but it's embarrassing when we in the club and, I can't even go to the bar and get a drink because him and dudes up thinking that they talking to me. Like, would you be able to sit through that? Or, how does that make you? And I thought about that. I was like, you right. Like, I don't want problems when we go out. And it's like we do want what other women have, or we think we want what another woman have, but in the forefront of our minds, we're not thinking about everything that actually takes place in their relationships or in their situationships.
It just looks
all right.
good. It just looks like it's all fun. That's the thing. It just looks fun to us.
I
And it's
agree
like
100%.
how they sit up here, they I ain't gonna lie, they turned the whole getting your body done into a fun thing. Shit. Yeah, girl, let's go out here and go get our bodies done together and let's go take trips and shit like that. So it's just like you wanna do a whole bunch of things. Like it's like we wanna have it all. and
Right.
and it's like you tell us that we can't, we gonna be like, yes we can. You cannot put it in my mind that I can't have it all, because guess what, I was told I was a princess, okay, since I was little. So guess what,
And that
my
be the
Prince
problem
Charming, he
right
gonna
there.
come correct. He gonna have this $250,000 fucking wedding. He gonna give me the cars, the house, the kids, and guess what, I'm gonna be, she like some women, what they saying now, oh, I want to feel like I'm the biggest. I want to feel like I'm the biggest. And that's the thing. It's like that's not something people should really be worrying about to me, because honestly, it holds no value. It holds no value. And honestly, when it's all said and done, it ain't gonna matter if you got the biggest house, biggest car. What's gonna matter is them end times. Them end times gonna show what really matters.
What just happened?
My bad. Like, if you sit up here and get sick, who gonna be there in them end times to sit up here and be by your bedside? If you sit up here and go brain dead, or if you sit up here. Sci-fi show.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I was just muting up to tell y'all I'm about to dip. My girl found a sci-fi show she want to watch.
All right.
We
Okay,
try to find
basically.
terrible movies we can watch. And
My brother
the
always
worst terrible movies we can watch. And
my brother
the
always
worst movie we can find. Hey, I appreciate you guys, man, for having me up. And Miss Aquinette, Miss
Yes.
Aquinette,
Yes,
I
sir.
just wanted to compliment you on how classy you were during the whole conversation that we had.
Thank you. I thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. The classiest. I appreciate you guys for having me up. Y'all have a great night.
For sure,
Okay.
my brother. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks. Peace.
stay blessed, my brother.
Hey, peace, Apollo.
All right. What we got to break, and she got to answer her phone now. That's why I don't be trying to do no questions, because that's gonna be we be getting sidetracked. But I do want. I'm trying to go through these topics real quick. Because I ain't the weekend no more. Well, but let me get you in, Apollo. I know you got to go, and then we're gonna get back at then.
You want me to answer the second question, which is...
Yeah, we on the second one. Yeah, men seem to understand. Yeah.
Well, I think for women, because of the fact of the cosmetic world, and it has really created this, like she said, this delulu, because you got so many women that because of cosmetics really buy in to what that face looked like after they put that makeup on, and they don't. And because they got some brothers that say, oh, we like them thick, fine, and all of this. And you know what Kevin Samuel would say, no, you fat. You know, he just called it out like it was. You know what I'm saying? He was not playing with that, thick fineness and all. Like, we like, he like, look, shorty, you are 5'5", and your waistline is 48. You is not no thick fine. It's just you outside of the pocket. But I think what happens is that the cosmetic world has created a falsehood in what beauty really is. And it's not to say that you can't be with a thick woman that's beautiful, because sometimes if her heart is so beautiful, and if she has, like I said, characteristics like Claire Huxtable, to me, I would be with a fat chick who could have that kind of mindset and that kind of treatment, and carry herself with elegance and sophistication, and she's a woman and feminine, and she's just really hitting all of those things. Then we can work on the size, baby. I wake up in the morning with my baby. Let's go take a walk. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be in that kitchen trying to help that die, because that's something I can change. I can change your weight, but I can't change your attitude. I can't change the way you bitter. I can't change all that other poison. But talking about working the body down, shit, I have the patience of Job on that body, because I know once I get through with it, it's gonna look like just the way I want it, and it's all mine. So for me, it's just, it's all about in the head. It's all about the perception. And some of them do need to wake up, but that's my field.
Okay. And then I'm gonna throw this in there though, because the only reason why I'm probably not really all the way interested in like heavy women, because it's not just because of the looks though. Not only, I'm gonna say only, but it's a mentality behind it though. Like that mean they don't have like much discipline and stuff. And then most of the time they gonna come with any excuse why they this certain way. That's why they got, oh, I got this, I got that, or whatever, and all that stuff. But did you really try? It's the effort behind it. Because even me myself, I try to, I focus on try to my way, and try to discipline and know when to, because like I try not to make it as excuses. And if I am a certain thing or a certain weight or something like that, I know it's me. I'm not gonna make an excuse. I'm like, well, I gotta eat less. But the addiction, you can't fight your addiction. You love sugar. You like all these things. You like gluttony overall. You know what I'm saying? It's just flat out just eating till you full, and we're not supposed to be like that. We're supposed to eat till like a little amount a day, a certain amount of calories a day, and it's supposed to be like that. That all shows like discipline. It's a disciplined mentality behind it. So usually, it's not to say that there's bad people because you're a certain size or something, but it just show you don't have that discipline. And then that also carries on to other things. It's other areas you may not be disciplined in, just off that simple thing. Because I always, like, throughout the years when I first started this app, two things I realized you can control you can control is your weight and your attitude, but those are also the two hardest things for people to do either. But everybody be like, you can't do, them are the two things in life that I give no excuses on, because of course everybody gonna come with the, what if they got this, and everybody not going through that. Most of the people is just because they can't control how much they eat a day. You can, a lot of people can miss a couple meals. They can do that, act like that they gonna, I'm gonna starve and I'm on my heart. Nah, you're not, you be all right. Ain't nobody, you be all right. A lot of that's a lot of where our health issues come from because of the way we eat. You know what I'm saying? But it's just all about. That's why I say I stop with the excuse. Even if I was a certain weight, or if I do know I need to lose some weight, I'm not about to keep making excuses why, because I love eating the burgers and I love eating all this other stuff. No, we gotta stop the excuses overall. We use the same excuses why we can't. We got an attitude issue. Well, they made me do that and all that stuff, and I got the snap, and I don't go. Nah, I gotta put them in their place and all that. Nah, ain't nobody can put you in your place. You're not putting nobody else in your place. You just want to just talk because you want to talk and express yourself. So that all go with
Agree, brother.
discipline for the most part.
Agree. But
Yeah,
sometimes you can hit it right, and she would get up and do things that I'm telling you, she would get on that bike like you never seen before. But hey, I'm just saying. I mean,
Yeah,
I've
I ain't
seen
worried
it
about
happen
that no
before.
more.
But,
There's so many hoes that got tricks and stuff. That don't mean that
I'm
they
saying.
material.
I
Got
just
me to
think
lose
plus size.
weight.
What you say, Jane?
I said my husband got me to lose weight because he was like, "Ain't about time you back your ass away from that table." And I was like, "Yup, it
Damn.
is."
Damn.
He
Ain't
just
gonna
did a
lie.
Kevin Samuels
I
type
hear
thing. That's something Kevin Samuels. That's why I like Kevin Samuels.
ain't
He be
gonna
so
lie.
direct.
You got a point, Kev, because I was a big person. Ain't even gonna lie. And it took really like some discipline when it came to mindset. It's like I woke up getting tired, thighs rubbing together. That shit just like irritating. So I ain't gonna lie. One thing my brother did with me was he said, because he heard me complaining to him, he was like, we gonna get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. He said we gonna run, right? And me being a big person, I'm like, I don't want to do that because trying to give him excuses. But it's just like, if you want to do something, you're gonna either get it done, so you won't complain about it, because people get tired. You get what I'm saying? Those people get tired of hearing you talk about what's wrong, and you're not fixing nothing. So I think that some people, just like you said, just need discipline. They need to stop making excuses. You need to get up, get off your ass, and get to where you see yourself being, because ain't nobody gonna pick your ass up and put you there. A lot of people really be waiting for people and things to I guess do it for them. And it's like, in reality, you gotta also be a fit-minded person for the situation that you desire. You can't just sit up here and say, "Oh, I deserve a good life. I deserve the best of the best." And your attitude trash. You get what I'm saying? You're not even motivated to put in the work to get there. You're not sitting up here putting no type of effort or anything. You're not doing no research on how to get there. You're just literally talking about some shit, getting hopes and dreams sold to you all damn day. And that's why I think also I know this, because I ain't gonna lie, I know a lot of big women, and they like real life I don't want to say caregivers, but it's like a man could come into their goddamn life and they'll give this man an allowance. They'll let him drive the car, put him in the house, give him the key to the house. And it's like they'll do this like head on. You get what I'm saying? So, and I'll be looking like, dang, like, in a way, I used to look at that like, she trying to trick this man, like, into, into, like, you trying to, it's like almost like how y'all say men pay for love. Some women will, sit up here and do things early on because she knows, like, oh, it's just like the girls who sit up here and they sleep with a guy quick in a hurry, because in reality she knows if she sit up here and come with that, oh, I'm gonna make you wait until you put a ring on it and all this stuff, and me, my parents, she know if she doesn't, if she would sit up there and be that type of woman, he ain't gonna want her. Cause it's like, oh, I'm looking for the throwback girl tonight. I'm not looking for the wholesome woman the other night. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Hey, I wanna. Hey, somebody calling me. So I'm about to get my turn. Hold up. What was this? Let me say this. I want to go to this comment, and I don't know if that's what she was doing, but I was about to use this as an example because I seen the comment. I've been criticized for being thin, right? So I would say it's either a communication thing or extreme, right? 'Cause I was just talking about like how some women operate in extreme. So it's either like you got to talk about either far left or far right. So I think what the whole thing I've realized that probably had got missed out of what I was saying about it, because it wasn't about the criticism, right? It was more of the mentality behind most people that's overweight, or even in general, right? Because it could be people that's the same way that's underweight, right? But the whole point was about discipline. It wasn't about criticism or if somebody liked it or not. It was more about the mentality that's behind it. And that's what I'll be saying. It's like we either go far left because we might match it. We might match these things. Or I might be big. And I'm gonna make an excuse about that. Or I might be. But the thing is, we can make 100 excuses, but it don't change the fact of the mentality that's behind what we trying to either support or who we are. You know what I'm saying? So the whole point of it is that's the reason why I said I don't, because you could be skinny and whatever you want to call it. You could be that too and still have a disciplined power. But I'm just saying the average of when because like some of y'all just skinny because y'all genetics is so, because y'all metabolism super high and y'all still eat what y'all want and all that stuff. I don't mean that you automatically disciplined either, but like I said, my whole point was just, it was just a discipline point. It wasn't about the criticism or how you felt about it. Hey, why you talk about me? It wasn't really about that though. So I feel like the whole point got missed because we was thinking about the size. It wasn't just about that. But let me dang. I feel like let me get a bag in and then get Equinet and Gemini with this next question.
Kev, what's up, bro? How you been?
What up, man? Where you been at? You been all right?
Man, bro, I've been out here on the grind, man, snatching minds, enjoying life. You know what I'm saying? You been good, bro?
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. I see you got a good topic rolling as usual. I pop in there now and then. Don't be having my headset, bro, but I like to listen. You know what I'm saying? You got some real good lives and peaceful people up here. How y'all doing?
For the most part, we try. Because some of these stuff been crazy lately.
Oh, yeah? I imagine so, bro.
Gotta
It's a
have a
crazy
couple
world
people
up
in there,
here.
but otherwise it be smooth.
Yeah, I believe you. Men seem to understand when their dating value decreases and women can't. Why? So, I don't know. I think, a lot of people have I don't know. They might have a tough time grasping reality for what it is. You got some people that live in memory and some people that live in imagination land versus, you know what I'm saying, like what it actually is. So, I think that's what it is, bro. You got to be real with yourself. Everybody ain't real with themselves. So, that's my take on it.
Okay. Anquinette, what you got? Teacup. Yeah, I see a teacup. I caught you. And main thing with a teacup. Yep, both of y'all get out the teacups. See how it's so funny. I wish y'all see how that look. As soon as I call y'all name, the teacup go,
I'm
I
back.
swear
I'm
I didn't do it.
sorry. I think it may just be a harder reality to kind of sit in. Um, and it's not so much as them not having the juice at one point. It's like, how do you even sit in the realization that you no longer have it, or you've lost something along the way? And I think that's hard for anybody to sit in, but I think it's especially harder for women, especially when we know that coming behind us is another woman that quote unquote has the juice now, and could possibly either replace or make it a little bit more difficult, or we actually have a reminder because we are self-conscious like that. So I think that's why it's a little bit harder for women to understand that, it's basically your time is up, essentially. And men don't really see it that way because they're not more, I guess, self-conscious like we are.
I would think that a lot of times because
Hold
men.
up real quick, Apollo.
Oh,
Before you get
sorry.
in, make sure I get Gemini in, and then we can open panel.
My apologies.
Oh, you good, brother? Go ahead, Gemini. What you got
Yo,
for me,
what's
my man?
good, bro? How everybody tonight?
We good. We Gucci.
So okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. I think that what it boils down to is that all throughout their their young days or their young adult life, everybody want them. The dudes they age want them, the old men want them, right? Then they get into the middle age, and the young dudes want them, the dudes they age want them, the old dudes still want them. Then they get older, and somebody still want them, like, or if we talking about weight, like somebody always it don't it when it come to women, it don't really matter. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter what you like. You could be, you could look like you chewed on bricks your whole life. You could look like somebody, hit you with the biggest tree branch out the tree in the face. You could have a body like a burlap sack. You could, it doesn't. You could be one-legged with one glass eye. Somebody in this world wants you. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. So, like, the fact that the value decreases doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, somebody still wants you. So if I go from if a woman goes from 30 DMs every day to 2 DMs, somebody still want her. So the fact that it decreases, it doesn't really register, because they're still wanted. Whereas men, we have to have something. We have to have looks, we have to have money, we have to have material things, we have to have knowledge, we have to be able to do something, we have to be able to provide something for that woman to want us on average. You know what I'm saying? So we realized that, oh man, like back in the day I was balling, and now, I just ain't got it like I used to.
Right.
So like it's
It made me
somebody
think about
out
that.
there.
Do women use that word? I ain't got it like that no more. I used to got it. I ain't never think I heard that from a woman. I think I think I hear that more from men. Like, I used to got it back in the days. I used to. You got me thinking on that. That's right.
But yeah, it's like and what it boils down to is that, like, we know that at a certain point, like, I'm not gonna look as good, so I'm going ahead and I'm gonna get what I want now. Whereas women feel like, or it appears that women feel like, I'm always gonna be wanted by somebody, so I can pick and choose because I got time. Like, and again, that applies to weight, that applies to age, that applies to things, that apply all the way across the board. It somebody gonna want that woman, period, point blank. Somebody. So like, if you always got a option, or a hand in, or a foot in the door, a toe in the door, it don't really matter how wide that door is open. Like, you always got a way to get in.
Oh, it got to be wide, all right. Wide as her body.
Yikes.
All right, let me get Moses in, then we go get the open panel though.
Thank you. Hey, what's happening?
What up, man?
Not too much. I'm listening to what he's saying. What he's saying is true, but he's not completing the sentence. You know, she's always wanted for her body. All right. Not men ain't necessarily wanting her to be with her, to marry her, or anything else. They just want her so they can lay her down. That's bad. That's a terrible thing. And what's even more terrible is they so spiritually, these women that settle for that are so spiritually deprived and sick that they accept that from men, you know. And the reason why most of them can't get a man to marry them and be with them until their old age is because they are too quick to give up the most precious aspect of their humanity, and that is their body. You know, so it would be sad for me to think that the only reason why a woman would want to be with me at all is just because of the way I lay her down. Because that's more. There's more to me than that. You know, and that's all I wanted to say. He's saying that, you know, she's always wanted, but the sentence isn't complete. A woman is generally always wanted for smacks, and that's it.
That ain't really where I was going with that. Like, there is the option of, you know, sleeping with the woman, but like there are men that they got ED. They just want the woman for companionship, or they are, you know, they might have got injured in some way and they can't continue to do things the way that they used to, so they need some help, or they need, like I say, the money ain't coming in like it used to, so they need a little financial assistance. Like, I I do agree that there are some men that they just want the woman for sex, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be any woman as long as she ready to get laid down. Boom, I'm with it. But like, it's a whole array of life out there that men want or require or desire from women, and it's not just sexual.
I think for as far as what we have to address is, yes, there are women that are older that, as you says, the DM has gotten shorter, but they still don't want what's available. As you can see, what was on Kevin Samuels. A lot of them still feel like they should still get that six-figure dude with a six-pack, and you know they still looking for the unbelievable sometimes. And for men can be old and still find a little young thing, because we already know that sugar daddy's been around since it's been even called, and older men have always had younger women even since the beginning. So it's always been a disadvantage for men to find some little young, naive woman to basically come into their house and basically take care of them. That's what Color Purple, you know, it's like with Mister, he had to go and get, you know, somebody young to come in his house to help take care of his house because his wife left him. And what did he do? He went and found him another little young thing. Even though, of course, we're talking about just being able to, a man can always find somebody. But for older women, it's not that easy. And women are very set in their ways once they get older, and they don't want to change, especially if they're successful. You know, she got a nice car, nice house. She got all these things. She's not trying to find a dude that's not going to bring extra to the table. And even though the other dudes may be there barking at the door, but 9 times out of 10, it ain't these dudes that's well accomplished. It ain't these dudes that she's figured that she really feels as though she deserved to have, because she spent her whole life getting that. You know what I mean? And because she got there, she basically feels like, okay, now come get me. I'm well accomplished. Not realizing that it's really just a turnoff for men, because a man gonna come in their life only for one purpose: to either A, just like you said, get that snack, or B, like he was saying earlier, some dudes just coming in where they ain't got no other place to go, and they just coming in to find that safety net. But that's not what she wants. So the question is, should women wait to after they get their degrees and they get their businesses established in their house and cars and everything to then start finding a man? My answer to that, if your quest for a man is in anywhere of the equation, I would say start off early with that and do everything else later, because the chances of that happening is way more successful. Not to say that it don't happen for other women. There are women that are still older that still find a dude, but the rarity of it is still there versus the women young who got all that, that fresh fruit on them is going to be way more quicker to grab a dude than an older woman. I land my
If
plane.
if I could say this right quick. Majority of the 50 years old up, 50 year and older women have either been in a long-term relationship, marriage, and it went bad, and they cool being single now.
Right.
Okay, they ain't looking for nobody. Okay, the problem is the ones that are younger than that. The 40-year-old women are the one that can't get a man and get a husband because they spent most of their life. They've been tricked into believing that having a job, a career, and everything else is more important. Okay, and while they're doing that, the men their age have moved on. Okay,
Right.
they found somebody because men that want a wife, they can get a wife. The women outnumber men probably 10 to 1 in this country. So when one passes you up, there's 9 more that are ready to give you some time. The only men that aren't married in this world right now, in this country, are men that don't want to be married, because a man can get him a wife. You can be making 6 figures and get a wife, or you can be making $40,000 a year and you can still get a wife, because there's a lot of women out there, especially the women that we don't consider the most attractive women in the world. I know the neighborhood I grew up in, most of the most physically unattractive women in the world are the ones that have men that have been with them since their youth and they still together. The so-called pretty girl is the one that's been ran through like water. That's the one that everybody was pursuing and making the lies and promises to, jumping up and down on her and leaving her. But the most unattractive ones, I can go back home in the neighborhood and all of them still married. They got the same old dude. Now he's sitting back with a fat belly, but he's still with his woman and his family. They got husbands.
Right. That's because that treatment that they bring to the table overlaps that beauty. And man, at the end of the day, man gonna always choose treatment over beauty. If he's a grown man, if he's a mature man, because he realized that's way more valuable than having a hot mess around there treating you like you ain't nothing. And I can agree with that.
That's right.
Yeah, let me so real quick, let me see, I'm trying to see which mod. I'm just gonna pick any mini. Need a mod to run real quick for a second, because I gotta do something.
Here.
Oh, you unmuted first. All right. So just I want if you can run it for a minute, cause I gotta do something. And let me get A B and A Brown real quick. You can do the first two. And what's up, right? Pearl? How you feeling?
Hey, Kev.
Hey, Pearl.
Yeah, all
Hey.
right.
Yes, I'm good. How are y'all doing today? Good evening, everyone.
I'm blessed, man. But yeah, y'all can just hover around them first two topics, and I'll be back. Give me about a little minute. I'll be back.
But Pearl, you want to go ahead on the first two topics?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Why do women have a hard time understanding they are not the same as men? Sometimes people just have low comprehension skills. Maybe it's the way they were brought up, right? That's been instilled in them by the women that raised them. There's also like this competition. Some women are in competition with men for whatever reason. I think a lot of this stuff is either childhood trauma, and a lot of it is low intellect and comprehension skills. A lot of people just cannot understand nature, the way society is, culture. They can't even just understand the human body. So to me, it's really not difficult to understand that. But I'm also religious. I'm also a Christian. So I just feel like everything in this life, it has a purpose and a plan. It fits together, orchestrated by God. So he created man. Man is who he is. He created woman. He did not create Adam and Sam. He created Adam and Eve. So they have similar qualities, but they are not the same. And that's for good reason. It's kind of like a puzzle piece, right? We fit together, but we're not the same puzzle piece, because you can't put two puzzle pieces that are identical together. They will never connect. So I can explain that to somebody, but if they can't grasp it, then I don't know what else to say or do about that. So that's why I say that. And I know this is really mainly two reasons people cannot grasp things. Either it is low comprehension and intellect, or they are so embedded in their belief systems and the way they were raised, they cannot see outside of it because they hold it to on a high pedestal. The second question asks, and they're prideful about it. Men seem to understand when their dating value decreases and women can't. Why? That's a good question. I don't know who understands that more or less. To be honest, I would actually need a survey to really know if I agree with that from the first place. But I do know that women do struggle with that, and I'm just gonna answer it for that side of it. The reason why you can't understand that the dating value is because a lot of people conflate dating value with intrinsic value, with human value, and it's different. So your worth as a human being, right? Your worth to God is what it is. It's equal. So my life is no more important than Gemini's, than Apollo's, than James, than Kev's. It's not, right? That's one particular value. But when it comes to dating market value, right, that has a different metrics to it. So the thing about it is, the question when it comes to the value in the dating market is, what does the majority of your dating pool, what value would they give you as far as different things that would make you the best partner for them? That's where they're not separating the two. Once again, it goes to comprehension, intellect, pride, and understanding. So the thing about it is, your life as a human being, right, is different from, how old are you? And how old am I? If I am 19, right, a 90-year-old man, or if I was a man, a woman, your value is not the same for me, right? As somebody who's 19 and 20 around my age. If you can't bear kids and I want kids, your dating market value is not the same for me. Doesn't mean you're not a valuable human being. Doesn't mean you're not worthy of love and respect. So that is where the confusion is. That, along with pride and basically validation and self-esteem issues. Those are the two things I think that stop women from really truly understanding that, is that they're conflating it and they're feeling offended. They're feeling like you're basically belittling me as a human being, and you're saying that I'm less than. And people struggle with that because they're already struggling with it before they talk to you. And so when you do that, you add to the trauma wounds they already have and their sense of self-worth that they're struggling with. So I think that explains what's going on with that. But I wanted to add one more thing about what was said recently about women. It's like over 35. As far as dating, that y'all made some comments about a lot of women over 35 are single or struggling to find a man because they put their careers first. I know that is an issue. Somebody did a prompt about it, but I don't think that's the major issue. So I deal with a lot of women. I deal with a lot of people, period. I have a lot of friends that are single, relatives, people online in groups. I'm a content creator. I go to a mega church. It's single women galore. Okay. And when I talk to most women that I know personally online, doesn't matter the environment. Like I said, I'm everywhere. I hear varying stories, right, of why these women are single and what they are dealing with as they try to jump into the market. All of them don't have degrees. All of them did not just go to college and put off marrying somebody. All of them don't have a negative attitude toward men. A lot of these women actually tried throughout their lifetime, they tried to date men, but they ended up either marrying or dating the wrong men. So they have these breakups stacked up and they have these body counts stacked up. They're not bad women. A lot of them don't have bad hearts or bad intentions, but they've spent a lifetime getting caught up with the wrong men. And the older you get, your dating market value goes down. So that's why a lot of women are 35 and up and they are looking for marriage. But the problem is, one thing y'all did say, a lot of men in that group do not want to get married, or they're already married, or they're LGBTQ, or they're ineligible bachelors. So that is pretty much more of a struggle than it's just thousands of women that waited, got a degree, got a career, got 6 figures, got a business, and then decided, oh, I want a man. That's not the majority. If you interview and survey women from 35 to 55 that are single and ask them about their past marriages and dating life, I assure you the majority will not tell you that that's their story and dilemma. And with that, I'll land.
I like that.
I would like to add to
Yeah.
Miss Pearl, Miss AB. I was waiting my turn to say that because I'm 35 and I'm single, and it's not because I legit chose to go to school, get a degree, get my master's, and set myself up financially so that I wouldn't have to depend on a man. I'm actually at a point where I don't want to do that. I don't want to be independent anymore, right? I don't want that. But I had a very with my son's dad. I had that was a hard time for me. And so now I'm just kind of cooling, and not so much as, you know, all men ain't this, men ain't that. Like, I'm so glad that you brought that up and you said that, because that's not the life for all of us. But I do want to touch on something, Apollo, you said, and it's one word that it kind of rocked me a little bit to hear you say this. But you said that older women can't it's harder for them to enter into relationships because, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong in my hearing, but you said it was because especially if they're successful, men don't want to deal with that. Older men would prefer a younger, naive person. And
Right.
that's kind of bothering me that you say that, because it almost puts it in a mind frame that men are, it's almost like it could be perceived as men at that point are becoming predatorial. And now they don't want someone that could either match their intelligence, or they can match their, or, or even not just even match it, but just be of some type of consciousness. Let me get someone that I can manipulate. Let me get someone that I can control. Let me get
Right.
someone that I can mold into who I want them to be, as
Right.
opposed to getting someone that's pretty much already established in her thinking, in her, and I'm just,
Right.
correct me if I'm wrong, if I heard that wrong, or if that's what you truly meant.
No, I do. I truly mean it, because what I'm saying is, and it's not for every man. Let me first say, I can't speak for every man. What I
No,
can
not
say
every man,
is,
but just
yeah,
the men in general.
yeah, yeah.
But
Just
if you mean that,
yeah. Let
do
me
you
just say it
mean that in a
correctly.
sense of men
Yes,
being predatorial?
not necessarily predatorial, but it's more or less where men want to be looked at as something that a
Let me ask
woman
you a question.
respects in such a point that she trusts his decision making skills. She trusts his leadership skills. She trusts his guidance. And being a leader is just being an example, right? Being able to guide somebody is to say, here's the goal, right? And being able to have somebody that you look up to is because of their intelligence and their experience. When a man comes to a young woman with all three of those things, it's like it's a different story to a woman who say, "Well, I've done that myself." So his value to her to a younger woman is something that she can look forward to. Of course, as like a lot of women say, teach me something, show me something, give me something new. And when you deal with a woman that's well experienced, has traveled the world and has got her own business, she's successful and all that, you're not going to impress her. The only thing you can do, of course, by impressing her, is showing her loyalty, right? Showing her commitment and showing her that you are, you're coming with the same or you're coming with the same type of value. But even if you do have more money than her, don't think that you can still put her in a position where she still needs to come at you like she has to be under you. You see what I'm saying? Or talk or submit to you in the way that a younger person would, because in both situations, respect is the key. Men love respect like women love love. And that's what the Bible says. I mean, the Bible says for women to respect men and for men to love their wives as Christ loved the church. As the same thing, it shows that a woman is if she's a noble woman, she's Proverbs 31:10. But I would always say if a woman understands, 1 Corinthians 13, then I can find a woman that's, that understands love. Then I can find a woman in Proverbs 8 that has the wisdom to give me that noble woman of Proverbs 31. If I can find those things in a woman, I know I found the woman that God found for me. But in our today's society, what's happening, and I'll repeat it, men rather have a younger woman that he can develop, that he can impress upon, that he can be someone that she adores, than to deal with a woman that he feels he's in competition with, because typically, just like what Kevin Samuel was saying, that's what's happening. A lot of women that in their older life, they want to come to another man and say, okay, I got as much as you do. It does end in competition. It does come into a struggle. It shouldn't, because like you said, they should both be able to appreciate each other. But typically, that's not what's happening. And that's where the fallout is. And unfortunately, men fall to a younger woman, and you could look at it as predatorial, but I think it's more of impressionable, that men are looking for. Not that he's looking for 19 and below, but 25, 27, 28, up in that area. Yeah, for a 40-year-old man to go to a woman at that age, yeah, I think it is normal for them, and 50s to go for those women in that earlier area, so that they can be something that impresses them. So yeah, unfortunately, that's what I normally see.
Okay, I see your point, and I can agree with that. But I think the word naive is what's kind of throwing me,
So what does
because
naive mean to you, though, in definition?
to me, a naive person is someone that is a little clueless,
Mm-hmm.
not so much as conscious
Right.
or of
Un-
or
Unaware.
yeah, somebody that's not in its
Full
cognitive
status.
state of
There you go.
reality.
There you go.
So I see that as differently than being someone that trusts the man that she's with, because I think it was the guy, I can't think of, well, maybe I think he may have dropped, that said that he goes back home and
Mhm.
he sees the people that he was, I guess, that grew up with or whatever, but maybe they were
Right.
not
Right.
as
Right. I
handsome by
remember
the
that.
face, but they're still with their partners.
Uh-huh.
Meaning the woman chose to stay with the man chose to
Right.
stay with the woman. But if they're older, I would think that still kind of puts them in the same boat as being able to, I guess, allow her husband to, be the leader and the provider of her home, of their home. Um, when you say naive, that's why I asked about the predatorial status. Like, I mean, if she's of legal age and they're together, like, I personally don't have a problem with that. Um,
I call that
but it
naive because of the fact that
seems
she's unexperienced in life, is what I'm saying. And to a woman that is fully experienced, an older woman, that's well established, would tell that younger woman, "Girl, you could do better." They would always say that. They would say, girl, look, I know he got a nice little car. Don't let that little shiny car. He got his little house. I see he got a little nice look. Girl, don't let none of that impress you. Let me tell you what you want. Get you a little young man that's just now graduated college and he has a bright future. Don't let that old man put this thing on you. Because girl, let me tell you, he ain't gonna do nothing but use you. He's just trying to get him something young, right? Am I right or wrong?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of that. I'm so sorry.
I was saying that a older woman would tell a younger woman not to be so impressed by an older man who has things that she doesn't, right? That he can impress upon her. Because an older woman that's established, she'll let her know that the things that he's impressing you with, it ain't nothing, you know. But to a younger woman, it is. To an older woman, it ain't, right or wrong.
You would probably be correct as
Right.
far as
I mean, think about it.
materialistic things,
Yeah,
maybe yes.
exactly. Materialistic things. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So it's just like saying, oh, he paid her phone bill, right? And he paid her, maybe he paid her rent or whatever. He did something that a younger man who's still trying to establish himself can't do. He's not financially there yet. But an older man can come in, he'll pay that phone bill, electric bill, or car note or whatever. Now to her, ooh, baby, I found me the right one. He paying these bills and all that. But to an older woman, she'd be like, girl, look, he ain't doing nothing. He done paid a little bill. Look, what else has he done? Is he paying all the bills? Is he putting furniture in your house? Is he coming over there fixing on the house? Has he tried to even put you in the house, or are you still living with your mom and your daddy? Let me tell you something, girl. He's trying to put a brainwash on you, right or wrong.
I would say that would be correct,
Yeah.
but in the sense that older women may know that it's more to being with someone than just paying their bills.
Exactly. That's my point. And so to an older man, he don't want a woman who won't value those things because then he has to work harder. That's now you coming to where I am on why I'm saying he wants somebody naive. That's what I mean.
I understand, but I just don't think it's in that context. Like, I don't think an older woman wouldn't appreciate a man that's of her or near her same age doing those things. But I think it would probably be along the lines of, do you have more, or is there more to us being together
Exactly.
than you just paying the bills?
There you go. That's what I'm saying. An older woman would ask for more. She would definitely demand that you ain't impressing me by paying my phone bill. You ain't impressing me by paying my car note. I thank you for that. And don't think you're going to get something just because you did that. You may get a dinner date. You may get a chance to come see me, but don't think because you done paid this bill that you got access to the kingdom. Don't think that. Let me tell you that
Okay,
right now. You know what I'm
I'm gonna
saying?
ask you one more question, then
Sure.
and I think Dance May can get in on this too.
Sure. Absolutely.
But don't you think that in a relationship,
Mhm.
don't you think it is a little bit more to being with someone than just what you can do for them?
Well, in the definition of what a relationship is, for what men have been taught, protect and provide, that's the end show for us normally, isn't it? It's not so much as anything else because a woman wants a man that can provide other things. A woman, a younger girl just wants trinkets of things. So it's two different things that's happening, right? So if a woman wants a man to be able to commit, to be able to provide a home, to be able to protect, to be able to make sure that everything is working accordingly in that house, and he's communicating effectively. He's able to raise children. He's able to help her with preparing the future for their children, going to college, and making sure they got life insurance, making sure they got annuities set up, making sure that they're one with God, their religion is evenly yoked, making sure that they have practices in place that make sure that their family is definitely destitute for a very successful outcome. Most men aren't coming with that kind of mindset when they run into a woman in the beginning. They just trying to say if she's going to be loyal in the beginning by simply bringing the trinkets, which basically will get her to say, yes, I want to be with you. And then it builds into those type of things. But an older woman would say, you better have all of those things ready if you want to come into a relationship with me. Otherwise, you need to step on because you ain't ready for this. You haven't even graduated life yet to be able to be with me.
It all depends too on. I'm hearing everything y'all are saying. I think it's very closed minded.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're not talking about yourself, Apollo. Okay.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
speaking
you're
in
speaking
general
in
on what I
general.
said. Yeah.
That specific, because all older men don't think that way. So that specific type, that prototype of an older man, that is wild to me. Let me just say that, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is so many. It's the thing is, it's multiple women out here, and
Mm-hmm.
it seems like a lack of, like, I don't feel validated as a man. I don't feel secure. I don't feel confident, and I'm not mature enough to just simply be with a woman my age. Because it would have been the same if you had met somebody, you would have still been with your wife had you met your wife at 19. So this older man who chooses a woman based off of that only, I
Right.
want y'all to think about how wild that is, because dating a younger woman, and I'm not here to knock anybody that do that, but I want to explain how it looks to my mind if you were putting it on the table. Now, a younger woman is different. She wants, her maturity level is different from yours. Her view of what is fun and exciting, she usually wants to do more. That older man wants to do less. She wants to hang out with friends more.
Mm-hmm.
That older man wants to do less. Even sexually, depending on the man, their sex drive and all their health problems, if they have them, come out as they get older, while this young woman is still in her prime, right? This young lady is still eating cereals. You on grits and pancakes and waffles and all this other kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But so you got all these differences, right?
Mm-hmm.
This person doesn't have credit. This person is still new to the world. This person is new to politics. This person hasn't had children. Mind you, you got grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
So for you to solely to me, an older man, right, who deliberately targets and says, you know what, I'm just going to go out here and I'm going to date college graduates because I want me a young girl.
Right.
I want me a real young woman, a naive, innocent woman that I can shape and mold. It gives off insecure, and it gives off controlling, and it gives off weird to me. That's just my personal thing, because I'm looking at everything that I just said.
Right.
You moving a 22-year-old, 23-year-old into your home, trying to build a relationship, and y'all have to talk about different things. And this young lady is on a total different level because y'all are on different wavelengths of life. Y'all on two different roads, two different lanes of experience, and you're gonna try to. It's hard to do it with somebody your age. You try to do it with somebody approximately 20 years younger than you. That is so wild to me.
You see, that's what Kevin Samuel was saying, but it's not 22 and 23, it's 25, 26, 27. But it's actually what Kevin Samuel was pointing on. He says, look, that's why he was saying many women don't want to see that because, in your mind, you like, what does she have to offer, right? And I get that, and I totally get it. But just like watching Colored Purple, just like Mister was the typical man and his whole thing of finding a woman versus Harpo and Sophia, right? And you can see the two different distinctions of the relationship, right? Harpo and Sophia was running Harpo. So Harpo couldn't tell Sophia nothing. Sophia would knock Harpo butt off, knock his ass out in a jack minute, right? Because she was a strong woman, independent, and she wasn't trying to have that. Versus, what did Mister go get? Mister went and got him a young thing that from another person that owned the land because he just wanted somebody to come in and take care of the house of the kids that he already had from a previous marriage, even though he already had a relationship with Suge, right? And so the typical man, up until really recently, I would say until the 60s, this was very typical for men. Up until like when you start seeing George Jefferson and stuff moving on up, in good times, those type of men were the new type of enterprise of love relationships. But prior to that, you always saw older men with younger women coming into their house. That's biblical, right? So I get it now, and we all get it now because.
let hold on, Paulo. Let Dance Maddox
Oh,
speak
okay.
and
Sure.
Smokey. Dance Maddox, go ahead.
What's going on? First of all, how y'all doing? Hope you had a good night.
Yeah, peace and blessings, brother.
The issue is, and I'm gonna say it again, extreme feminism. That really destroyed the woman's mindset. So when you come to the first part, when they say, why do women have a hard time understanding that they're not the same as men, is because of feminist agenda that told women they could be equal like the men, and gender roles is basically of the past and it don't serve women. And that mindset is usually destroyed the woman's mindset, right? So therefore you start having women with the attitude problems, things like that. And that's so that whole attitude thing, that turns men off because you're basically being less agreeable. And it becomes an issue when if a woman is combating her man too much. And this is the thing that these type of women usually raise independent children, independent little girls. Before they meet any boyfriend in their life, they're already taught to be independent. You don't need no man for nothing, blah, blah, blah. You're not even teaching your daughter how to be a wife. You're teaching them how to be an independent female. When these people grow up, they don't want no guidance from men. And that's where the part that men show love through discipline and teaching. So if I can't now have a woman my age and I can't teach nothing because she thinks she know it all, she got a high paying job and turn her nose up against the men, it's not because she's making more money, it's because the attitude that comes with it because of what you've been taught by extreme feminism. So men usually like to date younger women so they can guide them and teach them. Remember, it's called the bride and the groom. But feminists have taught women that groom is bad. Grooming is not bad. It only becomes bad when you are groomed wrong. And that right there is the issue. Oh my, I don't like the word groom. And I'm like, this is the reason why it's hurting the women. And I get really mad about it, not trying to make it about race, because this white feminist agenda has put a number on my black women. And I don't like it. Because what end up happening is my black woman, I'm saying it again, I think black women are the most beautiful people on the God green earth. I stand by that. But the way how they made the black woman attitude-wise, by teaching them false ideologies, it really hurt the community. So therefore, when men are trying to tell black women that feminist agenda was never your fight, the women of today are less than the women of the past, not by physical nature, just by mentality because of feminism would have done. Does that make sense to y'all?
It makes complete sense to me, but I don't know if I don't know if they want to hear it. That's the
Well,
question.
I would say that that's probably an additional reasoning for men to have for their choosing.
It's the attitude, I'm
Because
telling you.
last night, and here's why I'm saying this, because last night Jane and I were on with Kevin and a few other guys who gave a totally different reason as to why women are carrying this quote unquote independent role now.
No, I'm saying a different
No,
reason.
listen. We were on Jane, and Jane, she has her camera on, so she can, and she's here.
And we
We
took
sat
notes.
on a
We took
panel and
notes.
we took notes.
Kev
And
told
they
us to take
told
notes.
us to take notes. The men, including Kev, told us to take notes because they wanted us to understand how we as women have arrived to this point of being quote unquote independent and not feeling as if we need our black men.
But that's a different story,
So
though.
I'm telling no, that's what I'm telling you.
No. I'm
Now you're
saying
on the panel tonight saying something completely
no,
different
no
from the
disrespect, but
other set of black men
Can I
that was
respond to
on
that,
our
please?
but
panel last night.
wait. But see, no, that's two different things. What you just said was how you arrived to this point. That's a different story than why men are attracted to these type of
Hold on.
women. That's two different stories. I can tell the story of
Let's
LBJ and all of
hold on.
that about how women
Apollo.
got to this point. That's a total different story than why men prefer. younger women. That's two different things.
Then I don't think you heard dance.
So what we're trying to say is this, right? You see, some guys might think, one might think that, listen, the females, we ain't really dating a female having an issue because of money issues or education. That's a component of it. Absolutely, it's a component of it, right? But what I'm doing in attacking the bigger picture, what it starts from is extreme feminism. That's what I'm saying. It branches off from there. So when women start to have the mindset that I'm oppressed and these type of mindsets, then it leaks into the education system. It leaks into your homes because it's like a feminist umbrella. So yes, it could be the education could be a part of it. The high earning woman a man ain't a man because he ain't making much money as me. What do that have to do with anything with the man? That's what I'm saying. That's a brainwashing or a psyop by feminism. So what I'm saying to you, the overall look is extreme feminism, which have made women fall from the grace of God. Because feminism was to really attack the Christian patriarchy in the first place. Once you understand how it affects you, then you could hear different avenues of it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
So,
let's hear from
hold
Smoke
on,
real
hold
quick.
on, hold on, hold on 1 second. Let's get Smokey Stack in there real quick so he could get caught up on conversation. Smokey, how you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks. Appreciate that. What up, Kev? So are you looking for me to reply on what they're saying or to one of the topics?
You can speak on the topic, speak to what you heard, or in general.
Okay, perfect. So let's talk a little bit about the first one. It says, why do women have a hard time? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Let's back up. Men seem to understand when their dating value decreases and women can't. And the question is why, right?
To be honest,
Yes.
everybody only did the blue part.
We already did the blue part, you saying?
I said that's the only one we did was the blue part, I believe.
Oh, okay. Let's see here.
Or did y'all do Jane? Which one did you guys do?
We went down to the men seem to understand when their dating value decreases. Ooh, that's that one.
Okay.
Okay.
So I can speak on that or no?
So the first two, yeah. Do the first two.
The first two. Okay. Ooh, I think why do women have a hard time understanding they're not saying? I mean, all I can say about that is that this question to me, this assumes a binary divide. That's just outdated. I mean, instead, we should be looking at how different strengths and perspectives between men and women complement each other, how they create a balance. So it's less about being the same and it's more about appreciating those differences. It's 2000. It's almost 2025, man. And I go room to room to room to room, and I hear all this shit about I hear all this shit about well, who built the society? And it's true and it's real. But we didn't build the society just for us, just for men. That's insane. We've built things in society specifically for women. But anyway, I don't want to spend a ton of time on that. That's what I'll say about that. Hopefully that works. Hopefully that's enough. And then I guess I can go to the next one. Yes.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. So it says men seem to understand when their dating value decreases and women can't, and why. So this for me, this touches on gender dynamics and let's just call it societal conditioning. So men might often be conditioned to grade our value on measurable factors. Think income, physical fitness, career milestones, yada yada yada, right? However, for women, they were culturally encouraged to focus on stuff that's intrinsic or subjective traits. Think beauty, youth, or other nurturing characteristics. So those are less straightforward to quantify, and they're more influenced by societal narratives. This is why.
Okay. We can move back to open panel. Jane, go ahead.
So, Nick, yesterday we also talked about how to effectively communicate. So I'm very confused about what the two gentlemen were talking about, because I believe Apollo said something about concerning like age gap relationships, pretty much, right? Like the younger women and the older men.
Mhm.
And then you kind of just like answer to respond. And that's why it's kind of hard when people come in here and they might do want to jump into the conversation. It's hard because we're having two different conversations. So
Yeah,
one has nothing to do with the other. Apollo started off with talking about age gap relationships and how they're being viewed. So I think that we should just stay there, because it kind of feels like when we go into these tyrants and we're just primarily pointing the finger, which that's what a lot of the conversation was about. It wasn't us pointing the finger. It was kind of coming down to a consensus of where the issues reside, because we kind of agreed that both sides have issues, right? Men and women, both sides have issues. But, it just feels kind of negative when it's just like, okay, we're on one thing, so let's stick to the age gap, because I feel like that would have been a very good conversation to stick to, instead of going into what YT women created, really what YT men created. They didn't create it, YT men created it. But yeah, let's just stick to at least one.
I agree, because I definitely think, Dance, when you started talking, it sounded like you were kind of on topic with the age gap, but then you kind of veered and went somewhere else, and that kind of almost
No, I
seemed like
answered the
you
question
had
that was on
different
the.
conversations happening at once.
No, I answered the question that was on the panel. I literally read the question and then I answered it.
Okay. Okay, Miss Brown, AB, I know you wanted to respond to Apollo, I think it was.
I wanted to respond to I think that was Dance. But you can let somebody else go before me because I need to finish chewing.
Okay. I wanted to go back to Apollo with the age gap. I don't think men see that as an immature way of thinking, because it does, the perception of it is, and it's not, it's not because older women are jealous of younger women, but the perception really does come off as if it's very predatorial to say, I want somebody that I can manipulate. I don't want somebody that I could work with or that I could continue to grow and continue to build with. It's, I want somebody that I can manipulate, or somebody that I can um transform into who I want them to be. And I would say the same for an older woman, right? Wanting a younger man, somebody that, she can boss around, or somebody that she can, have to be her quote unquote errand boy. Like, get up and go do this for me, get up and go do that for me, right? Like, I would say the same. Like, it's a bit immature on both ends to say I'm going to date a younger person simply because I can control them, or they'll do what I say do, essentially.
I think as far as to see the narrative, and that definitely sounds very predatory. When you say they'll do what I say, I don't think that's it, because I don't think a man is looking for a younger woman so that he can say, do what I say. What I think he is looking for is somebody who is impressed. And that's the key word, impressed with him. Because when somebody is impressed with you, they respect you. When they respect you, they tend to support you. When they support you, that basically creates the energy needed in order to make things happen. Now, are there older women that carry the same energies into a relationship? Absolutely. I think there are older women that'll still be impressed with a man. But what we're discussing is, why is it that men would choose to go to the younger women faster than probably the older women? It's only because what Kevin Samuels exposed is that you had a lot of women that did not feel that men are impressing them. And every time he had arguments with them, he basically kept saying, look, what is it that you're looking for? And the only thing they kept saying back to back, 6 figures, 6-pack, right? With uh 6 feet. Those are the three sixes that they was looking for. None of them was saying that, oh, I'm looking for a man that would impress me, because a lot of them was already well accomplished and already had things that they wanted in their life. So Kevin was trying to explain, like, well, what do you want him to bring? I mean, what is it that you expect for this man to bring into your life? And if it wasn't money, with the look and the height, then really women didn't have any need for the man, because she had everything that a man could have offered her. So there was nothing that he could impress her with. A younger woman don't have nothing. So here is a person now that's in need, and everybody know how the market run. Market runs off of demand. When a demand is presented, you have a market, because you have product that's for sale. And what's for sale and is basically his lifestyle. And you see it all the time. I mean, a younger woman has always been fascinated with the professor at college, or fascinated with an older man that was, I don't know, a philosopher or whatever. It's not like it's a new subject matter. The question is, what is his intention? And is it predatorial? It is predatorial if he's trying to look for some 20-year-old, 21, 22, 23-year-old girls. He said, I can understand that. But 25, 26, 27, 28 up in here? No. This woman already graduated from college. She's already been developed in life to where she now has understanding. She didn't get to that position. And it's not always that she had to graduate from college, but she's had enough life to understand things that she could bring into this man's life happily, because she wants it. And she wants to be that thing in his life so that she can get all the stuff from him: a house, a car, children, family, like I said, all the stock and everything that goes with it, the insurances and everything that comes with that, because she's not seeing that in a younger man, because he hasn't built that particular status yet. He's on the way there, but he isn't there. So is it right, I guess, is the question. And if it is wrong, then I guess over 1,000 years of this happening has always been wrong, because it's not something new. It's something that's really old. The only thing new is that we have now a collective conscious that it looks predatorial for an older man to date a younger woman. But I don't know, 40-year-old with a 25-year-old doesn't seem that predatorial to me. Now, 60-year-old with a
Be careful.
25-year-old,
Be
I
careful
would
with
definitely
that
say
P
so.
word.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Cause just to protect Kev's life,
Got
we
you.
just gonna just say pretty.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Sorry.
know.
Yeah. I do apologize. I know.
P3DO.
I meant to. We'll say pretty. I don't even
Okay.
know if that's
I
the
want to
proper
add a
word to
little
put
bit.
with it. It's I'll put petty.
I
How
want
about
to.
petty? Because
No,
it is petty.
P3DO.
Yeah.
But I want to add a little bit to what you said. So when the young women that are in college and are students and they're admiring their professors, it's based on a sense of power. Women
Mhm.
are attracted to power and confidence.
Right.
So when you do hear about younger women dating older men, it's because primarily the men that they want to date are 10 years behind, right? Because they say that women are maturing 10 years over
Right.
the man that's her age. And I say that coming from an age gap marriage, you know what I'm saying? At the
Right.
end of the day, it's a position of power. Like every woman was infatuated with Barack Obama, and it wasn't because he was a president. It wasn't because of how he looked. It was because he was a president. He had a position of power, and that is what made him very attractive to the majority of women, not
Right.
even within the United States, but even outside of the United States. When
Right.
it comes down to a lot of the age gap conversations, you do find that some are relatable to their partner, and especially with younger women when it comes down to older men. The problem that I see is that a car will fascinate a woman that is maybe 20 years old that does not have a car, because she would think that he's in a position of power even though he's making car payments. A
Right.
man that lives
Exactly.
by himself and she's coming from a household where she's living with her parents, that is a position of him taking the steps of independence or being independent even though he's just paying rent. And he may be
Right.
in his 40s. She's not looking at that. She's just saying, oh yeah, well, here's this man, he has his own place and I don't. So obviously he's one step ahead. But I do feel like, even coming from that type of marriage with age gap, I do feel like there were certain instances where I feel as if I lost a lot in life because I had to continuously catch up. And when I say
Hmm.
that, when I was 22, I had to be 32 because my
Right.
husband was 16 years older than me. And it was certain points where I couldn't grow with my husband because my husband was already there. So I
Hmm.
had to step away and meet up with other marital couples in order to understand that it's okay for me to be 23 and 24 and 25, because that's
Hmm.
exactly where I need to be. And you
Right.
shouldn't rush that time. I do feel like I lost a lot in life when it came down to some of the mistakes I should have made to learn in order to grow into being 35 now. So I'm not saying that anything is wrong with them, because obviously I wouldn't have gotten married to somebody 16 years older than me if I thought something was wrong with it. But I do find a great deal of those situations being an improper fashion, because a lot of men say, well, she's fascinated by the small things that I do. But why would you want somebody to be fascinated with your small goals? How about reaching for your big goals? That to me sounds like an insecurity within age concerning where you are in life versus where you need to be. So the older woman might come up and say, well, my life is well put together and I need you to be 40 because I'm 40. So if I'm 40 and I'm doing this and I'm not slacking, I need you to catch up to where you're supposed to be at. And that could be an intimidation to somebody that's insecure.
Yes, it could. And to go along with what you're saying is that men in today's age don't really know the goalpost line with women. Let's be honest. The most consistent thing that men have always been known to be, as they considered a man, is that he can provide and he can protect. Now, women said men should have more goals. Now, the key thing is about providing, provision. Provision works in many different ways, right? Provision can work, and he's always there to take care of things when things need to be taken care of. Provision can be that he's financially stable, that he can take care of things. Or, his provision works in that he's emotionally available for you. There's a lot of provisions that's going on, right? And so when we look at providing things, we have to make sure that we understand to relate to your man about what's that definition for you, because men don't look at the definition the way women do, I believe, right? And because when it comes to protecting, we want to make sure we can protect our woman and we can provide. And I don't think that the goalpost has ever been moved further than just being able to pay some bills and be, of course, scary enough, or have a pew pew or something to make sure if something goes down that he's ready to handle the mission at hand. Now, women say today, okay, I need you to have more. Well, what's the more? You see what I'm saying? Is it traveling around the world? Is it having a stock portfolio? Is it knowing what annuities is? Is it making sure you got life insurance? Is it degrees? Is it having a house a certain size? You see what I'm saying? There is no goalpost that's a common thread of women. Each one of y'all have separate goalposts. But I think that's where a lot of men can't understand why she's not happy, because we're still falling on the same definition of what we always have felt on, provision and protect, as being the line of saying, hell, I'm a man. I pay these bills and I protect her. I don't know what she upset about. And she's gonna, I'm not happy. I want more in life. Well, what's the more?
I
Yeah,
think
can
when
I
you
jump
put
in
it
there?
like that, go ahead, Smoke.
Thank you. Apollo mentioned something in his first position after I was done, and then one off Jane also pretty much supported it. And that was what we call mutual agency, right? So if the assumption is that an older man dates a younger woman to manipulate or control, we have to give credit to it equally being fair to question why a younger woman would date an older man. Apollo hit it on the head. He talked about security, stability, financial advantage. So when we ignore that mutual agency, it's almost like we're projecting a bias rather than addressing the full context of it, right? So more on the mutual agency, I think that's key to understanding any relationship dynamic. It means that both people have the ability to make choices, consent, and take responsibility for their roles. So when talking about older men and younger women, it's important to ask this, right? If the younger woman chooses to engage, isn't she exercising her own agency? And then again, are we undermining her ability to make decisions by assuming manipulation or control, right? And let me just round this out, and then I'll get out of your way here. Let me just round this out by saying that if we wanted to quantify, because Apollo reached back and he said, oh, 20, 21, 22, 23, maybe too young, but then 25 or 24, etc. Well, let's give some perspective on this, right? The I want to talk about emotional intelligence just briefly. Understanding the relationship dynamics, excuse me. In high school, and let's just go up to the 12th grade, on a scale of 1 to 10, that really looks like 2 to 4. In early college, by the time that young woman is, let's say, first year, which would be 19 or 20, depending, it's more like a 5 to 7, right? And then if we look at critical thinking in relationships, in high school, she goes from 3 to 5 all the way up to 6 to 8. And then those are compounded based on the types of relationship interaction that she has in those early relationships, be they with men who are her age or even men that are older. And so I just wanted to share that. And I got that information from there. There's a development theory called Erik Erikson's psychosocial development theory, if you wanted to know more on that and how they progress in relationship thinking. I'll leave it there.
Brilliantly said, brother.
I can jump in now.
Have at it.
So I disagree respectfully, Apollo. I actually think that the impression part of it is what a lot of these older men who do that is actually a benefit and an advantage that they are depending on in order to basically get their end goal. I don't think it's the end all be all as far as this is what she's satisfying me for. From what I have seen, heard, read, it's more to me, these individuals are looking for somebody who's a little bit more agreeable and obedient. It's a certain prototype of a man. He wants that power dynamic, and he's looking for submission and obedience. And he's looking to feel like just the person that's of higher authority and power in that dynamic. And so he can only get that from this young woman. And yes, the young woman might be old enough, but from my understanding, the brain isn't fully developed to the age of 25. So to get someone between the age of 18 and 25, and you're significantly older, and that's what you're targeting, right? We have to ask ourselves about the intent of that particular man. If that's who he's specifically targeting, this man has had, most of these men have had time to sit back and think. They have attempted to mess with women in their age group. There's a reason why they're single and available, other than if their wife passed away, right? So we got to consider that dynamic. And a lot of the times, the thing is, a lot of these men struggle with emotional regulation, and they have childhood issues they have not dealt with. So a woman on their level who will hold them accountable, who will voice her opinion, who will challenge his thought process, who also has as much as he has, if not higher, it is intimidating, and he cannot handle it. And it builds up anger and frustration. So they're going to argue and fight all of the time. So this man decides it is better for me to get a younger woman. And like you already mentioned, younger people are naturally naive. Yes, they can make decisions, but we also agree the brain is not fully developed and they're naturally naive and they're impressed because they are at the beginning stages of their adult life. So it is easier for that prototype of a man to hunt for young ladies in that demographic so that he can feel this power that he needs to feel in this particular type of relationship. And yes, some of these young girls know that. So I've heard older men say, I ain't doing it because ain't nobody fit to use me. Because what the young girls are doing, what's happening also is they are plotting and waiting on those type of guys because they're trying to use them for what they can buy and get. So the thing is, you may get a woman like that. You may get a young lady, but she might flip it and be just trying to use you. And then she's sleeping with a younger man in her free time. You'll either get that one or you'll get one that's really naive and dependable, right? I mean, naive and dependent. And she'll get with that man, be abused, maybe mentally, physically, emotionally by this man. And then as she get to 35 and up, she'll divorce that man. She'll get tired of him and she'll leave. With that, I'll link.
All right. So the thing
Hold
is this, right?
on. Dancematic, 1 second.
All right.
So could everybody please like and share Kev's live? Please hold down Kev's screen. It's gonna be a white screen pops up. You can share the live like that. Also go to your gift bar and it's gonna say exclusive. Send him that red heart. Also just continue to like the live. Everybody in the panel, please don't like the live. Send in the comments, send fruit, different types of fruit. I heard that it boosts the live somehow. We do appreciate y'all for enjoying the conversation. Let's continue to keep this conversation going. Dancematic, go ahead.
All right. The thing is too, right? A lot of women confuse this experience, right? Men want women. Women want men who can lead, right? And being a leader comes with experience. Men do not want women who are experienced, by and large, because that comes with baby mama drama, multiple kids. It becomes with a damaged mindset, right? And once you start to get older with damaged mindset and more baggage, what end up happening, you're less agreeable to men because you've been through some trauma. And it's human nature. I understand that you're more defensive because of what you've been through. That happens to men and women, to be perfectly honest. But a lot of these older women, they would literally trick younger women out of position. He too old for you, girl. Blah, 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 and talk, but they don't tell you that they were dealing with an older man first. But they don't tell you that part. The difference is we always say we miss Big Mama, right? And guess what Big Mama have the unique experience with? An experience of a man, usually. So Big Mama usually would have a husband who was older than her, who guided her with leadership. Now this man has passed along or they got divorced, whatever happens. This Big Mama got the leadership experience from an experienced leader. So now she's able to guide the family and be the glue to the family because of the man leadership skills that she acquired from that marriage. And a lot of older women are still in competition with the younger women. So they trick them out of position every time and try to shame them because he's too old, X, Y, and Z. And this narrative too, that thing that men are going to women to just manipulate them, that happens, yes, but that's not the reason why. It's because men usually want something more pure than experience. But we leave that part out because it don't fit the narrative. And I realized that a lot of women don't understand men, and a lot of men don't understand women. So until then, we gotta go back to our old roots and being more closer to God to understand the values between a man and a woman in that regard. Y'all can go ahead.
So,
Can I follow up on it? Because she did tag me. I wanted to make sure. Yeah, but go ahead.
I wanted to say something because I've been listening for I think the past hour. I think all right, so I think when it comes to older men, I don't think older men looking to get over up on no young girl. I think the young girl even come with her own motives or her own reasons of getting whatever it is she looking to get out of the situation. Because people got to realize people spend their time and attention around people for a reason. Because they worth something to you. It's something about them that you value. You just not around them just because you want to waste time. You're around them because you actually see something that's beneficial. Whether it's for self, lifestyle, whatever the case may be, it's beneficial. I think the older guy got the pick of the litter. Because a lot of people like the older guy. This is why I truly believe a lot of women definitely like that older man, younger or older. Because younger women, they always going after the older guy because he got more to offer than a younger dude. He don't have time to waste. Like, he's more serious minded. I think you have, because I always say there's a difference between a 46 year old, a 46-year-old, I'm gonna give this example, 46-year-old woman, right, and a 46-year-old woman with a 26-year-old mindset. See, you got people who look grown but don't want to act grown. You got people who sit up here who's grown and still get excited by young things. I think because it's like when you brought up the big mama scenario, people gotta understand, big mama man wasn't for everybody. That man wasn't supposed to be liked by every woman, every person. He was liked by the woman that actually who entertained him. At the end of the day, what's your liking is not going to be the next woman's liking. What fits into your lifestyle doesn't fit into the next person's lifestyle. At the end of the day, what you willing to do far as a lady is not what the next woman willing to do. So at the end of the day, we all operate differently, and that's okay. What might turn your body on ain't gonna turn the next person's body on. You know, what might stimulate your mind and what might be a man or a woman to you might not be a man or a woman to the next person. It's all about you. What you see as best fit. What do you see as because I don't think everybody around here just getting manipulated, because if that's the case, that just shows that shit. You have low discernment. You don't know how to pick right. You don't know right from wrong. That just means that you have low discipline, low self-control. Like, you don't have no know-how. Like, and I don't believe that, because at the end of the day, parents are leaders for a reason, and a lot of us being led by people who knew what they were doing, who ran their household a certain way. At the end of the day, I think Charleston White said it best. I don't want to hear about the motherfucker who ain't kept no motherfucking man or no woman. I don't want to listen to those people, because you ain't accomplished the shit. So why the fuck do I care to listen to you? At the end of the day, you trying to accomplish the shit. You trying to get the shit down packed. At the end of the day, tell me about the motherfucking woman or the man that kept that 40, 50 year relationship. They can talk about that shit. You get what I'm saying? Because they actually have something to show for. Other people be sitting out here trying to tell you what works for them, and the shit just don't work for everybody else. And it's not supposed to. It's supposed to, some things are supposed to just be like, if people give you advice like, oh, yeah, the best way you want to keep your relationship going is always don't overtalk your partner. Don't sit up here or get disrespectful. It'll be things like this, right? So, because nobody likes to get disrespected in a relationship or feel unwanted, unneeded, all that shit. So I think whether you older going after a younger person or you younger going after an older person, you gonna find what's fit for you in life. Regardless. No matter if somebody thinks it good, right, or wrong, you gonna find what's fit. If that made any sense to anybody. If it didn't, it's okay.
It made a lot of sense. And I just like to say to that, you said a lot of things that are very relevant and very true. To each his own. And I just want to make sure that I was clear about the age, that I always said over 25. I never said under no 25. I didn't say no 20, 21, 22. Though. I never said that one time. I made sure I was clear that it was 25 and older that I said are the ones that most men choose because they basically have a clarity and they're not coming in so young where you question it. But at the same time, if they're in their 30s or they're and that person is about that age, that still ain't got no problem with me because that's their life and they still happy. But what we got to realize is this: a man wants to be respected, and I think a lot of time women use the word submit. No, let me tell you, men don't want a woman that submits. We want a woman that respects us. We're not looking for a pet. I'm not asking her sit, boo boo, sit. That's not a relationship. A man wants a woman to respect him. That means she sees what he has is valuable. She values him. So there is no man out here looking for women to submit to them like they're pets. That's not that word has been abused and misused because it says even in the Bible that women should respect their man. You should respect your husband. And you're turning that submit thing, you're using it as a weapon to basically say, oh, you want somebody you can command. And ain't no little young woman gonna let young women ain't let nobody command them. They coming out the house, not even commanded by their parents. Hell, by the time they get to college, they already got a mouthpiece on them that's colder than most things that you even want to hear. And if you think just because you're an older dude and you got all of that, you think that you're gonna stop her mouthpiece if she don't respect you, then I don't know what community you come from, but all the black women I know, that mouthpiece come with the gun, and I mean with the pew pew, they come with it. So when they do respect you, then you see them put that pew pew down because they admire who they with and they want to learn and they want to enjoy. But just like my man said, they're getting something out of it too. And just like she said, if they are getting something out of it, it's a mutual situation. No one can tell a person in a mutual situation that it's unfair to either one. What we have to be clear about is, as long as both people are happy and they are mature enough to make decisions, then to each his own. I don't care what it is. That's just how we got to look at it. So, and once again, it's going to always vary. But let us make sure that we're clear about the age number, and let us be clear about the word submit, because I think that's the most ugliest thing. I just want respect. Respect me. I'm not looking for a pet. You feel me?
That makes sense. Let's get D and F. Must. Jane, bless you, girl. I seen you over there sneezing.
Oh, thank you.
Count them blessings.
Yes, two of them. Thank you, boo.
Yeah, hello everyone. How you doing?
We great. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, my thing is, first of all, I'm at the point where, age factor, when you become an adult and considered by an adult by law, and you're able to make your own decisions legally, and then nobody's forcing you to do anything. Age should not be a factor in anything, and nobody has the precedence or the credence to even be judgmental in that regard. And from my understanding, last I've been told, that don't women like mature a heck of a lot faster and quicker and more than guys. So therefore, at the age of maybe like 21, regardless of the age of the guy, whether how old he is, if she's at the age of 21, she's considered an adult by law. So therefore, if she choose to go for an older man, therefore, what that tells me is that not only that everyone looking at the inclination that he may have an agenda, but she does as well, and she's what, supposed to be like mature, correct? You all supposed to be mature and have the mentality and this and that or what have you. So my thing is this: she's very much aware of the decisions that she will make in regards to dating older men. From my understanding, I look at society as today, 2020, it's 2024, about to be 2025, and a lot of younger women, in regards to these celebrities, are a lot older than these younger Instagram models and what have you. But you know what? Like, say for instance, hypothetically, I don't want to call no names, but different celebrities, they got the money, they got this clout, they got this and that, whatever, and they go for a lot of younger women. You know why? And the younger women go for them. They don't care nothing about their age. They disregard that, and vice versa. So my thing is this: if it's a mutual agreement or what have you, or understanding, how can, a lot of women hold credence to the fact that, older men are preying on these younger women, because I would think that they would be doing the same in reciprocal aspect, because of the fact that they looking to dig in a nigga's pockets, or excuse me, or looking to dig in a guy's pockets, and they have an agenda as well. And they're looking to see who can take care of them and provide for them the most, and they look for the best of the best out of their whatever, little circle, what have you. You know what I mean? And they do that, and that's consistent. And even you don't have to be a celebrity to do that. They do that, in the everyday life. You know what I mean? They're gonna go for the best of the best out of everybody, regardless of how old you are. I've seen it, I've been around it, and I could speak to it in regards to, like, I see it every day, and from the job that I do. So, if a woman is of age and she's an adult and considered an adult by law, and you all are considered to be more mature faster, I would say, quicker than we are, and there are older men that decide to get with them, we're looking for, like, I would say, we're not looking for any, like, animosity or like disagreements in that regard. When it comes to, like, older ladies, right? I've dealt with older women as myself, and I'm middle aged guy. But what I've seen in the difference is, when it becomes with older women, it seems that we have a tendency to reach an aspect of where there's a lot of um combativeness, because they are kind of set in their ways, and we're not looking for that. Men are not looking for that. We're looking for understanding and comprehension, and to be understood as men. But when women get to a certain age, not all, but some, quite a few, have a tendency to be like, you can't tell them anything. And from what I'm Christian, and from my understanding, that we were taught to lead, so we shouldn't be met with a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? We shouldn't be looking with a lot of rebelliousness from women. You know what I'm saying? When we were put in a position biblically, you know what I'm saying, to take charge and stuff like that. And that's what men look for. We're not looking for combativeness. We are not. And if we think that we're gonna get that from older women, oh, and when we have a tendency, we've dealt with older women. A lot of men have, and so that's what we're not looking for combativeness. We just want to be respected. We are very simple. We are very simple creatures. We just want to be understood, respected, and that's it at the end of the day. So therefore, when in comparison, if we have to look at the younger women in comparison to an older woman, it will make sense. And vice versa. Younger women will look for older men for what they want, and older men will look for what they want in a woman. So therefore, older women, you have to take a step back and kind of look at the temperament for a little bit, and look at how you act and how you speak. There's someone on this panel that spoke very, very reckless against men just earlier, and I was sitting there listening to her. I sit there and listened to her very, very eloquently, and I was taking notice of everything she was saying. But and I was like, this is the very reason why older men choose younger women. You understand? So and I will land my plane with that.
Appreciate you.
Her notes.
Let's
Her notes.
what you say? Let's get Lady TK in there. How you doing, Lady TK?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Great. What's your thoughts, Mama? Welcome back, Kev.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What's going on, Lav? How you been, Kim?
What up, man?
No, there's definitely a reason why an older woman would date a younger man and vice versa with an older man dating or pursuing a younger woman. But it's not the same thing. And most likely there's not an older woman that's pursuing a younger man. There's usually like the vice versa. A younger man is pursuing an older woman for whatever reasons that they want to sit there and do, but it's not the same. Especially when it comes to a dating thing. It's my perspective. After a certain time, that if the woman is not going to be in a relationship, or she's been in a relationship and she's had kids and her kids have aged out, there's no reason for her to sit up here and have to be into a marriage relationship any longer, because you're not building with her anymore. She probably already has whatever she wants. She's already had the kids that she wants to do. She's not simply trying to repeat that stuff again. There's like not a lot of 40-year-old women besides these celebrities that's different want to sit there and say they want to have kids now at 50 and all these other type of things that can take care of them. But that's not the average woman. So if you find an older woman that's dating a younger man, it's most likely that he pursued her before that she pursued him. And I don't sit there and think that the reasons behind him pursuing her was that he is looking for the same thing that you would do as a younger man, just wanting to get into a marriage situation and grow a family, because you know that that's no longer possible. So when I guess DNF must one is saying something about an older woman dating a younger man and like thinking that there's going to be something different, as far as like an older woman like pursuing something from him, I don't agree with that. I just don't. It doesn't fundamentally make sense. It's like usually you'll sit up here and take a date from somebody because you're just like, oh, that's cute. Oh, he think I'm cute. Like, oh, you like I'm 42 years old. A lot of people don't think that I'm 42 years old, and when they meet me in the streets, they don't think that I'm 42 years old. But I got a 17-year-old son. He's a senior. So if somebody that's a younger guy that approaches me, then he says, I think you're like, oh, you might be 30, but you not like 42. You don't have kids. Like you're not. And I'm like, no, I absolutely do have all of that. And he still wants to pursue me. That's ridiculous to me. Like it's like, okay, I already told you what it is. So I'm gonna tell you, like, if we go into this is just because we going to go out to eat. We're gonna have some fun because I'm just a fun girl like that. Like I hadn't like completely matured in the way that I would say that I'm just doing grandmama stuff. But we can go out. We can have some fun. We can go do some shots or something like that. But I might want to be home by 12. But that's different. You know what I mean? Like that's a whole different situation. Instead of saying like older women just want to be with younger men, like to like have the same start that they would do if they were back in their 20s. I don't think that's it at all. Like that's ridiculous.
Or those sugar
So,
mamas.
Oh, stuff in your face.
and I don't think that women have a hard time understanding that we're different than men. I think that we do understand that we are different from men, and the fact that we do, if we have to hold out situations where we are in charge, where it's not a man woman situation and we're like making decisions together, that women do make different decisions than men. I don't think that they try to do the same thing as men, but they try to be as respected as men do, especially when it has to do with their children. So I don't think that we think that we're the same. I think that there's a level of respect that needs to be had if a man is not in the household.
Excuse me, mommy. Just a correction, real quick. No. I didn't speak to women, older women chasing younger guys. I was speaking to older men and younger women. What I was speaking to in regards to older women was that, the fact that they have issue with, older men and younger women linking. You know what I mean? And that's the issue. And I think that is mutual between them both. But because they both may have their own agendas. But in regards to older women, I never spoke to that aspect about them chasing younger men at all. I never spoke on that. So I just wanted to correct you on that real quick.
Okay, my apologies. I didn't.
No problem.
I misunderstood you. So my apologies.
I want to jump in and respond to a couple of things that were said. So I stand corrected, Apollo, on the viewpoint we had. You mentioned about the 25. I think you did say that, and I was speaking on more of the 18 through 25 age difference. So I do stand corrected, and we can just shift that from my perspective on that versus yours because of the age group. So I got you on that. I heard you loud and clear on this. I wanted to make that point.
No
I
doubt.
also I also want to make the point when anybody hears me speaking on the panel, I want you to know I am the most easygoing person you probably will ever meet in your life. I can speak and talk and debate about topics. I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do. I don't do that. Not even in real life, day to day.
Man, you
That's
told me
not.
what to do 2 days ago. Quit it.
No, I didn't care.
Say no.
So don't take, like, if I give my opinion on something, don't take it like, oh, you people can do what we all know that. I'm very respectful of how people live their life. If you want to date a 19-year-old tomorrow, baby, go do it. As a matter of fact, if y'all get married, I'll bring a gift and come to the wedding. So don't mistake my views for me not violating people's right or judging. I don't walk up to people about this stuff that we discuss on here. I don't do that. I just tell y'all as we rotate my thoughts. That's the second thing I want to bring up. The third thing is I feel like shots were fired toward me. If you listen carefully to what I said, that's why I'm very good at saying all, not all, majority, most, and prototype. I was not down talking men. I love men. I love black men. I have no problems with men. I live a very great life, even though I'm not married, right? Been there, done that. Want to get married again. I've never been told that I'm unsubmissive. That's not why I got a divorce. I divorced my husband on DV and he didn't even sign. He still wanted to be married. Don't get it twisted. When I said submission, it wasn't because I disagree with it. I was giving a line of qualities to that prototype of God that I'm talking about, because that's why I use the word prototype. Google it. Because I was specific, because I didn't want nobody thinking I think that way about all men or all men that date younger. Because some men, I do think they're not in that category that I mentioned. But I was giving y'all a breakdown of the specific type of guy who has issues with insecurities and power struggles because of childhood trauma. And it comes out as an adult, he struggles with relationships with women in his own age group. And therefore, he can only feel like he is important or validated or secure if he is in this power dynamic with a significantly younger woman. And then I explain to you, usually that's what happens. He uses his money, power, and influence to gain her, but he chooses a naive woman. And then when he attempts to do what he does, he's usually abusive because he's a broken, unhealed man. So then eventually, as she gets older, gets wiser, probably gets counseling or talks to some people and realizes how miserable she is because this is a toxic relationship, she leaves. That is not applicable. I'm not talking to nobody on this panel, in the live, or men in general. I'm just explaining to you the dynamic of how these certain type of men who fit in that specific category act. And you can Google this information. You can research people's profile and prototypes, and you will find out everything that I'm saying to you. So don't take it personal, like I'm just talking about all men or all black men or all men who date younger. I like older men, to be honest with y'all, okay? So it's not that, it's just that I'm saying. Now, me personally, I put it in the comments, my daughter is off limits. I don't play that mess. So a 40-year-old plus man cannot date my 20-year-old daughter. Me and her father gonna have a significant problem with that. I don't care what civil rights you have, but that's my personal opinion. I understand my best friend believe in stuff like that for her kids. I respect that, and I don't say nothing about it. So I'm entitled to my personal opinion on it, but I just know a lot of those profiles and a lot of those relationships do not work. Just like the same type of men go across seas because he has issues. And he will get a vulnerable woman that does not speak English, that comes from a third world country, that is used to being abused and needs help. And he'll get her and try to bring her over here. And he's toxic and broken. And he will have a dysfunctional relationship with her because he'll say, all American women are trash. All black women are trash. It's very similar to the prototype I just talked to you about. So my whole point for bringing that up is if that man is toxic, broken, dysfunctional, and has issues and just needs to be in control of somebody who he knows will not give him any type of clapback or feedback on anything, then he's gonna have issues and he's gonna target people that he thinks is very vulnerable. And to be honest with y'all, I'm gonna say one last thing and then I'm gonna land and let y'all have it. The most successful, loving, healthy relationships I've ever seen in my life actually are a husband and a wife in which the husband values that wife's opinion. She submits to him and they have this balance.
I'm live.
They have this balance of where they discuss, they make agreements, they negotiate, compromise, but he is regarded as the primary leader. Those are the most successful relationships I have ever seen in my entire life, where that man honors and respects and listens to his woman, but yet she submits to his final authority. With that, I'll land.
Hold on, man.
All right, let me
Hold
say
on.
this though.
Oh, that was mine.
Yeah,
That's
hold
mine.
on, man.
Let me say no, it's
Oh, I'm
mine.
sorry. My apologies.
That's
My
mine.
apologies. My
That's
apologies.
mine.
Let me
Go ahead. Take
That's
that,
mine.
bro. Take
All right,
that, bro.
it's Cav's show. You
Handle
got to give
that,
it up to
bro.
Cav. You can't,
I
you
want
can't beat the
to
host. But go ahead,
Handle
Cav.
this
But
BS
I
in
hope you
this,
give it
man.
back
But
to me when you
no,
finish, though, brother, because I
no,
want to
no
make sure I clear
problem.
that
No
up. But go ahead.
problem. It's
You
okay.
give it to me.
all right, let me no, I was about to say I just want to
Yeah,
speak on the
take
other
that.
end of it, right? Because I heard all the negative part about it. So I think on the
Yeah.
other end, when people if they are saved, I heard about the going overseas and all this other stuff. You know,
Right.
it is some men that want to manipulate, but it is some men that's tired. They're sick and tired of this mindset of that a lot of
Thank
women
you.
have on this side, and they can't find a submissive type woman. And even if they claim they submissive, they always got to have some talk back on something. And I did it. I'm strong, independent. It's a lot of them. That's a lot that's like that though. So I think, and I noticed like even with that, I think the majority of the time when I do hear that, I always hear people jump to the worst part. Well, you're just trying to trick them and all this other stuff. There's some man that's like that, but it is also some man that's just tired. You know what I'm saying? That
Right.
also just only get used by their money and all this stuff or whatever, or they come with the they come with the dang. I need some water. All right, but they come with the
put that blizzle down.
with
Go
the,
ahead on.
but nah, but I'm just saying, like, it is like some of them, because I didn't understand some of the passport bros when they just go over there just to get some more hoes. That don't make no sense at all. I just didn't get that though, because I'm like, them the messed up man I think she talking about. But overall, I would suggest, just because the mentality is so big over here, I would say, like, if you can, because I think it's least. I mean, I think it's kind of rare to find a woman that is, but by that time they got older. By the time they learned, you know what I'm saying. But I'm talking about like a younger woman that you trying to reproduce with that probably don't have no kids or something like that. You got a way bigger chance of going across seas to find it, because most of the women, they done probably got pregnant teenagers and all that stuff or whatever, and you everybody don't want to be a stepfather. They just don't. That's just reality.
Real
But
talk.
if you're trying to say, if it's another young guy, right, or whatever, or if it's a guy that been holding himself for the most part and don't got no kids, none of that stuff, and been working on himself, I would suggest, if you're trying to just make things happen and you don't feel like being patient, yeah, go across seas, but be wise with that too, because they not. It depend on the areas too, because they ain't gonna accept you. You come back and you chopped up and stuff, and you want to watch that a little bit too. Also, but for the most part, it's not always. It's not a bad thing, and don't listen to. Because I know a lot of them like using their degrees over here. They just kind of go over there because the women is stupid and all that stuff. There's some smart women over there, and all that really matters is they know if they're family. They don't have a degree for family, right? So we can care. That's why we be saying that. At the end of the day, that's why we say at the end of the day that we care. We don't really care that much about the degrees. They think that we care about that, and that's part of this topic too. Because they don't understand the interest. They think that we like the same thing. Y'all like the very smart man and educated and sounding real smooth and all that stuff. Man could care a little less. Like, as long as they know how to, treat somebody respect, maybe have a little emotional intelligence and know when to come in or whatever, and always don't have to step on his foot and try to be the man every time, because most of them always want to be the man too. I feel like it should be my way too. You know what I'm saying? And like, some women do want leaders, but both of them want to be leaders at the same time. That's why they call this new thing partnership. That's what majority of women in America want. They just want a partnership. But for the man that actually want to, actually do it the way that, if say we was doing scripturally or how any other culture do, because usually the man is leading in their culture. Somehow, just in America, our men don't lead because I guess the conditions that's over here, they got to work too and all that stuff or whatever. But I would suggest, just go across these. It's way easier, instead of complaining about how these women is over here, because I mean, like, at the end of the day, they said why they reasonable. I was forced to do that. I know that's another sad story, of course, but at the end of the day, that the excuse still not gonna help. The attitude that you still give him, and it still ain't gonna get the pushback every last moment when he trying to just play his role. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, a man is not accepted unless he playing his role. We gotta be traditional for y'all to accept us. The opposite way. Y'all get this pick and choose. I want to be masculine sometimes, and I gotta wait till somebody mold me into my. I don't think men got the time to be molding anybody to their femininity. I mean, that's too much. That's a little way too much. So if dudes, I'm just saying, if you want a smoother route, I'll say go across the seas. That'd be the best bet. But you gotta realize you leaving family and stuff too. But hey, what I'm saying.
But Kev,
But man,
Kev, that doesn't make sense like in
I'm gonna
American
say this one
society.
thing, and let me say this. Let me say this, y'all. You 100% right. The simple fact is, they raised to be wise. But anyway,
You see how she pushed it back
I
already?
ain't
That's a
finished
prime
yet, though.
example.
So
She said,
I
"Don't
ain't
make
finished
sense."
yet. I went overseas. I went to Belize. I went to everywhere.
So me.
And you can look at my face and you can see my love rap music, and it don't matter. But why would you go overseas? Just hear me out. I'm part of Passport Bros. I went over there, and then I thought about it. Then you go tell me I have to take care of you and your whole family, your mom and dad. That's old. I'd rather take care of black women here. Hold on,
Let me answer
listen to
that,
me. I
bro.
ain't
Hold
finished
on.
yet.
Let
I
me
ain't
answer that,
finished. Let me
bro.
lay my plan. Let me lay my plan.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
have to
I'm
take
sorry.
care of a whole bunch of them though. Why can't I take care of a black woman here? I don't
He
give a
gonna sit
shit.
up and say about
Kids.
the monetary
No,
value is less then, and what it would be for
Oh,
your
I'd
family. You know
rather
what he
take
about to
care of
say.
black lady here. I
We
ain't
already
finished
know what
yet,
he about to
y'all.
no,
say.
let
No,
me
no, I
answer
went
that.
over there. I
Real
did
quick.
that venture. I
I did
Yeah,
that
you gonna
eventually.
sit there and say
So you're
about
gonna have
the
to tell me I'm
All
gonna
right,
have to take
go.
care. No,
Let
I
him
ain't talking
finish,
about y'all
man.
black
Go
ladies.
ahead.
I'm talking about them. I'm gonna have to take care of your kid. I mean you. We have kids and plus your mom and dad and plus your uncles and everybody else. Oh hell no. I'd rather take care of a black woman that got kids. And she will love me to death. I've been there and done that, y'all. Listen to
If
me. I've been there and done
if
that.
it's that
No, I'm
easy,
not
then
taking
go
care of
ahead and
your
go
whole
for it. That's all
family,
I say.
the whole generation. See, you don't understand my passport bros. I was part of them. You don't understand when you go over there, you got to take care of everybody.
I
Not
don't think
only,
every part is like that. Depending on what
no,
country you
I'm
go to.
telling y'all as a fact, you have to take care. So, why
That's
y'all
projection.
black
Can I speak
or
to that,
white
man?
teeth
Because I've
guys
lived in
say,
Japan, I
I'd rather
lived
take
in
care, I'd rather take
Philippines,
care of
I lived in
my black
Dubai,
kids.
I lived in India. It is not like that to every country. You're talking
Yeah,
about the Philippines. You're
yeah,
talking about
majority of
only
it,
East.
it is.
Yeah, but
You
the
want to take care of the
Japan.
family.
Hold on.
Don't
Ain't
Let
no
lie
me
way you
in
went
the
let
around
me
this
let
whole
me
face.
world,
say
Booker.
this.
which
No
country
way.
Let me
That's
say
you kind of
this.
capping.
Japan, you ain't taking care of no family. Japan, they
No,
don't
no,
even play that.
Japan, you're not.
No,
Japan is beautiful. I ain't gonna lie
right.
to you.
That's what I'm saying. You're not doing that. You're not doing that in India neither, because India's an arranged
Yeah,
family
but
situation.
a lot of
They,
the
they don't they
countries
don't
you
go with
still
that
gonna
neither.
take care of that whole family and
Hold
stuff.
on. I'm gonna break it down for you. In Dubai, unless you like a millionaire, you ain't even getting none of they women.
Dubai, no, Dubai,
You
you
see what
better
I'm
be a
saying? So that's what I'm
millionaire.
talking about. You talking about places like Philippines and Indonesia. You're talking about
Yeah,
third
yeah, yeah, yeah,
world.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so I
yeah.
want to be clear
No,
about that because
you
all the
can't sit here
Yeah,
and
women
do
yeah, yeah, yeah,
countries
don't
yeah.
come
and then
from
talk
Japan,
about
those
I ain't gonna lie to
individual
you,
disparities.
Hold
I
Japan.
just
on,
want to be
hold
clear
on,
about
you're
that.
hold
talking
on,
about
hold
cities
on, hold
versus
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
countries.
hold on.
You're doing
One
with
second, one
like
second, because I
government.
don't know why everybody keep on talking over each other. That shit is crazy. How do y'all hear it? I almost caught a headache. Could y'all please tap the cat screen, get him to 25K at least? Thank you. Um, Apollo, land your plane.
Yeah, I was
And
just
then let's
saying.
get
No, no,
Booker in
I've
there.
lived
listen,
in.
and Belize,
Wait.
and
I'm Apollo. I think I thought I'm Apollo. Right. So only thing I was saying is, and I understand Belize. I have family in Belize, but Belize is just like America. I mean, or Jamaica, or it's a Caribbean country, but it's still
yes,
advanced. It's not a poverty-stricken place. These people got education, high education, college degrees. People, and their women
yes,
are
they
just
do.
as about as sassy as the black women here in America. They don't take no mess. So Belize is not one of those countries. Now, Philippines, you used to be able to go there and find some woman that you have to take care of them and their family, but that was before the economy has changed. Now, those women they can come here and go anywhere and find men of their own. They're not desperate for American men like they was, I would say, 10 to 20 years ago. In this day of time, you got plenty of Filipinos on here making over 100,000 a month now and in their little living room dancing on TikTok. So they don't even need the money from us no more. They're not even thirsty for us. However, Japan has never been a country that's been an impoverished place. You already know that's one of the most advanced places on the earth, and you don't take care of their family. Now, you marry one of their women, then that's cool, but it's not because you got to take care of their family. It's just a normal marriage. And so is Dubai, and so is India. So I know a lot of people say about the passport bro stuff. That's just not always the same case that you're going there to find a broke woman. A lot of women over there are well educated and they know how to choose a man just like any other woman here. And it's not that we need to go overseas to find a woman because she's broke. We just want a woman that was raised with a culture of what we have learned in the Bible that says she respects us and she sees that our position is not to be threatened. And that's really all it is. We keep coming with this submissive stuff like people want some type of pet or slaves. Ain't no man looking for no slave. Ain't no man looking for no pets. And to be clear about it, I mean, what do you get from that? I don't want a woman clapping back at me like everything I say has to be challenged. Neither. That's just too
Right.
much
That
headache,
just
man.
got proven a couple seconds ago. But
Oh,
yeah.
that's just a
And I
headache,
want to say
you
one
know?
thing, and a woman in Japan, they are so shy.
Yes,
They
they
are
are
a lovely
shy.
woman.
I will
They
give you that.
shy. They very shy. They are the most best woman in the world. I say that in Japan.
Oh, I ain't
Is
gonna,
you
okay, I'm going on
married?
mute.
Booker, you
I'm going on
married
mute.
though?
Huh?
You married though?
No. No, no,
Oh,
no.
because the
I
way
don't
you
go
was saying it,
overseas.
though, you made it seem like it
No,
was
no.
easy though.
I
That
go
was my whole
overseas.
point. I
I do a
said,
lot of stuff. But woman in
oh no, because
Japan,
you threw me off a little bit because you was like, well, I'll rather deal with this over here or something like that. And I'm like,
no, what I'm
that said
saying
it
is,
seemed weird though, because I'm like,
no,
it
what
seemed
I'm
like you
saying
found the
is,
blueprint. I'm like, you made it seem like it was easy
no.
over
What
here or
I'm
something.
saying is, why do black guys, just hear me out. Just hear me out, sir, please. Why do athletes do this? Like basketball players, football players. be with a white chick instead of be with a black woman? I'm asking this
Why you
question.
think?
Want to become millionaires? They used to live in the hood. Great athletes. Allen Iverson, Michael Vick. I live in Oceanfront, Virginia Beach. I'm around there. But Allen Iverson still hit his wife. Michael Vick still hit his wife. But why don't all the other black athletes have their wives?
Well, a lot of times, of course, as you can see with the basketball wives, a lot of black marriages has a high divorce rate. Even with rich millionaires, have the highest divorce rate ever. You know
Well,
what I mean?
I'll tell you something. We the best cookers. We the best singers. We the best athletes. Women
We ain't the
and
best when
men.
it come to
Black.
family.
I talk about black men and
Right.
women. We the best. I want to say this one more
That don't
time.
mean nothing.
Black woman and man. We the best athletes. We the best cookers. We the
We the
best
most divorced.
everything. Singers and everything. Why can't we get along? That's what kills me about
You're
everything.
right. It's the
It's because of the
mentality.
role
It's the
play, man.
mentality, though. Like I
Yeah.
said, we
The
prioritize
government
all the
do
wrong
this.
things.
The
We
government told
prioritize
them.
things like
I'm gonna tell you
degrees.
why. I'm gonna tell you why.
We prioritize. Oh, I was
Right.
about to. Boy, you was about to get booty, boy. Y'all got to know the rules, man. It's the reason why I cut in the middle. I don't talk that much. I was just saying that. I said it's a reason why. Dang, what the freak? I know about that. I was trying to get somewhere, but no, I was about to say
Talk about
that.
the athletes.
Why
Why
the marriages
do
don't work? You were saying why the marriages don't work?
Yeah. The
Yeah.
degrees, like what they prioritize, right? Because a lot of women over there, that's even if you hear their talk, right? When you debate with them, the first thing they got to say is, "Well, I have this degree and I'm good at that, and I've been in these many marriages and all that stuff." Like, what the heck? That's not a flex. What the heck? How's that a flex? Sound like the issue. How you gonna brag about how many relationships you've been in or something like that? I know better and all this stuff. Obviously, you don't. You done tried it many a times. You can't keep one. So something is up with that. But I think they prioritize because they look at family like it's too many. They operate off their wants for the most part. It's everything. It's about wants. You know, I want this, I want that, and it's not really about what they need for the most part. And it's that quick money thing. It's that quick. Everything got to be just. And it's messing the mentality up for the most part. You know, it's all about sexualizing myself and freaking. I mean, it's just the mentality is not there. They're not for the family as much. It's like when it comes to family, it's just it's like an add-on. It's one of the last things, but they only want a family based off how they feel. It's a feeling thing, you know. It's not with a purpose
It
behind
really
it.
is.
It's not where
Most,
I'm willing to
Hold
sacrifice
on,
this part of my
don't
life.
cut Kev off,
Yeah,
please.
right. They got
I
a couple
agree.
more times to do that for real. Because I mean, y'all know y'all see me talking, but I was saying that it's not. Man, I knew that was gonna happen to me, boy. I think I'm old.
Yes, because they keep cutting you off.
Right. But
You kept on
I guess
saying it's a
the
mind
age is starting to kick
mentality.
in.
we be agreeing, not cutting. Sorry, it'd be
Oh
like
no, I
saying,
just
"Yeah,
couldn't
man,
hear.
yeah,
I just
man."
couldn't hear that when you throw them. That's so loud in my ear.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like when y'all agree, put it in the comments. Like, don't interrupt
Yeah,
him.
like but yeah. Now
right,
I get threw
exactly.
off the comments. That's horrible. Sorry, no. But no, I was just getting to the point of they mind is not basically off of family anymore. It's about what can I do this and how much money somebody got. Then they want to cover it up, say it's survival. It's not a. I mean, a lot of women today not even trying to. I'm not even trying to say built with a man. You don't have to do all that, but it's just like. You know, the love is not strong enough, and it's like if they don't have enough, they're not willing to, stick by his side and help and help. You know what I'm saying? For a person that's trying, then they pick bums, right? They pick bums as man, and then try to put every man in that category. And no, you shouldn't start it. You got to get a man that's putting in effort, but the ones that put in effort be too boring for them. You know what I'm saying? It's all about how they can blue their back out, how long they thing is, and their priorities it's messed up. It's not even about family no more. You know, if you look at some of these lies about they like, hey, how much you can take in, and when you really giving it up, and can you take this? And, I mean, the conversation is not when we talk about family. That's what it make them squirm. You don't know what you're talking about, or they come with the marriage ain't real and all this other stuff, man. It's all twisted. It's all twisted in their mind. Then like I said, then they come there spewing they hurt that they had from their past. They tried it one, 2 times, and failed at it, and then they want to just take it out on every last thing. Well, y'all shouldn't get married because I can't be successful in a marriage or something like that. So, and that's like I saying, who want to deal with it? You know what I'm saying? That's just happening worldwide because they keep paying attention to TV, listen to Sexy Red, listen to all this type of stuff. And oh yeah, get it, baby, and all this other stuff, and then, but you're not focused on what's real. And I, like I said, I can understand, and I would say it's a lot of the men fault too, because they head ain't there either. But it's just like now, it's the hardest thing. It's like I think it's easier To me personally, it seems like it's easier to at least try to transform man over because the man is so used to taking accountability for everything they do or force it. I ain't gonna say take it; they just force it on him because like if it's a no good man, the world will let him know he's no good. You know what I'm saying? Women are not used to hearing that they're no good. It's like almost like. Shoot, I feel like I was about to get banana for saying that. That's how bad it is, because the freaking society, I mean, even social media is protecting them. You can't say anything about them for the most part. That's why it seems like a crime. That's why they want to jump straight to misogyny and all this misogyny and all this other stuff. But people been saying stuff about men for years. They don't say that you don't like men or you hate me. They don't say that stuff. But they just because women not used to you talking to them like that, they just automatically you must be on the other side. You know what I mean by that. But I mean it's so much stuff. That's why it's so much to deal with. They always want to fight back on every last little thing. They just cannot shut up for a second. They gotta. Man, it's too much. Even it's just crazy. But yeah, that's all I got for y'all,
Yeah,
man.
man. Hey, man. It's I just want to say something, man. Like look, I'm from Jersey, right? And I'm a vet, and I got a Dominican friend that I grew up with, and I was in the military with. And I went to his crib one time. He invited me to his crib in Jersey, and that's very important in Jersey. He's Dominican, and I went to his crib, right? And okay, I went and did the kick it with him for a weekend out in the city or whatever. And he had like a group of sisters or whatever, moms and everything, and he had a whole family unit. Went there, right? So I go there and I'm staying there, and the mom's cooking dinner. I mean breakfast or whatever. When I touch down, she cooks breakfast. The sisters setting the table and all of this, and I was just sitting down on the couch, and they bring me my plate, right? And they asked me they brought me my drink, and they just like, yo, you want anything else? You need anything? And then they brought me napkins and the whole nine. And I'm like, whoa. And this was something unique to me, right? There was something very different, like, you know what I'm saying? That what I'm used to. And I'm like, damn. And then they came and when I was done, they came and picked it back up, and the females was in the kitchen. They came and got our plates and this and that or whatever. The sisters and the mom, they washed the dishes, they cleaned up and this and that or whatever. Not saying that's what they supposed to do, but that's how they was taught. That's how they was brought up. That's the normal for them. That was traditional for them. And I looked at my homeboy. I was like, yo, is this how they do it every day? I mean, this is how it is. He was like, yeah, man, this is do it every day. I mean, this is how it is. He was like, yeah, man, this is an everyday thing. He was like, yo, this is what my sisters and moms do. And I was like, really? And it was shocking to me. But when I got into relationships, I love my sisters. Don't get me twisted. I do. I love them. I love women, period. But I don't give a damn what they are. But you know what I mean? But the thing is, that set a precedence in me and my mindset, like, damn, okay, if y'all Dominican and this is how y'all vibing, you know what I'm saying? Well, why wouldn't I want to gravitate to that? You know what I mean? And a lot of sisters, I hate to tell you, that's why the passport bros came about. Because of this, they are traditionally taught this overseas. I've been all over the world. In Panama and Spain and Puerto Rico, they are taught this. They are taught these things. But in the Western culture, we've gotten so far, it's like, single independent type thing y'all got going on, which is cool. Well, and I respect that to the utmost. But at some point, you have to understand that there's a situation where I ain't gonna say, no, I don't want to use that word, but there's some point that where everyone knows their position in the families and stuff like that, and there's certain things that certain people
All
do at
right,
certain times.
DMF, man, you pushing it. You
Yeah,
stretching,
you
man.
are because like because
Listen,
I
no,
supposed to
no,
mow the
you
lawn,
sound
man.
like
You
an
done
no.
East
turned to
Listen,
the
Coast
host
guy.
now. Dang.
You sound
You
like
still
an East
going?
Coast guy,
Uh,
and that's not what the
oh my bad, y'all. But hold on, y'all need a minute.
Boy, he done with a whole story. We done got all the way off track. I better get through this topic. But yeah, we hear you. We got the point, my boy. We got the point. Y'all got to realize, man. I just did a topic about that yesterday, man. We got to know when the time to monologue or not. You know, I know I'm monologue, but it's my show. You know what I'm saying? Like usually the host's gonna do that. But yeah, because I even myself I try to keep it short. But yeah, we got you, DMF. We got you, brother. You was about to go through a whole like you was on the phone or something. But go ahead, Lady T.
can I go?
Go ahead. I know you've been waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I think it's very a geographical type of thing, like how women do stuff. I'm from the South, and like I have a certain thought process that I do, not even just for my significant other, because I have never been married, but like I do treat my man, and
you're
even
right.
when I've been in relationships that's allowed for my family or allowed for my significant other to come to my family, they always treat him like that. They always fix plates, and if I'm not fixing the plate, then my ain't fixing the plate, but they gonna sit up and talk bad about me because I didn't do it because they got to it before I did. But I think it's a geographical type of thing that actually has to go through things. And then I'll sit there and say, like with my son, and again, this is anecdotal. My son is 17 years old, but he's very much so a guy that has traditional values. He opens doors, he pumps gas, uh, he drives. He wants to be the one that's driving and all these other type of things. And like people might think of that like being misogynistical or whatever it is, but like no, that's just what he sits there and says. Like if I'm going to be responsible for something and we're in a situation, then I'll sit up and do that. Right. So my son has that, but I don't know if that's just because oh and I will. Well, I won't say I don't know. It is because it's geographical. He got raised with older gentlemen in his life. My grandfather, his great grandfather, and all these other type of things that teach him how to do certain things that young boys don't do these days. Even though he's 17, he do. He does. It's not a door that I can open. It's not a door that his grandmother can open. It's no door that a woman can open. Period. That if he's in a specific situation, then he's not going to open that door, or he's not going to be the one to pump the gas, or he's not going to be the one that goes do those things. But at the same time, he's not the one that fixes his plate.
Right.
When there's a woman around, he don't. And he's 17 years old. He don't even fix his own plates, unless it's like like
um,
he's just by himself and he'll fix his own plate, or he made his own meal. But if there's a woman around, he don't fix his own plate. So there's confrontational things that I'll sit there and say with a woman or a girl that dates him that thinks like along the same lines that we have. Like now they won't understand that because they weren't raised that same way. But he is absolutely entitled in that way. He don't fix his own plates in most situations when there's a woman around.
There
I'm
you
gonna
go.
say this. I don't be caring where people from, because it's not where you from. It's all about who you are as a person. How do you treat people? I
No,
think at the end of the day, I look at it, whether you got a lot of something or a little something. Do you come from hospitality? Either
No, but
way,
she just. I think that I think that there's women that treat men a certain way geographically, because they
That's
don't
right.
sit up here and know how to do that same thing. So like the same way that my son sit up here and treat a certain woman, it's a certain way that a woman will treat a certain man geographically because the way that they were born. Right, and it's not just saying it's wrong or like anything. It's just geographically that's what they do. They were like, oh, whatever. Like
No, that's
you
wrong.
got, you know what I
I,
mean? Like it's a certain way
cause
that
it's
people
like
treat
I
each
ain't
other
gonna lie, I
because
be
of their.
hearing people say where they from, right? And I be looking like it's not. It's like yeah, it's great to hear where you grew up. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But when I be hearing people, I'm like, at the end of the day, whether you in fucking United States or across the motherfucking country, either you gonna be respectful or disrespectful. Either you gonna come from knowing how to get along with a man or a woman, or you don't. Like this shit is everywhere. This shit is like I don't. I just think people have a hard time because they from a child, you were either a selfish child and didn't want to share your toys or things with nobody, and you learn that, oh, if I do share with a person, it's gonna be because I want to share it. But it's just like some people carry that shit in their adulthood where it's like you want to be a selfish person, like,
Right. Right. And
and
so you absolutely right. So people think of things singularity, but this is the reason why black people can't sit up here and get together as a whole on a popular political thing, because we always thinking about stuff singularities. I can sit up here and say that regionally we can have differences or whatever, right? But we have never had anything that any other culture, Jewish people, or white people, Irish people, anything that will sit up here and respect like how they do internationally. We'll sit up here and say, oh, this is what East Coast people do. This is what South people do. This is what Midwest people do. This is what we're sit up here doing. But we are all still divided. And because we're divided, they don't respect us because we don't have a continuous line of respect for each other. And this is what messes us up.
mm-hmm.
Does that make sense or no?
Yeah, that makes so much sense, and I agree because it's definitely like I said, they don't come from. I think, yeah, like most of them people in them other countries, they don't come from like out of order shit. Like they literally have things that they follow by, that they stand on. They just
They
don't
stand
talk
on it
about it.
10 toes down.
They really give the example of, hey, this is how we move, and we don't go outside of this. And if your ass try to go outside of this is our consequences, because we don't want people as a whole thinking this shit is okay. Because if we let one person slide, then everybody gonna feel like they can ice skate around this motherfucker, and we gonna have so much chaos and dysfunction to where things are gonna be bad, and it's gonna lead to pouring on to the kids, and it's gonna be just like y'all country, basically how we
Exactly,
are over here.
and that's why like the Jewish people have been able to flourish, and this is the reason why the mafia even been able to like to flourish in like economical things, and even within political powers, is because they found a commonality. It doesn't matter regionally what they do, and they just know like, listen, this is the 10 toes down. This is what we're doing. We don't have that in the black community. Even when we were doing it like with the civil rights movement, we didn't even have clarity in there because it was Malcolm X, by any means necessary, or if it was Martin Luther King Jr. and he was like, oh, I want to be peaceful. We still didn't. We never have any clarity about what we're going to do as a collective people, and this is why they don't respect us. And they're simply saying we don't have loyalty, and that's the whole thing about their communities is all about loyalty. How you can do it, a loyalty type of thing. Once you find yourself loyal and you sit there and follow the rules and you do everything, then you good. Money is gonna sit up and float around. It's gonna float around in your communities. You're gonna be okay in a certain specificality. But with us, we like, oh, we just floundering around.
All right. We got the monologue crew today. All right, it's cool. See, because I'm trying to get through this. We're going to skip straight to the bonus, and then I want to do this one more time before I have to hit the sheets in a minute, because I try to give y'all another hour. Yeah, because I don't know what's going on, what this guy is doing. Why? So let's just get straight to the bonus, man. What are the signs of a bitter person? Let's start with you, lady.
The signs of a bitter person is somebody that hadn't completely understood themselves and keep on trying to find out what other people think about themselves, and identify themselves as other people want to identify themselves as. When you become bitter, it's because you didn't do what you thought other people should tell you that you should do. And when you become a failure within that thing, you become bitter, and then you try to find yourself in other things. But yeah, that's what I think bitter people do. Bitter people find ways where they fail in thinking what other people thought that they should be, and they didn't do that, and now they're bitter.
Okay. I'm scared. DMF, what you got, man? Okay. Let me get Jane over there. She look like she ready to talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Jealousy. They could be angry.
Mhm.
They like to shift blame.
Ooh.
Um, they have unresolved anger. Yeah, that's just a few. I'm gonna leave some more for other people.
Okay. Main thing, what you got?
You seen me before, Jane. No, I'm playing. No, I'm playing. I'm gonna say they're the grudge holders. Those are
Mm.
the bitter people are the ones that hold grudges. They real they the ones that feel like somebody owed them something. Sometimes even took something from them. I think they're bitter people are people who sit up here and they hold regrets. They have a lot that they regret for real. Um, they really mad at the world when they should really be mad at themselves. Because honestly, everything to your life story is a reason why your story ends or looks the way it looks. You cannot blame nobody else for how your chapters, go. I think bitter people also become trust issues. People who have trust issues, deep ones, to the point where it's like that shit will lead into later on in life to where you would look at everybody else like I don't know, like she said, you blaming everybody else for why everything didn't work out for you in life, why things didn't go your way. At the end of the day, be the bitter people just really people who wanna be the ones to lead this world, holding on with a holding on being the person who have an unforgiving heart. That's what I think bitter people are.
Brown, what you got?
Hey, so yeah, the previous ladies really gave a lot of what I was gonna say, but basically my answer is bitter people. How you can tell they're bitter? It projects out of their behavior, their voice, the way they treat people. I think bitter people are mean spirited. A lot of people are mean. They're bullies. They have a bad attitude. They have an angry tone and demeanor when they interact. And a lot of times they do try to retaliate. They spew a lot of hatred. I can see it on TikTok. You got people that either create prompts or they jump in panels and comments all day and they spew out bitter, hateful comments towards either certain races or certain genders all day long, every day. That is a sign of a bitter person to me. For you to get up every day of your life and do that, you cannot possibly be happy. When you have a vengeful spirit and you are trying to seek revenge and torment and torture people, whether they've hurt you or not, bitter people will not accept accountability for their choices in life. So they shift blame to others. They have a blaming mindset and a fixed mindset. So it's everybody else's fault. for everything. They lack unforgiveness, like she just said. They do not want to forgive because at the core of it, it is unforgiveness and the lack of serenity and peace about the things we cannot change in life. Now, I'm not going to say everything in life is your fault. I believe in the 80-20 rule. I know there's another 80-20 rule, but the 80-20 rule I also have is 80% of the things that happen to you are a direct result of your choices. 20% are not. So you can't help if your loved one passes away, right? You gotta accept that. You got people mad because somebody passed away. So that's why I give the 20%. You can't help it if you're in a tragic car accident tonight. You can't help that. You can't help if you develop cancer. But 80%, most of the stuff we cause upon ourselves, and we don't want to accept accountability. We don't want to forgive ourselves. We don't want to forgive others and move past it. But you can always tell a bitter person by what comes out of their mouth, what they type, and how they treat the people around them.
Yeah, I threw my phone by mistake. Amen. Amen. Some debate. Who left? Oh, wow.
Everybody
Oh,
leave. I think you got to tell me how you. Everybody
oh,
leave. I think you got to tell me how you was tired.
what happened?
I said, I think everybody dropping out and leaving the room because you was talking about how you were tired and been on here.
Did I say that?
I mean, you said
Interesting.
something to
I
that
probably
fact.
did.
I think you said about an hour or something. You said.
Oh no, I did say I was gonna get off soon though. But what I'm gonna do though, I'm thinking before I start this next topic, because I probably stay on until about 11, maybe an hour. Yeah, stay on about 11. I'm probably do a little quick reset, and then we can do the other topic I wanted to do. See if I can squeeze that in. So I know during the week I usually do my little free talks. So let me reset real quick. If y'all come back, It's gonna take about 1 second. Yeah. All right. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
can I ask you a question?
What that?
Do you think that you are a like dominant or like kind of submissive man in a relationship?
Um, I might be closer to submissive, maybe. I believe so. Cause I'm not on that alpha male stuff. I'm not that type of guy. Yeah. And
Yeah.
but I still stand on what I stand on overall. But
What's your definition of dominant?
yeah,
For me or for him?
for you.
You.
Um. Well, I'm just saying, I think that there's definitely relationships in which there are men that can definitely have like the final say on relationship, especially like things because I think you are that guy. Like I think you want to get married, you want to separate how these things, and like a woman can be a specific thing, but I don't think that it coincides with like some of the topics that you come up with. Like I don't think that you're on the way that they lean, if that makes sense. Like you said, like why do a women have a hard time understanding they're not the same as men? I don't think that you don't think that there's a woman that thinks that she's doing the same thing as a man but still has the same say so as a relationship in a relationship. I don't think you're that person that's different, say like, oh no, you don't have the same thought process as me. I don't think that you're that person. So like I'm just trying to figure out like why do you ask these questions?
So why? So the reason why I asked the question because a lot of women do believe they the same as us. They think that just like actually how what gave me this topic is because it like we was talking about interest, right? And they was like, oh, that ain't fair or something like that, because we was like, well, we interested in a younger looking woman, maybe, they don't have to, we don't want to wait till they 60 years old and be like, hey, we want you or something like that. They like, it ain't fair. Well, we
Oh, you're
like
talking
younger
about
men,
biblical
but they usually got to
wives.
come with something, they come with other values and all that stuff. So I'm like, well, you're interested different. I said, we're more based off looks. Women we don't like the same thing as women. We don't care about money like they care about money. We don't care about degrees like they care about degrees, so it's like they think because what they interested in, they think we're interested in the same thing, and it's not, and then they be like,
But
that
that's what
ain't
I'm saying.
fair.
Like, but
I'm
you're
not
not
like
that
that.
guy. But you're not that
What happened?
guy.
What are you talking about?
But Kev, we
But
was
you're
talking
not that
about that
guy.
in
Like,
Daily
you just
Live.
like
Wait, hold
admitted that
on.
you're
Wait,
not
what
that
she? No, let me see what
guy.
she's saying. Well, I'm not what guy?
That guy that would ask this question because you're not the one that will answer it in the same way that another guy would answer it if they were that guy.
What type of guy I'm supposed to be? I don't get what you're talking about.
Hmm.
It's not what I want you to be or anything like
No,
that.
what
It's
guy that
just
you saying that I'm not?
I just asked you. I was like,
I don't. You saying I'm not a guy that don't like girls? I don't like girls. I don't care about the girls' degree. That's. I'm that guy. What are you talking about? I don't get it. I wouldn't
no,
say that for
I'm
no
not
reason.
even saying that. That's what I'm saying. I know you don't care about degrees and all these other type of things. So like
So
my
majority
so
guys
if you're
think that
not a
way.
guy that cares about degrees or any of this stuff, like why would you ask a question like why do you think that women think that they're the same as men? If you know that
But you ain't hear
fundamentally,
what I
if you
said.
Hmm.
okay, so maybe I'm missing something.
You might
Um,
be. I don't know. It's like you don't want to hear something. It's like I
no,
told you
it's not that I want to
why I
hear it
came up
because
with it.
like
And you still saying why I came up with it?
I'm just saying like you don't have the same answers that they would
That's what I'm saying.
have.
It's like, and I could tell too. It's like you missed the fact of what I told you to answer, and then you was so quick to say that I'm not whatever that meant. You're not that guy. That's why I say you missed the whole point because you're just so quick to respond or whatever. So it's like you must didn't hear what you wanted to hear, and that's why you said what you just said. Because I
No,
literally just gave you the
and I
reason why
apologize.
I put
I
this topic
apologize.
up.
I apologize if I misspoke and I spoke too quickly. What I said was saying is like I didn't think that you go with the questions that you asking, and I guess when you were responding,
This
I
part.
responded too quickly. So like maybe I should just hear it again. Is it okay if you tell me again what you're sitting there saying?
Oh my gosh. I'm about to start. I'm about to reset, man. I, I said at the end of the day, I just explained the two examples, man. Men and women are interested in two different things. When women hear what man is interested in, they feel like it ain't fair. Just like I said, I mentioned the degrees and stuff. I feel like I feel like I just really repeated myself. When I
And I'm
mentioned the
sorry that you feel like
degrees,
you
when I
agree with.
mentioned, huh?
I'm sorry. I must have like I had to go out. I like oh, my nephew came out here and I was trying to get him back into the house. I'm sorry. Like me and my sister stayed together in the house, and so my nephew came out, and so I might have missed something, and so then I came back, and then what you say?
He just restart, Kev. We will be back.
Yeah, facts. Right.